Preface of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Byzantine Empire, by Charles William Chadwick OMAN. Chapter 0, Preface. 50 years ago the word Byzantine was used as a synonym for all that was corrupt and decadent, and the tale of the Eastern Roman Empire was dismissed by modern historians as depressing and monotonous. The great Gibbon branded the successors of Justinian and Heraclius as a series of vicious weaklings, and for several generations no one dared to contradict him. 2 books have served to undeceive the English reader: the monumental work of Finlay, published in 1856, and the more modern volumes of Mr. Bury, which appeared in 1889. Since they have written, the Byzantines no longer need an apologist, and the great work of the Eastern Roman Empire in holding back the Saracen, and in keeping alive throughout the Dark Ages the lamp of learning, is beginning to be realized. The writer of this book has endeavored to tell the story of Byzantium in the spirit of Finlay and Bury, not in that of Gibbon. He wishes to acknowledge his debts both to the veteran of the War of Greek Independence, and to the young Dublin professor. Without their aid his task would have been very heavy, and with it the difficulty was removed. The author does not claim to have grappled with all the chroniclers of the Eastern realm, but thinks that some acquaintance with Ammianus, Procopius, Maurice's Strategicon, Leo the Deacon, Leo the Wise, Constantine Porphyrogenitus, Anna Comnena and Nicetas, may justify his having undertaken the task he has essayed. Oxford, February, 1892. End of Preface. Chapter 1 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Byzantine Empire, by Charles William Chadwick OMAN. Chapter 1, Byzantium. 2,558 years ago a little fleet of galleys toiled painfully against the current up the long strait of the Hellespont, rowed across the broad Propontis, and came to anchor in the smooth waters of the first inlet which cuts into the European shore of the Bosphorus. There a long crescent-shaped creek, which after ages were to know as the Golden Horn, strikes inland for 7 miles, forming a quiet backwater from the rapid stream which runs outside. On the headland, enclosed between this inlet and the open sea, a few hundred colonists disembarked, and hastily secured themselves from the wild tribes of the inland, by running some rough sort of a stockade across the ground from beach to beach. Thus was founded the city of Byzantium. The settlers were Greeks of the Dorian race, natives of the thriving seaport state of Megara, one of the most enterprising of all the cities of Hellas in the time of colonial and commercial expansion which was then at its height. Wherever a Greek prow had cut its way into unknown waters, there Megarian seamen were soon found following in its wake. One band of these venturesome traders pushed far to the west to plant colonies in Sicily, but the larger share of the attention of Megara was turned towards the sun rising, towards the mist-enshrouded entrance of the Black Sea and the fabulous lands that lay beyond. There, as legends told, was to be found the realm of the Golden Fleece, the El Dorado of the ancient world, where kings of untold wealth reigned over the tribes of Colchis. There dwelt, by the banks of the river Thermodon, the Amazons, the warlike women who had once vexed far-off Greece by their inroads. There, too, was to be found, if one could but struggle far enough up its northern shore, the land of the Hyperboreans, the blessed folk who dwell behind the north wind and know nothing of storm and winter. To seek these fabled wonders the Greeks sailed ever north and east till they had come to the extreme limits of the sea. The riches of the Golden Fleece they did not find, nor the country of the Hyperboreans, nor the tribes of the Amazons; but they did discover many lands well worth knowing, and grew rich on the profits which they drew from the metals of Colchis and the forests of Paphlagonia, from the rich corn lands by the banks of the Dnieper and Bug, and the fisheries of the Bosphorus and the Maeotic Lake. Presently the whole coastland of the sea, which the Greeks, on their first coming, called Axenos, the inhospitable, became fringed with trading settlements, and its name was changed to Euxanos, the hospitable, in recognition of its friendly ports. It was in a similar spirit that, 2,000 years later, the seamen who led the next great impulse of exploration that rose in Europe, turned the name of the "Cape of Storms" into that of the "Cape of Good Hope." The Megarians, almost more than any other Greeks, devoted their attention to the Euxine, and the foundation of Byzantium was but one of their many achievements. Already, 17 years before Byzantium came into being, another band of Megarian colonists had established themselves at Chalcedon, on the opposite Asiatic shore of the Bosphorus. The settlers who were destined to found the greater city applied to the oracle of Delphi to give them advice as to the site of their new home, and Apollo, we are told, bade them build their town over against the city of the blind. They therefore pitched upon the headland by the Golden Horn, reasoning that the Chalcedonians were truly blind to have neglected the more eligible site on the Thracian shore, in order to found a colony on the far less inviting Bithynian side of the strait. From the first its situation marked out Byzantium as destined for a great future. Alike from the military and from the commercial point of view no city could have been better placed. Looking out from the easternmost headland of Thrace, with all Europe behind it and all Asia before, it was equally well suited to be the frontier fortress to defend the border of the one, or the basis of operations for an invasion of the other. As fortresses went in those early days it was almost impregnable: two sides protected by the water, the third by a strong wall not commanded by any neighbouring heights. In all its early history Byzantium never fell by storm. Famine or treachery accounted for the few occasions on which it fell into the hands of an enemy. In its commercial aspect the place was even more favourably situated. It completely commanded the whole Black Sea trade. Every vessel that went forth from Greece or Ionia to traffic with Scythia or Colchis, the lands by the Danube mouth or the shores of the Maeotic Lake, had to pass close under its walls, so that the prosperity of 100 Hellenic towns on the Euxine was always at the mercy of the masters of Byzantium. The Greek loved short stages and frequent stoppages, and as a halfway house alone Byzantium would have been prosperous. But it had also a flourishing local trade of its own with the tribes of the neighbouring Thracian inland, and drew much profit from its fisheries; so much so that the city badge—its coat of arms as we should call it—comprised a tunnyfish as well as the famous ox whose form alluded to the legend of the naming of the Bosphorus. See footnote. The Bosphorus was supposed to have drawn its name from being the place where Io, when transformed into a cow, forded the strait from Europe into Asia. As an independent state Byzantium had a long and eventful history. For 30 years it was in the hands of the kings of Persia, but with that short exception it maintained its freedom during the first 300 years that followed its foundation. Many stirring scenes took place beneath its walls. It was close to them that the great Darius threw across the Bosphorus his bridge of boats, which served as a model for the more famous structure on which his son Xerxes crossed the Hellespont. 15 years later, when Byzantium in common with all its neighbours made an ineffectual attempt to throw off the Persian yoke, in the rising called the Ionic Revolt, it was held for a time by the arch-rebel Histiaeus, who, as much to enrich himself as to pay his seamen, invented strait dues. He forced every ship passing up or down the Bosphorus to pay a heavy toll, and won no small unpopularity thereby for the cause of freedom which he professed to champion. Ere long Byzantium fell back again into the hands of Persia, but she was finally freed from the Oriental yoke 17 years later, when the victorious Greeks, fresh from the triumph of Salamis and Mycale, sailed up to her walls and after a long leaguer starved out the obstinate garrison. B.C. 479. The fleet wintered there, and it was at Byzantium that the first foundations of the naval empire of Athens were laid, when all the Greek states of Asia placed their ships at the disposal of the Athenian admirals Cimon and Aristeides. During the 5th century Byzantium twice declared war on Athens, now the mistress of the seas, and on each occasion fell into the hands of the enemy: once by voluntary surrender in 439 B.C., once by treachery from within, in 408 B.C. But the Athenians, except in one or two disgraceful cases, did not deal hardly with their conquered enemies, and the Byzantines escaped anything harder than the payment of a heavy war indemnity. In a few years their commercial gains repaired all the losses of war, and the state was itself again. We know comparatively little about the internal history of these early centuries of the life of Byzantium. Some odd fragments of information survive here and there. We know, for example, that they used iron instead of copper for small money, a peculiarity shared by no other ancient state save Sparta. Their alphabet rejoiced in an abnormally shaped Greek capital letter beta, which puzzled all other Greeks, for it resembled a Greek capital letter pi with an extra limb. The chief gods of the city were those that we might have expected: Poseidon the ruler of the sea, whose blessing gave Byzantium its chief wealth; and Demeter, the goddess who presided over the Thracian and Scythian cornlands which formed its second source of prosperity. The Byzantines were, if ancient chroniclers tell us the truth, a luxurious as well as a busy race. They spent too much time in their numerous inns, where the excellent wines of Marania and other neighbouring places offered great temptations. They were gluttons too as well as tipplers. On one occasion, we are assured, the whole civic militia struck work in the height of a siege, till their commander consented to allow restaurants to be erected at convenient distances round the ramparts. One comic writer informs us that the Byzantines were eating young tunny fish, their favourite dish, so constantly, that their whole bodies had become well nigh gelatinous, and it was thought they might melt if exposed to too great heat. Probably these tales are the scandals of neighbours who envied Byzantine prosperity, for it is at any rate certain that the city showed all through its history great energy and love of independence, and never shrank from war as we should have expected a nation of epicures to do. It was not till the rise of Philip of Macedon and his greater son Alexander that Byzantium fell for the fifth time into the hands of an enemy. The elder king was repulsed from the city's walls after a long siege, culminating in an attempt at an escalade by night, which was frustrated owing to the sudden appearance of a light in heaven, which revealed the advancing enemy and was taken by the Byzantines as a token of special divine aid. B.C. 339. In commemoration of it they assumed as one of their civic badges the blazing crescent and a star, which has descended to our own days and is still used as an emblem by the present owners of the city, the Ottoman Sultans. But after repulsing Philip the Byzantines had to submit some years later to Alexander. They formed under him part of the enormous Macedonian Empire, and passed on his decease through the hands of his successors, Demetrius Poliorcetes, and Lysimachus. After the death of the latter in battle, however, they recovered a precarious freedom, and were again an independent community for 100 years, till the power of Rome invaded the regions of Thrace and the Hellespont. Byzantium was one of the cities which took the wise course of making an early alliance with the Romans, and obtained good and easy terms in consequence. During the wars of Rome with Macedon and Antiochus the Great it proved such a faithful assistant that the Senate gave it the status of a civitas libera et foederata, a free and confederate city, and it was not taken under direct Roman government, but allowed complete liberty in everything save the control of its foreign relations and the payment of a tribute to Rome. It was not till the Roman Republic had long passed away, that the Emperor Vespasian stripped it of these privileges, and threw it into the province of Thrace, to exist for the future as an ordinary provincial town. A.D. 73. Though deprived of a liberty which had for long years been almost nominal, Byzantium could not be deprived of its unrivalled position for commerce. It continued to flourish under the Pax Romana, the long-continued peace which all the inner countries of the empire enjoyed during the first 2 centuries of the imperial regime, and is mentioned again and again as one of the most important cities of the middle regions of the Roman world. But an evil time for Byzantium, as for all the other parts of the civilized world, began when the golden age of the Antonines ceased, and the epoch of the military emperors followed. In 192 A.D., Commodus, the unworthy son of the great and good Marcus Aurelius, was murdered, and ere long 3 military usurpers were wrangling for his blood-stained diadem. Most unhappily for itself Byzantium lay on the line of division between the eastern provinces, where Pescennius Niger had been proclaimed, and the Illyrian provinces, where Severus had assumed the imperial style. The city was seized by the army of Syria, and strengthened in haste. Presently Severus appeared from the west, after he had made himself master of Rome and Italy, and fell upon the forces of his rival Pescennius. Victory followed the arms of the Illyrian legions, the east was subdued, and the Syrian emperor put to death, but when all his other adherents had yielded, the garrison of Byzantium refused to submit. For more than 2 years they maintained the impregnable city against the lieutenants of Severus, and it was not till A.D. 196 that they were forced to yield. The emperor appeared in person to punish the long protracted resistance of the town. Not only the garrison, but the civil magistrates of Byzantium were slain before his eyes. The massive walls, so firmly built with great square stones clamped together with bolts of iron, that the whole seemed but one block, were laboriously cast down. The property of the citizens was confiscated, and the town itself deprived of all municipal privileges and handed over to be governed like a dependent village by its neighbours of Perinthus. Caracalla, the son of Severus, gave back to the Byzantines the right to govern themselves, but the town had received a hard blow, and would have required a long spell of peace to recover its prosperity. Peace, however, it was not destined to see. All through the middle years of the 3rd century it was vexed by the incursions of the Goths, who harried mercilessly the countries on the Black Sea whose commerce sustained its trade. Under Gallienus in A.D. 263 it was again seized by an usurping emperor, and shared the fate of his adherents. The soldiers of Gallienus sacked Byzantium from cellar to garret, and made such a slaughter of its inhabitants that it is said that the old Megarian race who had so long possessed it were absolutely exterminated. But the irresistible attraction of the site was too great to allow its ruins to remain desolate. Within 10 years after its sack by the army of Gallienus, we find Byzantium again a populous town, and its inhabitants are specially praised by the historian Trebellius Pollio for the courage with which they repelled a Gothic raid in the reign of Claudius II. The strong Illyrian emperors, who staved off from the Roman Empire the ruin which appeared about to overwhelm it in the 3rd quarter of the 3rd century, gave Byzantium time and peace to recover its ancient prosperity. It profited especially from the constant neighbourhood of the imperial court, after Diocletian fixed his residence at Nicomedia, only 60 miles away, on the Bithynian side of the Propontis. But the military importance of Byzantium was always interfering with its commercial greatness. After the abdication of Diocletian the empire was for 20 years vexed by constant partitions of territory between the colleagues whom he left behind him. Byzantium after a while found itself the border fortress of Licinius, the emperor who ruled in the Balkan peninsula, while Maximinus Daza was governing the Asiatic provinces. While Licinius was absent in Italy, Maximinus treacherously attacked his rival's dominions without declaration of war, and took Byzantium by surprise. But the Illyrian emperor returned in haste, defeated his grasping neighbour not far from the walls of the city, and recovered his great frontier fortress after it had been only a few months out of his hands. A.D. 314. The town must have suffered severely by changing masters twice in the same year. It does not, however, seem to have been sacked or burnt, as was so often the case with a captured city in those dismal days. But Licinius when he had recovered the place set to work to render it impregnable. Though it was not his capital he made it the chief fortress of his realm, which, since the defeat of Maximinus, embraced the whole eastern half of the Roman world. It was accordingly at Byzantium that Licinius made his last desperate stand, when in A.D. 323 he found himself engaged in an unsuccessful war with his brother-in-law Constantine, the Emperor of the West. For many months the war stood still beneath the walls of the city; but Constantine persevered in the siege, raising great mounds which overlooked the walls, and sweeping away the defenders by a constant stream of missiles, launched from dozens of military engines which he had erected on these artificial heights. At last the city surrendered, and the cause of Licinius was lost. Constantine, the last of his rivals subdued, became the sole emperor of the Roman world, and stood a victor on the ramparts which were ever afterwards to bear his name. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording, All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Byzantine Empire, by Charles William Chadwick OMAN. Chapter 2, The Foundation of Constantinople, A.D. 328 to A.D. 330. When the fall of Byzantium had wrecked the fortunes of Licinius, the Roman world was again united beneath the sceptre of a single master. For 37 years, ever since Diocletian parcelled out the provinces with his colleagues, unity had been unknown, and emperors, whose number had sometimes risen to 6 and sometimes sunk to 2, had administered their realms on different principles and with varying success. Constantine, whose victory over his rivals had been secured by his talents as an administrator and a diplomatist no less than by his military skill, was one of those men whose hard practical ability has stamped upon the history of the world a much deeper impress than has been left by many conquerors and legislators of infinitely greater genius. He was a man of that self-contained, self-reliant, unsympathetic type of mind which we recognize in his great predecessor Augustus, or in Frederick the Great of Prussia. Though the strain of old Roman blood in his veins must have been but small, Constantine was in many ways a typical Roman. The hard, cold, steady, unwearying energy, which in earlier centuries had won the empire of the world, was once more incarnate in him. But if Roman in character, he was anything but Roman in his sympathies. Born by the Danube, reared in the courts and camps of Asia and Gaul, he was absolutely free from any of that superstitious reverence for the ancient glories of the city on the Tiber which had inspired so many of his predecessors. Italy was to him but a secondary province amongst his wide realms. When he distributed his dominions among his heirs, it was Gaul that he gave as the noblest share to his eldest and best loved son. Italy was to him a younger child's portion. There had been emperors before him who had neglected Rome. The barbarian Maximinus I had dwelt by the Rhine and the Danube. The politic Diocletian had chosen Nicomedia as his favourite residence. But no one had yet dreamed of raising up a rival to the mistress of the world, and of turning Rome into a provincial town. If preceding emperors had dwelt far afield, it was to meet the exigencies of war on the frontiers or the government of distant provinces. It was reserved for Constantine to erect over against Rome a rival metropolis for the civilized world, an imperial city which was to be neither a mere camp nor a mere court, but the administrative and commercial centre of the Roman world. For more than 100 years Rome had been a most inconvenient residence for the emperors. The main problem which had been before them was the repelling of incessant barbarian inroads on the Balkan peninsula. The troubles on the Rhine and the Euphrates, though real enough, had been but minor evils. Rome, placed halfway down the long projection of Italy, handicapped by its bad harbours and separated from the rest of the empire by the passes of the Alps, was too far away from the points where the emperor was most wanted: the banks of the Danube and the walls of Sirmium and Singidunum. For the ever-recurring wars with Persia it was even more inconvenient. But these were less pressing dangers. No Persian army had yet penetrated beyond Antioch, only 200 miles from the frontier, while in the Balkan peninsula the Goths had broken so far into the heart of the empire as to sack Athens and Thessalonica. Constantine, with all the Roman world at his feet, and all its responsibilities weighing on his mind, was far too able a man to overlook the great need of the day, a more conveniently placed administrative and military centre for his empire. He required a place that should be easily accessible by land and sea, which Rome had never been in spite of its wonderful roads, that should overlook the Danube lands, without being too far away from the east, that should be so strongly situated that it might prove an impregnable arsenal and citadel against barbarian attacks from the north, that should at the same time be far enough away from the turmoil of the actual frontier to afford a safe and splendid residence for the imperial court. The names of several towns are given by historians as having suggested themselves to Constantine. First was his own birthplace, Naissus (Nisch), on the Morava, in the heart of the Balkan Peninsula, but Naissus had little to recommend it: it was too close to the frontier and too far from the sea. Sardica, the modern Sofia in Bulgaria, was liable to the same objections, and had not the sole advantage of Naissus, that of being connected in sentiment with the emperor's early days. Nicomedia on its long gulf at the east end of the Propontis was a more eligible situation in every way, and had already served as an imperial residence. But all that could be urged in favour of Nicomedia applied with double force to Byzantium, and, in addition, Constantine had no wish to choose a city in which his own memory would be eclipsed by that of his predecessor Diocletian, and whose name was associated by the Christians, the class of his subjects whom he had most favoured of late, with the persecutions of Diocletian and Galerius. For Ilium, the last place on which Constantine had cast his mind, nothing could be alleged except its ancient legendary glories, and the fact that the mythologists of Rome had always fabled that their city drew its origins from the exiled Trojans of Aeneas. Though close to the sea it had no good harbour, and it was just too far from the mouth of the Hellespont to command effectually the exit of the Euxine. Byzantium, on the other hand, was thoroughly well known to Constantine. For months his camp had been pitched beneath its walls; he must have known accurately every inch of its environs, and none of its military advantages can have missed his eye. Nothing, then, could have been more natural than his selection of the old Megarian city for his new capital. Yet the Roman world was startled at the first news of his choice. Byzantium had been so long known merely as a great port of call for the Euxine trade, and as a first-class provincial fortress, that it was hard to conceive of it as a destined seat of empire. When once Constantine had determined to make Byzantium his capital, in preference to any other place in the Balkan lands, his measures were taken with his usual energy and thoroughness. The limits of the new city were at once marked out by solemn processions in the old Roman style. In later ages a picturesque legend was told to account for the magnificent scale on which it was planned. The emperor, we read, marched out on foot, followed by all his court, and traced with his spear the line where the new fortifications were to be drawn. As he paced on further and further westward along the shore of the Golden Horn, till he was more than 2 miles away from his starting point, the gate of old Byzantium, his attendants grew more and more surprised at the vastness of his scheme. At last they ventured to observe that he had already exceeded the most ample limits that an imperial city could require. But Constantine turned to rebuke them. "I shall go on," he said, "until he, the invisible guide who marches before me, thinks fit to stop." Guided by his mysterious presentiment of greatness, the emperor advanced till he was 3 miles from the eastern angle of Byzantium, and only turned his steps when he had included in his boundary line all the 7 hills which are embraced in the peninsula between the Propontis and the Golden Horn. The rising ground just outside the walls of the old city, where Constantine's tent had been pitched during the siege of A.D. 323, was selected out as the market-place of the new foundation. There he erected the Million, or Golden Milestone, from which all the distances of the eastern world were in future to be measured. This central point of the world was not a mere single stone, but a small building like a temple, its roof supported by 7 pillars. Within was placed the statue of the emperor, together with that of his venerated mother, the Christian Empress Helena. The southeastern part of the old town of Byzantium was chosen by Constantine for the site of his imperial palace. The spot was cleared of all private dwellings for a space of 150 acres, to give space not only for a magnificent residence for his whole court, but for spacious gardens and pleasure grounds. A wall, commencing at the lighthouse, where the Bosphorus joins the Propontis, turned inland and swept along parallel to the shore for about a mile, in order to shut off the imperial precinct from the city. Northwest of the palace lay the central open space in which the life of Constantinople was to find its centre. This was the Augusteum, a splendid oblong forum, about 1,000 feet long by 300 broad. It was paved with marble and surrounded on all sides by stately public buildings. To its east, as we have already said, lay the imperial palace, but between the palace and the open space were 3 detached edifices connected by a colonnade. Of these, the most easterly was the Great Baths, known, from their builder, as the Baths of Zeuxippus. They were built on the same magnificent scale which the earlier emperors had used in old Rome, though they could not, perhaps, vie in size with the enormous baths of Caracalla. Constantine utilized and enlarged the old public bath of Byzantium, which had been rebuilt after the taking of the city by Severus. He adorned the frontage and courts of the edifice with statues taken from every prominent town of Greece and Asia, the old Hellenic masterpieces which had escaped the rapacious hands of 12 generations of plundering proconsuls and Caesars. There were to be seen the Athene of Lindus, the Amphithrite of Rhodes, the Pan which had been consecrated by the Greeks after the defeat of Xerxes, and the Zeus of Dodona. Adjoining the baths, to the north, lay the second great building, on the east side of the Augusteum, the Senate House. Constantine had determined to endow his new city with a senate modelled on that of old Rome, and indeed persuaded many old senatorial families to migrate eastward by judicious gifts of pensions and houses. We know that the assembly was worthily housed, but no details survive about Constantine's building, on account of its having been twice destroyed within the century. But, like the baths of Zeuxippus, it was adorned with ancient statuary, among which the 9 muses of Helicon are specially cited by the historian who describes the burning of the place in A.D. 404. Linked to the Senate House by a colonnade, lay on the north the palace of the Patriarch, as the Bishop of Byzantium was ere long to be called, when raised to the same status as his brethren of Antioch and Alexandria. A fine building in itself, with a spacious hall of audience and a garden, the patriarchal dwelling was yet completely overshadowed by the imperial palace which rose behind it. And so it was with the patriarch himself. He lived too near his royal master to be able to gain any independent authority. Physically and morally alike he was too much overlooked by his august neighbour, and never found the least opportunity of setting up an independent spiritual authority over against the civil government, or of founding an imperium in imperio like the Bishop of Rome. All along the western side of the Augusteum, facing the three buildings which we have already described, lay an edifice which played a very prominent part in the public life of Constantinople. This was the great Hippodrome, a splendid circus 640 cubits long and 160 broad, in which were renewed the games that old Rome had known so well. The whole system, the chariot races between the teams that represented the factions of the circus, was reproduced at Byzantium with an energy that even surpassed the devotion of the Romans to horse racing. From the first foundation of the city the rivalry of the "Blues" and the "Greens" was one of the most striking features of the life of the place. It was carried far beyond the circus, and spread into all branches of life. We often hear of the "Green" faction identifying itself with Arianism, or of the "Blue" supporting a pretender to the throne. Not merely men of sporting interests, but persons of all ranks and professions, chose their color and backed their faction. The system was a positive danger to the public peace, and constantly led to riots, culminating in the great sedition of A.D. 523, which we shall presently have to describe at length. In the Hippodrome the "Greens" always entered by the northeastern gate, and sat on the east side; the "Blues" approached by the northwestern gate and stretched along the western side. The Emperor's box, called the Kathisma, occupied the whole of the short northern side, and contained many hundreds of seats for the imperial retinue. The great central throne of the Kathisma was the place in which the monarch showed himself most frequently to his subjects, and around it many strange scenes were enacted. It was on this throne that the rebel Hypatius was crowned emperor by the mob, with his own wife's necklace for an impromptu diadem. Here also, 2 centuries later, the Emperor Justinian II sat in state after his reconquest of Constantinople, with his rivals, Leontius and Apsimarus, bound beneath his footstool, while the populace chanted, in allusion to the names of the vanquished princes, the verse, "Thou shalt trample on the lion and the asp." Down the centre of the Hippodrome ran the "Spina," or division wall, which every circus showed. It was ornamented with 3 most curious monuments, whose strange juxtaposition seemed almost to typify the heterogeneous materials from which the new city was built up. The first and oldest was an obelisk brought from Egypt, and covered with the usual hieroglyphic inscriptions. The second was the most notable, though one of the least beautiful, of the antiquities of Constantinople. It was the 3-headed brazen serpent which Pausanias and the victorious Greeks had dedicated at Delphi in 479 B.C., after they had destroyed the Persian army at Plataea. The golden tripod, which was supported by the heads of the serpents, had long been wanting. The sacrilegious Phocians had stolen it 6 centuries before. But the dedicatory inscriptions engraved on the coils of the pedestal survived then and survive now to delight the archaeologist. The third monument on the "Spina" was a square bronze column of more modern work, contrasting strangely with the venerable antiquity of its neighbours. By some freak of chance all 3 monuments have remained till our own day. The vast walls of the Hippodrome have crumbled away, but its central decorations still stand erect in the midst of an open space which the Turks call the Atmeidan, or place of horses, in dim memory of its ancient use. Along the outer eastern wall of the Hippodrome on the western edge of the Augusteum, stood a range of small chapels and statues, the most important landmark among them being the Milion or central milestone of the empire, which we have already described. The statues, few at first, were increased by later emperors, till they extended along the whole length of the Forum. Constantine's own contribution to the collection was a tall porphyry column surmounted by a bronze image which had once been the tutelary Apollo of the city of Hierapolis, but was turned into a representation of the emperor by the easy method of knocking off its head and substituting the imperial features. It was exactly the reverse of a change which can be seen at Rome, where the popes have removed the head of the Emperor Aurelius, and turned him into St. Peter, on the column in the Corso. North of the Hippodrome stood the great church which Constantine erected for his Christian subjects, and dedicated to the Divine Wisdom, Hagia Sophia. It was not the famous domed edifice which now bears that name, but an earlier and humbler building, probably of the basilica shape then usual. Burnt down once in the 5th and once in the 6th centuries, it has left no trace of its original character. From the west door of St. Sophia a wooden gallery, supported on arches, crossed the square, and finally ended at the royal gate of the palace. By this the emperor would betake himself to divine service without having to cross the street of the Chalcopretaia, Brass Market, which lay opposite to St. Sophia. The general effect of the gallery must have been somewhat like that of the curious passage perched aloft on arches which connects the Pitti and Uffizi palaces at Florence. The edifices which we have described formed the heart of Constantinople. Between the palace, the hippodrome, and the cathedral most of the important events in the history of the city took place. But to the north and west the city extended for miles, and everywhere there were buildings of note, though no other cluster could vie with that round the Augusteum. The Church of the Holy Apostles, which Constantine destined as the burying place of his family, was the second among the ecclesiastical edifices of the town. Of the outlying civil buildings, the public granaries along the quays, the Golden Gate, by which the great road from the west entered the walls, and the palace of the Praetorian Prefect, who acted as governor of the city, must all have been well worthy of notice. A statue of Constantine on horseback, which stood by the last named edifice, was one of the chief shows of Constantinople down to the end of the Middle Ages, and some curious legends gathered around it. It was in A.D. 328 or 329, the exact date is not easily to be fixed, that Constantine had definitely chosen Byzantium for his capital, and drawn out the plan for its development. As early as May 11, 330, the buildings were so far advanced that he was able to hold the festival which celebrated its consecration. Christian bishops blessed the partially completed palace, and held the first service in St. Sophia; for Constantine, though still unbaptized himself, had determined that the new city should be Christian from the first. Of paganism there was no trace in it, save a few of the old temples of the Byzantines, spared when the older streets were levelled to clear the ground for the palace and adjoining buildings. The statues of the gods which adorned the baths and Senate House stood there as works of art, not as objects of worship. To fill the vast limits of his city, Constantine invited many senators of old Rome and many rich provincial proprietors of Greece and Asia to take up their abode in it, granting them places in his new senate and sites for the dwellings they would require. The countless officers and functionaries of the imperial court, with their subordinates and slaves, must have composed a very considerable element in the new population. The artisans and handicraftsmen were enticed in thousands by the offer of special privileges. Merchants and seamen had always abounded in Byzantium, and now flocked in numbers which made the old commercial prosperity of the city seem insignificant. Most effective, though most demoralizing, of the gifts which Constantine bestowed on the new capital to attract immigrants was the old Roman privilege of free distribution of corn to the populace. The wheat tribute of Egypt, which had previously formed part of the public provision of Rome, was transferred to the use of Constantinople, only the African corn from Carthage being for the future assigned for the subsistence of the older city. On the completion of the dedication festival in 330 A.D. an imperial edict gave the city the title of New Rome, and the record was placed on a marble tablet near the equestrian statue of the emperor, opposite the Strategion. But New Rome was a phrase destined to subsist in poetry and rhetoric alone. The world from the first very rightly gave the city the founder's name only, and persisted in calling it Constantinople. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Byzantine Empire, by Charles William Chadwick OMAN. Chapter 3, The Fight with the Goths. Constantine lived 7 years after he had completed the dedication of his new city, and died in peace and prosperity on the 22nd of May, A.D. 337, received on his deathbed into that Christian church on whose verge he had lingered during the last half of his life. By his will he left his realm to be divided among his sons and nephews. But a rapid succession of murders and civil wars thinned out the imperial house, and ended in the concentration of the whole empire from the Forth to the Tigris under the sceptre of Constantius II, the second son of the great emperor. The Roman world was not yet quite ripe for a permanent division. It was still possible to manage it from a single centre, for by some strange chance the barbarian invasions which had troubled the 3rd century had ceased for a time, and the Romans were untroubled, save by some minor bickerings on the Rhine and the Euphrates. Constantius II, an administrator of some ability, but gloomy, suspicious, and unsympathetic, was able to devote his leisure to ecclesiastical controversies, and to dishonor himself by starting the first persecution of Christian by Christian that the world had seen. The crisis in the history of the empire was not destined to fall in his day, nor in the short reign of his cousin and successor, Julian, an amiable and cultured, but entirely wrong-headed, pagan zealot, who strove to put back the clock of time and restore the worship of the ancient gods of Greece. Both Constantius and Julian, if asked whence danger to the empire might be expected, would have pointed eastward, to the Mesopotamian frontier, where their great enemy, Sapor king of Persia, strove, with no very great success, to break through the line of Roman fortresses that protected Syria and Asia Minor. But it was not in the east that the impending storm was really brewing. It was from the north that mischief was to come. For 150 years the Romans had been well acquainted with the tribes of the Goths, the most easterly of the Teutonic nations who lay along the imperial border. All through the 3rd century they had been molesting the provinces of the Balkan Peninsula by their incessant raids, as we have already had occasion to relate. Only after a hard struggle had they been rolled back across the Danube, and compelled to limit their settlements to its northern bank, in what had once been the land of the Dacians. The last struggle with them had been in the time of Constantine, who, in a war that lasted from A.D. 328 to A.D. 332, had beaten them in the open field, compelled their king to give his sons as hostages, and dictated his own terms of peace. Since then the appetite of the Goths for war and adventure seemed permanently checked. For 40 years they had kept comparatively quiet and seldom indulged in raids across the Danube. They were rapidly settling down into steady farmers in the fertile lands on the Theiss and the Pruth. They traded freely with the Roman towns of Moesia. Many of their young warriors enlisted among the Roman auxiliary troops, and one considerable body of Gothic emigrants had been permitted to settle as subjects of the empire on the northern slope of the Balkans. By this time many of the Goths were becoming Christians. Priests of their own blood already ministered to them, and the Bible, translated into their own language, was already in their hands. One of the earliest Gothic converts, the good Bishop Ulfius, the first bishop of German blood that was ever consecrated, had rendered into their idiom the New Testament and most of the Old. A great portion of his work still survives, incomparably the most precious relic of the old Teutonic tongues that we now possess. The Goths were rapidly losing their ancient ferocity. Compared to the barbarians who dwelt beyond them, they might almost be called a civilized race. The Romans were beginning to look upon them as a guard set on the frontier to ward off the wilder peoples that lay to their north and east. The nation was now divided into 2 tribes. The Visigoths, whose tribal name was the Thervings, lay more to the south, in what are now the countries of Moldavia, Wallachia, and southern Hungary. The Ostrogoths, or tribe of the Gruthungs, lay more to the north and east, in Bessarabia, Transylvania, and the Dniester Valley. But a totally unexpected series of events were now to show how prescient Constantine had been, in rearing his great fortress capital to serve as the central place of arms of the Balkan Peninsula. About the year A.D. 372 the Huns, an enormous Tartar horde from beyond the Don and the Volga, burst into the lands north of the Euxine, and began to work their way westward. The first tribe that lay in their way, the nomadic race of the Alans, they almost exterminated. Then they fell upon the Goths. The Ostrogoths made a desperate attempt to defend the line of the Dniester against the oncoming savages. Men with faces that can hardly be called faces. Rather, shapeless black collops of flesh with little points instead of eyes. Little in stature, but lithe and active, skillful in riding, broad-shouldered, good at the bow, stiff-necked and proud, hiding under a barely human form the ferocity of the wild beast. But the enemy whom the Gothic historian describes in these uninviting terms was too strong for the Teutons of the East. The Ostrogoths were crushed and compelled to become vassals of the Huns, save a remnant who fought their way southward to the Wallachian shore, near the marshes of the delta of the Danube. Then the Huns fell on the Visigoths. The wave of invasion pressed on. The Bug and the Pruth proved no barrier to the swarms of nomad bowmen, and the Visigoths, under their Duke Fritigern, fell back in dismay with their wives and children, their wagons and flocks and herds, till they found themselves with their backs to the Danube. Surrender to the enemy was more dreadful to the Visigoths than to their eastern brethren. They were more civilized, most of them were Christians, and the prospect of slavery to savages seemed to have appeared intolerable to them. Pressed against the Danube and the Roman border, the Visigoths sent in despair to ask permission to cross from the emperor. A contemporary writer describes how they stood. All the multitude that had escaped from the murderous savagery of the Huns, no less than 200,000 fighting men, besides women and old men and children, were there on the river bank, stretching out their hands with loud lamentations, and earnestly supplicating leave to cross, bewailing their calamity, and promising that they would ever faithfully adhere to the imperial alliance if only the boon was granted them. At this moment, A.D. 376, the Roman Empire was again divided. The house of Constantine was gone, and the East was ruled by Valens, a stupid, cowardly, and avaricious prince, who had obtained the diadem and half the Roman world only because he was the brother of Valentinian, the greatest general of the day. Valentinian had taken the west for his portion, and dwelt in his camp on the Rhine and Upper Danube, while Valens, slothful and timid, shut himself up with the court of slaves and flatterers in the imperial palace at Constantinople. The proposal of the Goths filled Valens with dismay. It was difficult to say which was more dangerous: to refuse a passage to 200,000 desperate men with arms in their hands and a savage foe at their backs, or to admit them within the line of river and fortress that protected the border, with an implied obligation to find land for them. After much doubting he chose the latter alternative. If the Goths would give hostages and surrender their arms, they should be ferried across the Danube and permitted to settle as subject allies within the empire. The Goths accepted the terms, gave up the sons of their chiefs as hostages, and streamed across the river as fast as the Roman Danube flotilla could transport them. But no sooner had they reached Moesia than troubles broke out. The Roman officials at first tried to disarm the immigrants, but the Goths were unwilling to surrender their weapons, and offered large bribes to be allowed to retain them. In strict disobedience to the emperor's orders, the bribes were accepted and the Goths retained their arms. Further disputes soon broke out. The provisions of Moesia did not suffice for so many 100,000 mouths as had just entered its border, and Valens had ordered stores of corn from Asia to be collected for the use of the Goths, till they should have received and commenced to cultivate land of their own. But the governor, Lupicinus, to fill his own pockets, held back the food, and doled out what he chose to give at exorbitant prices. In sheer hunger the Goths were driven to barter a slave for a single loaf of bread and 10 pounds of silver for a sheep. This shameless extortion continued as long as the stores and the patience of the Goths lasted. At last the poorer immigrants were actually beginning to sell their own children for slaves rather than let them starve. This drove the Goths to desperation, and a chance affray set the whole nation in a blaze. Fritigern, with many of his nobles, was dining with Count Lupicinus at the town of Marcianopolis, when some starving Goths tried to pillage the market by force. A party of Roman soldiers strove to drive them off, and were at once mishandled or slain. On hearing the tumult and learning its cause, Lupicinus recklessly bade his retinue to seize and slay Fritigern and the other guests at his banquet. The Goths drew their swords and cut their way out of the palace. Then riding to the nearest camp of his followers, Fritigern told his tale, and bade them take up arms against Rome. There followed a year of desperate fighting all along the Danube, and the northern slope of the Balkans. The Goths half starved for many months, and smarting under the extortion and chicanery to which they had been subjected, soon showed that the old barbarian spirit was but thinly covered by the veneer of Christianity and civilization which they had acquired in the last half-century. The struggle resolved itself into a repetition of the great raids of the 3rd century. Towns were sacked and the open country harried in the old style, nor was the war rendered less fierce by the fact that many runaway slaves and other outcasts among the provincial population joined the invaders. But the Roman armies still retained their old reputation. The ravages of the Goths were checked at the Balkans, and though joined by the remnants of the Ostrogoths from the Danube mouth, as well as by other tribes flying from the Huns, the Visigoths were at first held at bay by the imperial armies. A desperate pitched battle at Ad Celesus, near the modern Kustendji, thinned the ranks of both sides, but led to no decisive result. Next year, however, the unwarlike emperor, driven into the field by the clamours of his subjects, took the field in person, with great reinforcements brought from Asia Minor. At the same time his nephew Gratian, a gallant young prince who had succeeded to the empire of the West, set forth through Pannonia to bring aid to the lands of the lower Danube. The personal intervention of Valens in the struggle was followed by a fearful disaster. In 378 A.D., the main body of the Goths succeeded in forcing the line of the Balkans. They were not far from Adrianople when the emperor started to attack them, with a splendid army of 60,000 men. Everyone expected to hear of a victory, for the reputation of invincibility still clung to the legions, and after 600 years of war the disciplined infantry of Rome, Robur Petitum, whose day had lasted since the Punic Wars, were still reckoned superior, when fairly handled, to any amount of wild barbarians. But a new chapter of the history of the art of war was just commencing. During their sojourn in the plains of South Russia and Romania the Goths had taken, first of all German races, to fighting on horseback. Dwelling in the Ukraine they had felt the influence of that land, ever the nurse of cavalry from the day of the Scythian to that of the Tartar and Cossack. They had come to consider it more honourable to fight on horse than on foot, and every chief was followed by his war-band of mounted men. Driven against their will into conflict with the empire, they found themselves face to face into the army that had so long held the world in fear, and had turned back their own ancestors in rout 3 generations before. Valens found the main body of the Goths encamped in a great lager, on the plain north of Adrianople. After some abortive negotiations he developed an attack on their front, when suddenly a great body of horsemen charged in on the Roman flank. It was the main strength of the Gothic cavalry, which had been foraging at a distance. Receiving news of the fight it had ridden straight for the battlefield. Some Roman squadrons which covered the left flank of the Emperor's army were ridden down and trampled under foot. Then the Goths swept down on the infantry of the left wing, rolled it up, and drove it in upon the centre. So tremendous was their impact that legions and cohorts were pushed together in hopeless confusion. Every attempt to stand firm failed, and in a few minutes left, centre, and reserve, were one undistinguishable mass. Imperial guards, light troops, lancers, auxiliaries, and infantry of the line were wedged together in a press that grew closer every moment. The Roman cavalry saw that the day was lost, and rode off without another effort. Then the abandoned infantry realized the horror of their position. Equally unable to deploy or to fly, they had to stand to be cut down. Men could not raise their arms to strike a blow, so closely were they packed. Spears snapped right and left, their bearers being unable to lift them to a vertical position. Many soldiers were stifled in the press. Into this quivering mass the Goths rode, plying lance and sword against the helpless enemy. It was not till 40,000 men had fallen that the thinning of the ranks enabled the survivors to break out and follow their cavalry in a headlong flight. They left behind them, dead on the field, the emperor, the grand masters of the infantry and cavalry, the count of the palace, and 35 commanders of different corps. The battle of Adrianople was the most fearful defeat suffered by a Roman army since Cannae, a slaughter to which it is aptly compared by the contemporary historian Ammianus Marcellinus. The army of the East was almost annihilated, and was never reorganized again on the old Roman lines. This awful catastrophe brought down on Constantinople the first attack which it experienced since it had changed its name from Byzantium. After a vain assault on Adrianople, the victorious Goths pressed rapidly on towards the imperial city. Harrying the whole countryside as they passed by, they presented themselves before the Golden Gate, its southwestern exit. But the attack was destined to come to nothing. Their courage failed them when they looked on the vast circuit of walls and the enormous extent of streets. All that mass of riches within appeared inaccessible to them. They cast away the siege machines which they had prepared, and rolled backward on to Thrace. Beyond skirmishing under the walls with a body of Saracen cavalry which had been brought up to strengthen the garrison, they made no hostile attempt on the city. So 40 years after his death, Constantine's prescience was for the first time justified. He was right in believing that an impregnable city on the Bosphorus would prove the salvation of the Balkan Peninsula even if all its open country were overrun by the invader. The unlucky Valens was succeeded on the throne by Theodosius, a wise and virtuous prince, who set himself to repair, by caution and courage combined, the disaster that had shaken the Roman power in the Danube lands. With the remnants of the army of the East he made head against the barbarians. Without venturing to attack their main body, he destroyed many marauders and scattered bands, and made the continuance of the war profitless to them. If they dispersed to plunder they were cut off; if they held together in masses they starved. Presently Fritigern died, and Theodosius made peace with his successor Athanarich, a king who had lately come over the Danube at the head of a new swarm of Goths from the Carpathian country. Theodosius frankly promised and faithfully observed the terms that Fritigern had asked of Valens 10 years before. He granted the Goths land for their settlement in the Thracian province which they had wasted, and enlisted in his armies all the chiefs and their war bands. Within 10 years after the fight of Adrianople he had 40,000 Teutonic horsemen in his service. They formed the best and most formidable part of his host, and were granted a higher pay than the native Roman soldiery. The immediate military results of the policy of Theodosius were not unsatisfactory. It was his Gothic auxiliaries who won for him his 2 great victories over the legions of the West, when in A.D. 388 he conquered the rebel Magnus Maximus, and in A.D. 394 the rebel Eugenius. But from the political side the experiment of Theodosius was fraught with the greatest danger that the Roman Empire had yet known. When barbarian auxiliaries had been enlisted before, they had been placed under Roman leaders and mixed with equal numbers of Roman troops. To leave them under their own chiefs, and deliberately favour them at the expense of the native soldiery, was a most unhappy experiment. It practically put the command of the empire in their hands, for there was no hold over them save their personal loyalty to Theodosius, and the spell which the grandeur of the Roman name and Roman culture still exercised over their minds. That spell was still strong, as is shown in the story which the Gothic historian Jornandus tells about the visit of the old king Athanarich to Constantinople. When he entered the royal city, "Now," said he, "do I at last behold what I had often heard and deemed incredible." He passed his eyes hither and thither admiring first the site of the city, then the fleets of corn ships, then the lofty walls, then the crowds of people of all nations, mingled as the waters from diverse springs mix in a single pool, then the ranks of disciplined soldiery. And at last he cried aloud, "Doubtless the emperor is as a god on earth, and he who raises a hand against him is guilty of his own blood." But this impression was not to continue for long. In A.D. 395, the good Emperor Theodosius, the lover of peace and of the Goths, as he was called, died, and left the throne to his 2 weakly sons Arcadius and Honorius. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Byzantine Empire, by Charles William Chadwick OMAN. Chapter 4, The Departure of the Germans. The Roman Empire, at the end of the 4th century, was in a condition which made the experiment of Theodosius particularly dangerous. The government was highly centralized and bureaucratic. Hosts of officials, appointed directly from Constantinople, administered every provincial post from the greatest to the least. There was little local self-government and no local patriotism. the civil population was looked on by the bureaucratic caste as a multitude without rights or capacities, existing solely for the purpose of paying taxes. So strongly was this view held, that to prevent the revenue from suffering, the landholding classes, from the curialis, or local magnate, down to the poorest peasant, were actually forbidden to move from one district to another without special permission. A landowner was even prohibited from enlisting in the army, unless he could show that he left an heir behind him capable of paying his share in the local rates. An almost entire separation existed between the civilian population and the military caste. It was hard for a civilian of any position to enlist. Only the lower classes, who were of no account in tax paying, were suffered to join the army. On the other hand, every pressure was used to make the sons of soldiers continue in the service. Thus had arisen a purely professional army, which had no sympathy or connection with the unarmed provincials whom it protected. The army had been a source of unending trouble in the 3rd century. For 100 years it had made and unmade Caesars at its pleasure. That was while it was still mainly composed of men born within the empire, and officered by Romans. But Theodosius had now swamped the native element in the army by his wholesale enlistment of Gothic warbands. And he had, moreover, handed many of the chief military posts to Teutons. Some of them indeed had married Roman wives and taken kindly to Roman modes of life, while nearly all had professed Christianity. But at the best they were military adventurers of alien blood, while at worst they were liable to relapse into barbarism, cast all their loyalty and civilization to the winds, and take to harrying the empire again in the old fearless fashion of the 3rd century. Clearly nothing could be more dangerous than to hand over the protection of the timid and unarmed civil population to such guardians. The contempt they must have felt for the unwarlike provincials was so great, and the temptation to plunder the wealthy cities of the empire so constant and pressing, that it was no wonder if the Teutons yielded. Caesar making seemed as easy to the leaders as the sack of provincial churches and treasuries did to the rank and file. When the personal ascendancy of Theodosius was removed, the empire fell at once into troubles which were inevitable. Both at the court of Arcadius, who reigned in Constantinople, and at that of Honorius, who had received the West as his share, a war of factions commenced between the German and the Roman party. Theodosius had distributed so many high military posts to Goths and other Teutons, that this influence was almost unbounded. Stilicho, Magister Militum, commander-in-chief, of the armies of Italy was predominant at the council board of Honorius. Though he was a pure barbarian by blood, Theodosius had married him to his own niece Serena, and left him practically supreme in the west, for the young emperor aged only 11. In the east Arcadius, the elder brother, had attained his 18th year, and might have ruled his own realm had he possessed the energy. But he was a witless young man, short, thin, and sallow, so inactive that he seldom spoke, and always looked as if he was about to fall asleep. His prime minister was a Western Roman named Rufinus, but before the first year of his reign was over, a Gothic captain named Gainas slew Rufinus at a review, before the emperor's very eyes. The weak Arcadius was then compelled to make the eunuch Eutropius his minister, and to appoint Gainas Magister Militum for the East. Gainas and Stilicho contented themselves with wire-pulling at court. But another Teutonic leader thought that the time had come for bolder work. Alaric was a chief sprung from the family of the Balts, whom the Goths reckoned next to the god-descended Amals among their princely houses. He was young, daring, and untamable. Several years spent at Constantinople had failed to civilize him, but had succeeded in filling him with contempt for Roman effeminacy. Soon after the death of Theodosius, he raised the Visigoths in revolt, making it his pretext that the advisers of Arcadius were refusing the foederati, or auxiliaries, certain arrears of pay. The Teutonic sojourners in Moesia and Thrace joined him almost to a man, and the Constantinopolitan government found itself with only a shadow of an army to oppose the rebels. Alaric wandered far and wide, from the Danube to the gates of Constantinople, and from Constantinople to Greece, ransoming or sacking every town in his way till the Goths were gorged with plunder. No one withstood him save Stilicho, who was summoned from the west to aid his master's brother. By skilful maneuvers Stilicho blockaded Alaric in a mountain position in Arcadia; but when he had him at his mercy, it was found that dog does not eat dog. The Teutonic prime minister let the Teutonic rebel escape him, and the Visigoths rolled north again into Illyricum. Sated with plunder, Alaric then consented to grant Arcadius peace, on the condition that he was made a magister militum like Stilicho and Gainas, and granted as much land for his tribesmen as he chose to ask. A.D. 396. For the next 5 years Alaric, now proclaimed king of the Goths by his victorious soldiery, reigned with undisputed sway over the eastern parts of the Balkan peninsula, paying only a shadow of homage to the royal phantom at Constantinople. There appeared every reason to believe that a German kingdom was about to be permanently established in the lands south and west of the Danube. The fate which actually befell Gaul, Spain, and Britain, a few years later seemed destined for Moesia and Macedonia. How different the history of Europe would have been if the Germans had settled down in Servia and Bulgaria we need hardly point out. But another series of events was impending. In A.D. 401, Alaric, instead of resuming his attacks on Constantinople, suddenly declared war on the Western Emperor Honorius. He marched round the head of the Adriatic and invaded northern Italy. The half-Romanized Stilicho, who wished to keep the rule of the West to himself, fought hard to turn the Goths out of Italy, and beat back Alaric's first invasion. But then the young emperor, who was as weak and more worthless than his brother Arcadius, slew the great minister on the charge of treason. When Stilicho was gone, Alaric had everything his own way. He moved with the whole Visigothic race into Italy, where he ranged about at his will, ransoming and plundering every town from Rome downwards. The Visigoths are heard of no more in the Balkan peninsula; they now pass into the history of Italy and then into that of Spain. While Alaric's eyes were turned on Italy, but before he had actually come into conflict with Stilicho, the court of Constantinople had been the seat of grave troubles. Gainas the Gothic magister militum of the East, and his creature, the eunuch Eutropius, had fallen out, and the man of war had no difficulty in disposing of the wretched harem-bred Grand Chamberlain. Instigated by Gainas, the German mercenaries in the army of Asia started an insurrection under a certain Tribigild. Gainas was told to march against them, and collected troops ostensibly for that purpose. But when he was at the head of a considerable army, he did not attack the rebels, but sent a message to Constantinople bidding Arcadius give up to him the obnoxious Grand Chamberlain. Eutropius, hearing of his danger, threw himself on the protection of the Church. He fled into the Cathedral of St. Sophia and clung to the altar. John Chrysostom, the intrepid patriarch of Constantinople, forbade the soldiers to enter the church, and protected the fugitive for some days. One of the most striking incidents in the history of St. Sophia followed. While the cowering chamberlain lay before the altar, John preached to a crowded congregation a sermon on the text, "Vanity of vanities, all is vanity," emphasizing every period of his harangue by pointing to the fallen Eutropius, prime minister of the empire yesterday, and a hunted criminal today. The patriarch extorted a promise that the eunuch's life should be spared, and Eutropius gave himself up. Arcadius banished him to Cyprus, but the inexorable Gainas was not contented with his rival's removal. He had Eutropius brought back to Constantinople and beheaded. The Magister Militum now brought his army over to Constantinople, and quartered it there to overawe the emperor. It appeared quite likely that ere long the Germans would sack the city. But the fate that befell Rome 10 years later was not destined for Constantinople. A mere chance brawl put the domination of Gainas to a sudden end. He himself and many of his troops were outside the city, when a sudden quarrel at one of the gates between a band of Goths and some riotous citizens brought about a general outbreak against the Germans. The Constantinopolitan mob showed itself more courageous and not less unruly than the Roman mob of elder days. The whole population turned out with extemporized arms and attacked the German soldiery. The gates were closed to prevent Gainas and his troops outside from returning, and a desperate street fight raged over the entire city. Isolated bodies of Germans were cut off one by one, and at last their barracks were surrounded and set on fire. The rioters had the upper hand. 7,000 soldiers fell, and the remnant thought themselves lucky to escape. Gainas at once declared open war on the empire, but he had not the genius of Alaric, nor the numerical strength that had followed the younger chief. He was beaten in the field and forced to fly across the Danube, where he was caught and beheaded by Uldes, king of the Huns. Curiously enough, the officer who defeated Gainas was himself not only a Goth but a heathen. His name was Fravitta and had been a sworn guest friend of Theodosius, whose son he faithfully defended even against the assault of his own countrymen, AD 401. The departure of Alaric and the death of Gainas freed the Eastern Romans from the double danger that impended over them. They were neither to see an independent German kingdom on the Danube and Morava, nor to remain under the rule of a semi-civilized German magister militum, making and unmaking ministers, and perhaps Caesars, at his good pleasure. The weak Arcadius was enabled to spend the remaining 7 years of his life in comparative peace and quiet. His court was only troubled by an open war between his spouse, the Empress Aelia Eudoxia, and John Chrysostom, the Patriarch of Constantinople. John was a man of saintly life and apostolic fervour, but rash and inconsiderate alike in speech and action. His charity and eloquence made him the idol of the populace of the imperial city, but his austere manners and autocratic methods of dealing with his subordinates had made him many foes among the clergy. The Patriarch's enemies were secretly supported by the Empress, who had taken offence at the outspoken way in which John habitually denounced the luxury and insolence of her court. She favoured the intrigues of Theophilus, Patriarch of Alexandria, against his brother prelate, backed by the Asiatic clergy in their complaints about John's oppression of them, and at last induced the emperor to allow the saintly patriarch to be deposed by a hastily summoned council, the Synod of the Oak held outside the city. The populace rose at once to defend their pastor. Riots broke out, Theophilus was chased back to Egypt, and the emperor, terrified by an earthquake which seemed to manifest the wrath of heaven, restored John to his place. Next year, however, the war between the empress and the patriarch broke out again. John took the occasion of the erection of a statue of Eudoxia in the Augusteum to recommence his polemics. Some obsolete semi-pagan ceremonies at its dedication roused his wrath, and he delivered a scathing sermon in which, if his enemies are to be believed, he compared the empress to Herodias, and himself to John the Baptist. The emperor, at his wife's demand, summoned another council, which condemned Chrysostom, and on Easter Day, AD 404, seized the patriarch in his cathedral by armed force, and banished him to Asia. That night a fire, probably kindled by the angry adherents of Chrysostom, broke out in St. Sophia, which was burnt to the ground. From thence it spread to the neighbouring buildings, and finally to the Senate House, which was consumed with all the treasures of ancient Greek art of which Constantine had made it the repository. Meanwhile the exiled John was banished to a dreary mountain fastness in Cappadocia, and afterwards condemned to a still more remote prison at Pityus on the Euxine. He died on his way thither, leaving a wonderful reputation for patience and cheerfulness under affliction. This 5th-century Becket was well nigh the only patriarch of Constantinople who ever fell out with the imperial court on a question of morals as distinguished from dogma. Chrysostom's quarrel was with the luxury, insolence and frivolity of the empress and her court. No real ecclesiastical question was involved in his deposition, for the charges against him were mere pretexts to cover the hatred of his disloyal clergy and the revenge of the insulted Aelia Eudoxia. A.D. 407. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Byzantine Empire, by Charles William Chadwick OMAN. Chapter 5, The Reorganization of the Eastern Empire, A.D. 408 to 518. The feeble and inert Arcadius died in A.D. 408, at the early age of 31. His imperious consort had preceded him to the grave, and the empire of the East was left to Theodosius II, a child of 7 years, their only son. There was hardly an instance in Roman history of a minor succeeding quietly to his father's throne. An ambitious relative or a disloyal general had habitually supplanted the helpless heir. But the ministers of Arcadius were exceptionally virtuous or exceptionally destitute of ambition. The little emperor was duly crowned, and the administration of the East undertaken in his name by the able Anthemius, who held the office of Praetorian Prefect. History relates nothing but good of this minister. He made a wise commercial treaty with the king of Persia. He repelled with ease a Hunnish invasion of Moesia. He built a flotilla on the Danube, where Roman warships had not been seen since the death of Valens, 40 years before. He reorganized the corn supply of Constantinople, and did much to get back into order and cultivation the desolated northwestern lands of the Balkan Peninsula, from which Alaric and his Visigothic hordes had now taken their final departure. The empire was still more indebted to him for bringing up the young Theodosius as an honest and God-fearing man. The palace under Anthemius' rule was the school of the virtues. The lives of the emperor and his 3 sisters, Pulcheria, Arcadia, and Marina, were the model and marvel of their subjects. Theodosius inherited the piety and honesty of his grandfather and namesake, but was a youth of slender capacity, though he took some interest in literature, and was renowned for his beautiful penmanship. His eldest sister, Pulcheria, was the ruling spirit of the family, and possessed unlimited influence over him, though she was but 2 years his senior. When Anthemius died in A.D. 414, she took the title of Augusta, and assumed the regency of the East. Pulcheria was an extraordinary woman. On gathering up the reins of power she took a vow of chastity, and lived as a crowned nun for 36 years. Her fear had been that, if she married, her husband might cherish ambitious schemes against her brother's crown. She therefore kept single herself and persuaded her sisters to make a similar vow. Austere, indefatigable, and unselfish, she proved equal to ruling the realms of the East with success, though no woman had ever made the attempt before. When Theodosius came of age he refused to remove his sister from power, and treated her as his colleague and equal. By her advice he married in A.D. 421, the year that he came of age, the beautiful and accomplished Athenaeus, daughter of the philosopher Leontius. The emperor's chosen spouse had been brought up as a pagan, but was converted before her marriage, and baptized by the name of Eudocia. She displayed her literary tastes in writing religious poetry, which had some merit, according to the critics of the succeeding age. The austere Pulcheria, always immersed in state business or occupied in religious observances, found herself ere long ill at ease in the company of the lively, beautiful, and volatile literary lady whom she had chosen as sister-in-law. If Theodosius had been less easy-going and good-hearted he must have sent away either his sister or his wife, but he long contrived to dwell affectionately with both, though their bickerings were unending. After many years of married life, however, a final quarrel came, and the empress retired to spend the last years of her life in seclusion at Jerusalem. The cause of her exile is not really known. We have only a wild story concerning it, which finds an exact parallel in one of the tales of the Arabian Nights. The emperor, so runs the tale, was one day met by a peasant who presented him with a Phrygian apple of enormous size, so that the whole court marvelled at it. And he gave the man 150 gold pieces in reward, and sent the apple to the Empress Eudocia. But she sent it as a present to Paulinus, the master of the offices, because he was a friend of the emperor. But Paulinus, not knowing the history of the apple, took it and gave it to the emperor as he re-entered the palace. And Theodosius having received it, recognized it and concealed it, and called his wife and questioned her, saying, "Where is the apple that I sent you?" She answered, "I have eaten it." Then he bade her swear by his salvation the truth, whether she had eaten it or sent it to someone. And Eudocia swore that she had sent it to no man, but had herself eaten it. Then the emperor showed her the apple, and was exceedingly wrath, suspecting that she was enamoured of Paulinus, and had sent it to him as a love gift, for he was a very handsome man. And on this account he put Paulinus to death, but he permitted Eudocia to go to the holy places to pray. And she went down from Constantinople to Jerusalem, and dwelt there all her days. That Paulinus was executed, and that Eudocia spent her last years of retirement in Palestine, we know for certain. All the rest of the story is in reality hidden from us. The chief improbability of the tale is that Eudocia had reached the age of 40 when the breach between her and her husband took place, and that Paulinus was also an official of mature years. Theodosius' long reign passed in comparative quiet. Its only serious troubles were a short war with the Persians, and a longer one with Attila, the great king of the Huns, whose empire now stretched over all the lands north of the Black Sea and Danube, where the Goths had once dwelt. In this struggle the Roman armies were almost invariably unfortunate. The Huns ravaged the country as far as Adrianople and Philippopolis, and had to be bought off by the annual payment of 700 pounds of gold, 31,000 pounds sterling. It is true that they fell on Theodosius while his main force was engaged on the Persian frontier, but the constant ill success of the imperial generals seems to show that the armies of the East had never been properly reorganized since the military system of Theodosius I had been broken up by the revolt of Gainas 40 years before. His grandson had neither a trustworthy body of German auxiliaries nor a sufficiently large native levy of born subjects of the empire to protect his borders. The reconstruction of the Roman military forces was reserved for the successors of Theodosius II. He himself was killed by a fall from his horse in 450 A.D., leaving an only daughter, who was married to her cousin Valentinian III, Emperor of the West. Theodosius, with great wisdom, had designated as his successor, not his young son-in-law, a cruel and profligate prince, but his sister Pulcheria, who at the same time ended her vow of celibacy and married Marcianus, a veteran soldier and a prominent member of the Senate. The marriage was but formal, for both were now well advanced in years. As a political expedient it was all that could be desired. The empire had peace and prosperity under their rule, and freed itself from the ignominious tribute to the Huns. Before Attila died in 452, he had met and been checked by the succours which Marcianus sent to the distressed Romans of the West. When Marcianus and Pulcheria passed away, the empire came into the hands of a series of 3 men of ability. They were all bred as high civil officials, not as generals. All ascended the throne at a ripe age. Not one of them won his crown by arms. All were peaceably designated either by their predecessors or by the Senate and army. These princes were Leo I, 457 to 474, Zeno, 474 to 491, Anastasius, 491 to 518. Their chief merit was that they guided the Roman Empire in the East safely through the stormy times which saw its extinction in the West. While, beyond the Adriatic, province after province was being lopped off and formed into a new Germanic kingdom, the emperors who reigned at Constantinople kept a tight grip on the Balkan Peninsula and on Asia, and succeeded in maintaining their realm absolutely intact. Both East and West were equally exposed to the barbarian in the 5th century, and the difference of their fate came from the character of their rulers, not from the diversity of their political conditions. In the West, after the extinction of the house of Theodosius, 455 A.D., the emperors were ephemeral puppets, made and unmade by the generals of their armies, who were invariably Germans. The 2 magistri militum, Ricimer and Gundovald, one Swabian, the other Burgundian by birth, deposed or slew no less than 5 of their nominal masters in 17 years. In the East, on the other hand, it was the emperors who destroyed one after another the ambitious generals, who, by arms or intrigue, threatened their throne. While this comparison bears witness to the personal ability of the 3 emperors who ruled at Constantinople between A.D. 457 and A.D. 518, it is only fair to remember they were greatly helped by the fact that the German element in their armies had never reached the pitch of power to which it had attained in the West. The suppression of Gainas 40 years before had saved them from that danger. But unruly and aspiring generals were not wanting in the East. The greatest danger of Leo I was the conspiracy of the great Magister Militum Aspar, whom he detected and slew when he was on the eve of rebelling. Zeno was once chased out of his capital by rebels, and twice vexed by dangerous risings in Asia Minor, but on each occasion he triumphed over his adversaries, and celebrated his victory by the execution of the leaders of the revolt. Anastasius was vexed for several years by the raids of a certain Count Vitalian, who ranged over the Thracian provinces with armies recruited from the barbarians beyond the Danube. But, in spite of all these rebellions, the empire was never in serious danger of sinking into disorder or breaking up, as the Western realm had done, into new un-Roman kingdoms. So far was it from this fate, that Anastasius left his successor, when he died in A.D. 518, a loyal army of 150,000 men, and a treasure of 320,000 pounds of gold, and an unbroken frontier to east and west. The main secret of the success of the emperors of the 5th century in holding their own came from the fact that they had reorganized their armies, and filled them up with native troops in great numbers. Leo I was the first ruler who utilized the military virtues of the Isaurians, or mountain populations of southern Asia Minor. He added several regiments of them to the army of the East, but it was his son-in-law and successor, Zeno, himself an Isaurian born, who developed the scheme. He raised an imperial guard from his countrymen, and enlisted as many corps of them as could be raised. Moreover, he formed regiments of Armenians and other inhabitants of the Roman frontier of the East, and handed over to his successor, Anastasius, an army in which the barbarian auxiliaries, now composed of Teutons and Huns in about equal numbers, were decidedly dominated by the native elements. The last danger which the Eastern Empire was to experience from the hands of the Germans fell into the reign of Zeno. The Ostrogoths had submitted to the Huns 90 years before, when their brethren the Visigoths fled into Roman territory, in the reign of Valens. But when the Hunnish Empire broke up at the death of Attila, AD 452, the Ostrogoths freed themselves, and replaced their late masters as the main danger on the Danube. The bulk of them streamed southwestward, and settled in Pannonia, the border province of the Western Empire, on the frontier of the East Roman districts of Dacia and Moesia. They soon fell out with Zeno, and two Ostrogothic chiefs, Theodoric, the son of Theodemir, and Theodoric, the son of Triarius, were the scourges of the Balkan Peninsula for more than 20 years. While the bulk of their tribesmen settled down on the banks of the Save and mid-Danube, the two Theodorics harried the whole of Macedonia and Moesia by never-ending raids. Zeno tried to turn them against each other, offering first to the one, then to the other, the title of Magister Militum, and a large pension. But now, as in the time of Alaric and Stilicho, it was seen that dog will not eat dog. The two Theodorics, after quarrelling for a while, banded themselves together against Zeno. The story of their reconciliation is curious. Theodoric, the son of Theodemir, the ally of Rome for the moment, had surrounded his rival on a rocky hill in a defile of the Balkans. While they lay opposite each other, Theodoric, the son of Triarius, he is usually known as Theodoric the One-Eyed, rode down to his enemy's lines and called to him, "Madman, betrayer of your race, do you not see that the Roman plan is always to destroy Goths by Goths? Whichever of us fails, they, not we, will be the stronger. They never give you real help, but send you out against me to perish here in the desert." Then all the Goths cried out, "The One-Eyed is right. These men are Goths like ourselves." So the two Theodorics made peace, and Zeno had to cope with them both at once, AD 479. 2 years later Theodoric the One-Eyed was slain by accident. His horse flung him, as he mounted, against a spear fixed by the door of his tent. But his namesake continued a thorn in the side of the empire till 488 AD. In that year Zeno bethought him of a device for ridding himself of the Ostrogoth, who, though he made no permanent settlement in Moesia or Macedonia, was gradually depopulating the realm by his incursions. The line of ephemeral emperors who reigned in Italy over the shrunken western realm had ended in 476, when the German general Odoacer deposed Romulus Augustulus, and did not trouble himself to nominate another puppet Caesar to succeed him. By his order a deputation from the Roman Senate visited Zeno at Constantinople, to inform him that they did not require an emperor of their own to govern Italy, but would acknowledge him as ruler alike of East and West. At the same time they besought Zeno to nominate, as his representative in the Italian lands, their defender, the great Odoacer. Zeno replied by advising the Romans to persuade Odoacer to recognize as his lord Julius Nepos, one of the dethroned nominees of Ricimer, who had survived his loss of the imperial diadem. Odoacer refused, and proclaimed himself king in Italy, while still affecting, against Zeno's own will, to recognize the Constantinopolitan emperor as his suzerain. In 488 AD it occurred to Zeno to offer Theodoric the government of Italy, if he would conquer it from Odoacer. The Ostrogoth, who had harried the inland of the Balkan Peninsula bare, and had met several reverses of late from the Roman arms, took the offer. He was made patrician and consul, and started off with all the Ostrogothic nation at his back to win the realm of Italy. After hard fighting with Odoacer and the mixed multitude of mercenaries that followed him, the Goths conquered Italy, and Theodoric, German king and Roman patrician, began to reign at Ravenna. He always professed to be the vassal and deputy of the emperor at Constantinople, and theoretically his conquest of Italy meant the reunion of the East and the West. But the western realm had shrunk down to Italy and Illyricum, and the power of Zeno therein was purely nominal. With the departure of the Ostrogoths we have seen our last of the Germans in the Balkan Peninsula. After 488 the Slavs take their place as the molesters of the Roman frontier on the Danube. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Byzantine Empire by Charles William Chadwick OMAN. Chapter 6. Justinian. The Emperor Anastasius died in A.D. 518 at the ripe age of 88, and his scepter passed to Justinus, the commander of his bodyguard, whom Senate and army alike hailed as most worthy to succeed the good old man. The late emperor had nephews, but he had never designated them as his heirs, and they retired into private life at his death. Justinus was well advanced in years, as all his three predecessors had been when they mounted the throne. But unlike Leo, Zeno, and Anastasius, he had won his way to the front in the army, not in the civil service. He had risen from the ranks, was a rough, uncultured soldier, and is said to have been hardly able to sign his own name. His reign of 9 years would have been of little note in history, for he made no wars and spent no treasure, if he had not been the means of placing on the throne of the East the greatest ruler since the death of Constantine. Justinus had no children himself, but had adopted as his heir his nephew Justinian, son of his deceased brother Sabatius. This young man, born after his father and uncle had won their way to high places in the army, was no uncultured peasant as they had been, but had been reared, as the heir of a wealthy house, in all the learning of the day. He showed from the first a keen intelligence, and applied himself with zeal to almost every department of civil life. Law, finance, administrative economy, theology, music, architecture, fortification, all were dear to him. The only thing in which he seems to have taken little personal interest was military matters. His uncle trusted everything to him, and finally made him his colleague on the throne. Justinian was heir designate to the empire, and had passed the age of 35, giving his contemporaries the impression that he was a staid, businesslike, and eminently practical personage. No one ever remembered him young, it was said, and most certainly no one ever expected him to scandalize the empire by a sensational marriage. But in A.D. 526 the world learnt, to the horror of the respectable and the joy of all scandalmongers, that he had declared his intention of taking to wife the dancer Theodora, the star of the Byzantine comic stage. So many stories have gathered around Theodora's name that it is hard to say how far her early life had been discreditable. A libelous work called The Secret History, written by an enemy of herself and her husband, gives us many scandalous details of her career, but the very virulence of the book make its tales incredible. It is indisputable, however, that Theodora was an actress, and that Roman actresses enjoyed an unenviable reputation for light morals. There was actually a law which forbade a member of the Senate to marry an actress, and Justinian had to repeal it in order to legalize his own marriage. There had been scores of bad and reckless men on the throne before, but none of them had ever dared to commit an action which startled the world half so much as this freak of the staid Justinian. His own mother used every effort to turn him from his purpose, and his uncle the emperor threatened to disinherit him, but he was quietly persistent, and ere the aged Justinus died he had been induced to acknowledge the marriage of his nephew, and to confer on Theodora the title of patrician. Theodora, as even her enemies allow, was the most beautiful woman of her age. Procopius, the best historian of the day, says, quote, that it was impossible for mere man to describe her comeliness in words, or imitate it in art. Unquote. All that her detractors could say was that she was below the middle height, and that her complexion was rather pale, though not unhealthy. It is unfortunate that we have no representation of her surviving, save the famous mosaic in San Vitale at Ravenna, and mosaic is of all forms of art that least suited to reproduce beauty. Whatever her early life may have been, Theodora was in spirit and intelligence well suited to be the mate of the Emperor of the East. After her marriage no word of scandal was breathed against her life. She rose to the height of her situation. Once her courage saved her husband's throne, and always she was the ablest and the most trusted of his counselors. The grave, studious, and hard-working emperor never regretted his choice of a consort. It cannot be said, however, that either Justinian or Theodora are sympathetic characters. The emperor was a hard and suspicious master, and not over-grateful to subjects who served him well. He was intolerant in religious, and unscrupulous in political matters. When his heart was set on a project, he was utterly unmindful of the slaughter and ruin which it might bring upon his people. In the extent of his conquests and the magnificence of his public works, he was incomparably the greatest of the emperors who reigned at Constantinople. But the greatness was purely personal. He left the empire weaker in resources, if broader in provinces, than he found it. Of all the great sovereigns of history, he may be most fairly compared with Louis XIV of France. But it may be remembered to his credit in the comparison that Louis has nothing to set against Justinian's great legal work, the compilation of the Pandects and Institutes, and that Justinian's private life, unlike that of the Frenchman, was strict even to austerity. All night long, we read, he sat alone over his state papers in his cabinet, or paced the dark halls in deep thought. His sleepless vigilance so struck his subjects that the strangest legends became current even in his lifetime. His enemies whispered that he was no mere man, but an evil spirit that required no rest. One grotesque tale even said that the emperor had been seen long after midnight traversing the corridors of his palace, without his head. If Justinian seemed hardly human to those who feared him, Theodora is represented as entirely given up to pride and ambition, never forgiving an offense, but hunting to death or exile all who had crossed her in the smallest thing. She is reproached, but who that is risen from a low estate is not, of an inordinate love for the pomps and vanities of imperial state. High officials complained that she had as great a voice in settling political matters as her husband. Yet, on the whole, her influence would appear not to have been an evil one. Historians acknowledge that she was liberal in almsgiving, religious after her own fashion, and that she often interfered to aid the oppressed. It is particularly recorded that, remembering the dangers of her own youth, she was zealous in establishing institutions for the reclaiming of women who had fallen into sin. The aged Justinus died in 527 A.D., and Justinian became the sole occupant of the throne, which he was destined to occupy for 38 years. It was less than half the century, yet his personality seems to pervade the whole period, and history hardly remembers the insignificant predecessors and successors whose reigns eke out the remainder of the years between 500 and 600. The empire, when Justinian took it over from the hands of his uncle, was in a more prosperous condition than it had known since the death of Constantine. Since the Ostrogoths had moved out of the Balkan Peninsula in A.D. 487, it had not suffered from any very long or destructive invasion from without. The Slavonic tribes, now heard of for the first time, and the Bulgarians had made raids across the Danube, but they had not yet shown any signs of settling down, as the Goths had done, within the limits of the empire. Their incursions, though vexatious, were not dangerous. Still, the European provinces of the empire were in worse conditions than the Asiatic, and were far from having recovered the effects of the ravages from Fritigern and Alaric, Attila and Theodoric. But the more fortunate Asiatic lands had hardly seen a foreign enemy for centuries. Footnote: There had been only an isolated raids of Huns in A.D. 395, which penetrated as far as Palestine. No other invasion reached as far as Antioch. End of footnote. Except in the immediate neighborhood of the Persian frontier there was no danger, and Persian wars had been infrequent of late. Southern Asia Minor had once or twice suffered from internal risings, rebellions of the warlike Isaurians, but civil war left no such permanent mark on the land as did the barbarian invasions. On the whole, the resources of the provinces beyond the Bosphorus were intact. Justinus, in his quiet reign, had spent little or none of the great hoard of treasure which Anastasius had bequeathed to him. There were more than 300,000 pounds of gold in store when Justinian came to the throne. The army, as we have had occasion to relate in the last chapter, was in good order, and composed in a larger proportion of born subjects of the empire than it had been at any time since the battle of Adrianople. There would appear to have been from 150,000 to 200,000 men under arms, but the extent of the frontiers of the empire were so great that Justinian never sent out a single army of more than 30,000 strong, and forces of only a third of that number are often found entrusted with such mighty enterprises as the invasion of Africa, or the defense of the Armenian border. The flower of the Roman army was no longer its infantry, but its mailed horsemen, cataprocti, armed with lance and bow, as the Parthian cavalry had once been of old. The infantry comprised more archers and javelin men than heavy troops. The Isaurians and other provincials of the mountainous parts of Asia Minor were reckoned the best of them. Among both horse and foot, large bodies of foreign auxiliaries were still found. The Huns and Arabs supplied light cavalry, the German Herules and Gepidi, from beyond the Danube, heavier troops. The weakest point in the empire when Justinian took it over was its financial system. The cardinal maxim of political economy that, "taxes should be raised in the manner least oppressive to those who pay them," was as yet undreamt of. The exaction of arbitrary customs dues, and the frequent grant of monopolies was noxious to trade. The deplorable system of tax farming through middlemen was employed in many branches of the revenue. Landed proprietors, small and great, were still mercilessly overtaxed, in consideration of their exemption from military service. The budget was always handicapped by the necessity for providing free corn for the populace of Constantinople. Yet, in spite of all these drawbacks, Justinian enjoyed an enormous and steady revenue. His finance minister, John of Cappadocia, was such an ingenious extortioner that the treasury was never empty in the hardest stress of war and famine, but it was kept full at the expense of the future. The grinding taxation of Justinian's reign bore fruit in the permanent impoverishment of the provinces. His successors were never able to raise such a revenue again. Here again Justinian may well be compared to Louis XIV. Justinian's policy divides into the departments of internal and foreign affairs. Of his doings as legislator, administrator, theologian, and builder, we shall speak in their proper place. But the history of his foreign policy forms the main interest of his reign. He had determined to take up a task which none of his predecessors since the division of the empire under Arcadius and Honorius had dared to contemplate. It was his dream to reunite under his scepter the German kingdoms in the western Mediterranean, which had been formed out of the broken fragments of the realm of Honorius, and to end the solemn pretense by which he was nominally acknowledged as emperor west of the Adriatic, while really all power was in the hands of the German rulers who posed as his vice-regents. He aimed at reconquering Italy, Africa, and Spain, if not the further provinces of the old empire. We shall see that he went far towards accomplishing his intention. But during the first 5 years of his reign his attention was distracted by other matters. The first of them was an obstinate war of 4 years' duration with Kobad, king of Persia. The causes of quarrel were ultimately the rival pretensions of the Roman and Persian empires to the suzerainty of the small states on their northern frontiers near the Black Sea, the kingdoms of Lazica and Iberia, and more proximately the strengthening of the fortresses on the Mesopotamian border by Justinian. His fortification of Dara, close to the Persian frontier town of Nisibis, was the casus belli chosen by Kobad, who declared war in 528, a year after Justinian's accession. The Persian war was bloody, but absolutely indecisive. All the attacks of the enemy were repelled, and one great pitched battle won over him at Dara in 530. but neither party succeeded in taking a single fortress of importance from the other, and when, on the death of Kobad, his son Chosroes made peace with the empire, the terms amounted to the restoration of the old frontier. The only importance of the war was that it enabled Justinian to test his army, and showed him that he possessed an officer of first-rate merit in Belisarius, the victor of the battle of Dara. This famous general was a native of the Thracian inland. He entered the army very young, and rose rapidly, till at the age of 23 he was already governor of Dara, and at 25 Magister Militum of the East. Footnote: born in Germania, a district between Thrace and Illyricum, says his secretary Procopius. We do not know where the district, a German settlement presumably, was situated. End of footnote. His influence at court was very great, as he had married Antonia, the favorite and confidant of the Empress Theodora. His position indeed was not unlike that which Marlborough, owing to his wife's ascendancy, enjoyed at the court of Queen Anne. Like Marlborough too, Belisarius was ruled and bullied by his clever and unscrupulous wife. Unlike the great Duchess Sarah, Antonina never set herself to thwart her mistress, but after Theodora's death she and her husband lost favor, and in declining years knew much the same misfortune as did the Marlboroughs. The year which saw the Persian War end, A.D. 532, saw also the rise and fall of another danger, which while it lasted was much more threatening to the empire's life and power. We have already noticed the Blues and Greens, the great factions of the Byzantine circus. All through the 5th century they had been growing stronger, and interfered more and more in politics, and even in religious controversies. To be a Green in 530 meant to be a partisan of the house of the late Emperor Anastasius, and a Monophysite. Footnote: to hold the view which denied the existence both of a truly human and a truly divine nature in our Lord Jesus Christ. End of footnote. The Blues posed as partisans of the house of Justinus, and as strictly orthodox in matters ecclesiastical. From mere circus factions they had almost grown into political parties, but they still retained at the bottom many traces of their low sporting origin. The rougher elements predominated in them, they were prone to riot and mischief, and, as the events of 532 were to show, they were a serious danger to the state. In January of that year there was serious rioting in the streets. Justinian, though ordinarily he favored the Blue faction, impartially ordered the leaders of the rioters on both sides to be put to death. 7 were selected for execution, and 4 of them were duly beheaded in the presence of a great and angry mob, in front of the monastery of St. Conon. The last 3 rioters were to be hung, but the hangman so bungled his task that 2 of the criminals, one a Blue, the other a Green, fell to the ground alive. The guards seized them, and they were again suspended, but once more, owing no doubt to the terror of the executioners at the menaces of the mob, the rope slipped. Then the multitude broke loose, the guards were swept away, and the half-hung criminals were thrust into sanctuary at the adjacent monastery. This exciting incident proved the commencement of 6 days of desperate rioting. The Blues and Greens united, and taking as their watchword Nika, conquer, swept through the city, crying for the deposition of John of Cappadocia, the unpopular finance minister, and of Eudemius, prefect of the city, who was immediately responsible for the executions. The ordinary police of the capital were quite unable to master them, and Justinian was weak enough to promise to dismiss the officials. But the mob was now quite out of hand, and refused to disperse. The trouble was fomented by the partisans of the house of the late emperor, who began to shout for the deposition of Justinian, and wished to make Hypatius, nephew of Anastasius, Caesar in his stead. The city was almost empty of troops, owing to the garrison having been sent to the Persian War. The emperor could only count on 4,000 men of the imperial guard, a few German auxiliaries, and a regiment of 500 cataphracti, mailed horsemen, under Belisarius, who had just returned from the seat of war. Belisarius was placed in command of the whole, and sallied out to clear the streets. But the rioters, showing the same pluck that the Byzantine mob displayed against the soldiers of Gainas 125 years before, offered a stout resistance. The main fighting took place around the great square of the Augustium, between the imperial palace and the hippodrome. In the heat of the fight the rebels set fire to the brazen porch by the Senate House. The Senate House caught fire, and then the conflagration spread east and north, till it was wafted across the square to St. Sophia. On the third day of the riot the great cathedral was burnt to the ground, and from thence the flames issued out to burn the hospital of Samson and the church of St. Irene. The fire checked the fighting, and the insurgents were now in possession of most of the city, but they could not find their chosen leader, for the unfortunate Hypatius, who had no desire to risk his neck, had taken refuge with the emperor in the palace. It was not till he was actually driven out by Justinian, who feared to have him about his person, that this rebel, in spite of himself, fell into the hands of his own adherents. But on the 6th day of the riots they led him to the hippodrome, installed him in the royal seat of the Kathisma, and crowned him there with a gold chain of his wife's, for want of a proper diadem. Meanwhile there was dismay and diversity of counsels in the palace. John of Cappadocia and many other ministers strove to persuade the emperor to fly by sea, and gather additional troops to Heraclea. There was nothing left in his power save the palace, and they insisted that if he remained there longer he would be surrounded by the rebels and cut off from escape. It was then that Empress Theodora rose to the level of the occasion, refused to fly, and urged her husband to make one final assault on the enemy. Her words are preserved by Procopius. Quote, "This is no occasion to keep to the old rule that a woman must not speak in the council. Those who are most concerned have most right to dictate the course of action. Now, every man must die once, and for a king death is better than dethronement and exile. May I never see the day when my purple robe is stripped from me, and when I am no more called lady and mistress. If you wish, O Emperor, to save your life, nothing is easier. There are your ships and the sea. But I agree with the old saying that empire is the best winding sheet." Unquote. Spurred on by his wife's bold words, Justinian ordered a last assault on the rebels, and Belisarius led out his full force. The factions were now in the hippodrome, saluting their newly crowned leader with shouts of "Hippati Auguste, tu vincas!" preparatory to a final attack on the palace. Belisarius attacked at once all three gates of the hippodrome. That directed against the door of the Kathisma failed, but the soldiery forced both the side entrances, and, after a hard struggle, the rebels were entirely routed. Crowded into the enormous building with only 5 exits, they fell in thousands by the swords of the victorious imperialists. It is said that 35,000 men were slain in the 6 days of this great sedition of Nika. It is curious to learn that not even this awful slaughter succeeded in crushing the factions. We hear of the Blues and Greens still rioting on various occasions during the next 50 years, but they never came again so near to changing the course of history as in the famous rising of A.D. 532. End of chapter 6. Recording by Robert Hoffman.
Chapter 7 of The Byzantine Empire by Charles William Chadwick OMAN. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 7. Justinian's Foreign Conquests. After the Persians had drawn back, foiled in their attempt to conquer Mesopotamia, and after the suppression of the Nika sedition had cowed the unruly populace of Constantinople, Justinian found himself at last free, and was able to take in hand his great scheme for the reconquest of the last provinces of the empire. The enforced delay of 6 years between his accession and his first attempt to execute his great plan was, as it happened, extremely favourable to the emperor. In each of the 2 German kingdoms with which he had first to deal, Power had passed within those 6 years into the hands of a weak and incapable sovereign. In Africa, Hilderic, the king of the Vandals, had been dethroned by his cousin Gelimer, a warlike and ambitious, but very incapable ruler. In Italy, Theodoric, the great king of the Ostrogoths, had died in AD 526, and his grandson and successor, Athalaric, in AD 533. After the death of the young Athalaric, the kingdom fell to his mother, Amanlasuntha, and she, compelled by Gothic public opinion to take a husband to rule in her behalf, had unwisely wedded Theodahat, her nearest kinsman. He was cruel, scheming, and suspicious, and murdered his wife, within a year of her having brought him the kingdom of Italy as a dowry. Cowardly and avaricious, as well as ungrateful, Theodahat possessed exactly those vices which were most suited to making him the scorn of his warlike subjects. He could count neither on their loyalty nor their respect in the event of a war. Both the Vandals in Africa and the Goths in Italy were at this time so weak as to invite an attack by an enterprising neighbour. They had in fact conquered larger realms than their limited numbers were really able to control. The original tribal hordes which had subdued Africa and Italy were composed of 50 or 60,000 warriors with their wives and children. Now such a body concentrated on one spot was powerful enough to bear down everything before it. But when the conquerors spread themselves abroad, they were but a sprinkling among the millions of provincials whom they had to govern. In all Italy there were probably but 3 cities, Ravenna, Verona, and Pavia, in which the Ostrogoths formed a large proportion of the population. A great army makes but a small nation, and the Goths and Vandals were too few to occupy such wide tracts as Italy and Africa. They formed merely a small aristocracy, governing by dint of the ascendancy which their fathers had won over the minds of the unwarlike populations which they had subdued. The only chance for the survival of the Ostrogothic and Vandal monarchies lay in the possibility of their amalgamating with the Roman provincial population, as the Franks, under more favourable circumstances, did with the conquered inhabitants of Gaul. This was seen by Theodoric, the great conqueror of Italy, and he did his best to reconcile Goth and Roman, held the balance with strict justice between the two, and employed Romans as well as Goths in the government of the country. But one generation does little to assuage old hatreds such as that between the conquerors and the conquered in Italy. Theodoric was succeeded by a child, and then by a ruffian, and his work ended with him. Even he was unable to strike at the most fatal difference of all between his countrymen and the Italians. The Goths were Arians, having been converted to Christianity in the 4th century by missionaries who held the Arian heresy. Their subjects, on the other hand, were Orthodox Catholics, almost without exception. When religious hatred was added to race hatred, there was hardly any hope of welding together the two nationalities. Another source of weakness in the kingdoms of Africa and Italy must be noted. The Vandals of the 3rd generation and the Goths of the 2nd, after their settlement in the south, seem to have degenerated in courage and stamina. It may be that the climate was unfavourable to races reared in the Danube lands. It may be that the temptations of unlimited luxury offered by Roman civilization sufficed to demoralize them. A Gothic sage observed at the time that the Goth, when rich, tends to become Roman in his habits; the Roman, when poor, Gothic in his. There was truth in this saying, and the result of the change was ominous for the permanence of the kingdom of Italy. If the masters softened and the subjects hardened, they would not preserve for ever their respective positions. The case of the kingdom of Africa was infinitely worse than that of the kingdom of Italy. The Vandals were less numerous than the Goths in proportion to their subjects. They were not merely heretics, but fanatical and persecuting heretics, which the Goths were not. Moreover, they had never had at their head a great organizer, administrator, like Theodoric, but only a succession of turbulent princes of the Viking type, fit for war and nothing else. Justinian declared war on King Gelimer the moment that he had made peace with Persia, using as his casus belli not a definite reassertion of the claim of the empire over Africa, for such language would have provoked the rulers of Italy and Spain to join the Vandals, but the fact that Gelimer had wrongfully deposed Hilderic, the emperor's ally. In July 533, Belisarius, who was now at the height of his favour for his successful suppression of the Nika rioters, sailed from the Bosphorus with an army of 10,000 foot and 5,000 horse. He was accompanied, luckily for history, by his secretary, Procopius, a very capable writer, who had left a full account of his master's campaigns. Belisarius landed at Tripoli, the extreme eastern limit of the Vandal power. The town was at once betrayed to him by its Roman inhabitants. From thence he advanced cautiously along the coast, meeting with no opposition, for the incapable Gelimer had been caught unprepared, and was still engaged in calling in his scattered warriors. It was not till he had approached within 10 miles of Carthage that Belisarius was attacked by the Vandals. After a hard struggle he defeated them, and the city fell into his hands next day. The provincials were delighted at the rout of their masters, and welcomed the imperial army with joy. There was neither riot nor pillage, and Carthage had not the aspect of a conquered town. Calling up his last reserves, Gelimer made one more attempt to try the fortunes of war. He advanced on Carthage, and was met by Belisarius at Tricamaron on the road to Bula. Again the day went against him. His army broke up, his last fortresses threw open their gates, and there was an end of the Vandal kingdom. It had existed just 104 years, since Genseric entered Africa in AD 429. Gelimer took refuge for a time with the Moorish tribes, who dwelt in the fastnesses of Mount Atlas, but ere long he resolved to surrender himself to Belisarius, whose humanity was as well known as his courage. He sent to Carthage to say that he was about to give himself up, and, so the story goes, asked but for 3 things: a harp, to which to chant a dirge he had written on the fate of himself and the Vandal race, a sponge to wipe away his tears, and a loaf, a delicacy he had not tasted ever since he had been forced to partake of the unsavoury food of the Moors. Belisarius received Gelimer with kindness, and took him to Constantinople, along with the treasures of the palace of Carthage, which included many of the spoils of Rome captured by the Vandals 86 years before, when they sacked the imperial city in 453. It is said that among these spoils were some of the golden vessels of the temple at Jerusalem, which Titus had brought in triumph to Rome, and which Genseric had carried from Rome to Carthage. The triumphal entry of Belisarius into Constantinople with his captives and his spoils encouraged Justinian to order instant preparations for an attack on the Second German Kingdom, on his western frontier. He declared war on the wretched King Theodahat in the summer of AD 435, using as his pretext the murder of Queen Amalasuntha, whom, as we have already said, her ungrateful spouse had first imprisoned and then strangled within a year of their marriage. The king of the Goths, whether he was conscience-stricken or merely cowardly, showed the greatest terror at the declaration of war. He even wrote to Constantinople, offering to resign his crown if the emperor would guarantee his life and his private property. Meanwhile he consulted soothsayers and magicians about his prospects, for he was as superstitious as he was incompetent. Procopius tells us a strange tale of the doings of a Jewish magician of note, to whom Theodahat applied. He took 30 pigs, to represent unclean Gentiles, we must suppose, and penned them in 3 sties, 10 in each. The one part he called Goths, the second Italians, and the third Imperialists. He left the beasts without food or water for 10 days, and bade the king visit them at the end of that time, and take augury from their condition. When Theodahat looked in, he found all but 2 of the Goth pigs dead, and half of the Italians, but the Imperialists, though gaunt and wasted, were all or almost all alive. This portent the Jew expounded as meaning that at the end of the approaching war the Gothic race would be exterminated and their Italian subjects terribly thinned, while the imperial troops would conquer, though with toil and difficulty. While Theodahat was busying himself with portents, actual war had broken out on the Illyrian frontier between the Goths and the governor of Dalmatia. There was no use in making further offers to Justinian, and the king of Italy had to face the situation as best he could. In the summer of 535 Belisarius landed in Sicily with an even smaller army than had been given him to conquer Africa, only 3,000 Roman troops, all Isaurians, and 4,500 barbarian auxiliaries of different sorts. Belisarius's first campaign was as fortunate as had been that which had been waged against Gelimer. All the Sicilian towns threw open their gates, except Palermo, where there was a considerable Gothic garrison, and Palermo fell after a short siege. In 6 months the whole island was in the hands of Belisarius. Theodahat seemed incapable of defending himself. He fell into a condition of abject helplessness, which so provoked his warlike subjects that when the news came that Belisarius had crossed over into Italy and taken Rhegium, they rose and slew him. In his stead, the army of the Goths elected as their king Vitiges, a middle-aged warrior well known for personal courage and integrity, but quite incompetent to face the impending storm. After the fall of Rhegium, Belisarius marched rapidly on Naples, meeting no opposition, for the Goths were very thinly scattered through southern Italy and had not even enough men to garrison the Lucanian and Calabrian fortresses. Naples was taken by surprise, the Imperialists finding their way within the walls by crawling up a disused aqueduct. After this important conquest Belisarius made for Rome, though his forces were reduced to a mere handful by the necessity of leaving garrisons in his late conquests. King Vitiges made no effort to obstruct his approach. He had received news that the Franks were threatening an invasion of northern Italy, and went north to oppose an imaginary danger in the Alps, when he should have been defending the line of the Tiber. Having staved off the danger of a Frankish war by ceding Provence to King Theodoric, Vitiges turned back, only to learn that Rome was now in the hands of the enemy. The troops of Leuderus, the Gothic general, who had been left with 4,000 men to defend the city, had been struck with panic at the approach of Belisarius, and were cowardly and idiotic enough to evacuate it without striking a blow. 5,000 men had sufficed to seize the ancient capital of the world. Next spring King Vitiges came down with the main army of the Goths, more than 100,000 strong, and laid siege to Rome. The defence of the town by Belisarius and his very inadequate garrison forms the most interesting episode in the Italian war. For more than a year the Ostrogoths lay before its walls, essaying every device to force an entry. They tried open storm. They endeavoured to bribe traitors within the city. They strove to creep along the bed of a disused aqueduct, as Belisarius had done a year before at Naples. All was in vain, though the besiegers outnumbered the garrison 20-fold, and exposed their lives with the same recklessness that their ancestors had shown in the invasion of the empire 100 years back. The scene best remembered in the siege was the simultaneous assault on 5 points in the wall, on the 21st of March 537. 3 of the attacks were beaten back with ease, but near the Praenestine Gate, at the southeast of the city, one storming party actually forced its way within the walls, and had to be beaten out by sheer hard fighting. And at the mausoleum of Hadrian on the northwest, another spirited combat took place. Hadrian's tomb, a great quadrangular structure of white marble, 300 feet square and 85 feet high, was surmounted by one of the most magnificent collections of statuary in ancient Rome, including 4 great equestrian statues of emperors at its corners. The Goths with their ladders swarmed at the foot of the tomb in such numbers that the arrows and darts of the defenders were insufficient to beat them back. Then, as a last resource, the Imperialists tore down the scores of statues which adorned the mausoleum and crushed the mass of assailants beneath a rain of marble fragments. 2 famous antiques that form the pride of modern galleries, the Dancing Faun at Florence and the Barberini Faun at Munich, were found 1,000 years later, buried in the ditch of the tomb of Hadrian, and must have been among the missiles employed against the Goths. The rough usage which they then received proved the means of preserving them for the admiration of the modern world. A year and 9 days after he had formed the siege of Rome, the unlucky Vitiges had to abandon it. His army, reduced by sword and famine, had given up all hope of success, and news had just arrived that the Imperialists had launched a new army against Ravenna, the Gothic capital. Belisarius, indeed, had just received a reinforcement of 6,000 or 7,000 men, and had wisely sent a considerable force, under an officer named John, to fall on the Adriatic coast. The scene of the war was now transported further to the north, but its character still remained the same. The Romans gained territory, the Goths lost it. Firmly fixed at Ancona and Rimini and Osimo, Belisarius gradually forced his way nearer to Ravenna, and in AD 540 laid siege to it. Witiges, blockaded by Belisarius in his capital, made no such skilful defence as did his rival at Rome 3 years before. To add to his troubles, the Franks came down into northern Italy and threatened to conquer the valley of the Po, the last Gothic stronghold. Witiges then made proposals for submission, but Belisarius refused to grant any terms other than unconditional surrender, though his master Justinian was ready to acknowledge Witiges as vassal king in Transpadane Italy. Famine drove Ravenna to open its gates, and the Goths, enraged at their imbecile king, and struck with admiration for the courage and generosity of Belisarius, offered to make their conqueror Emperor of the West. The loyal general refused, but bade the Goths disperse each to his home, and dwell peaceably for the future as subjects of the empire. He himself, taking the great Gothic treasure hoard from the palace of Theodoric and the captive Witiges, sailed for Constantinople, and laid his trophies at his master's feet. Italy now seemed even as Africa. Only Pavia and Verona were still held by Gothic garrisons, and when he sailed home, Belisarius deemed his work so nearly done that his lieutenants would suffice to crush out the last embers of the strife. He himself was required in the east, for a new Persian war with Khosroes, son of Kobad, was on the eve of breaking out, but things were not destined to end so. At the last moment the Goths found a king and a hero to rescue them, and the conquest of Italy was destined to be deferred for 12 years more. 2 ephemeral rulers reigned for a few months at Pavia, and came to bloody ends, but their successor was Baduila, the noblest character of the 6th century, the first knight of the Middle Ages, as he has been called. When the generals of Justinian marched against him to finish the war by the capture of Verona and Pavia, he won over them the first victory that the Goths had obtained since their enemies landed in Italy. This was followed by 2 more successes. The scattered armies of Witiges rallied round the banner of the new king, and at once the cities of central and southern Italy began to fall back into Gothic hands, with the same rapidity with which they had yielded to Belisarius. The fact was that the war had been a cruel stain on the Italians, and that the imperial governors, and still more their fiscal agents or logothetes, had become unbearably oppressive. Italy had lived through the fit of enthusiasm with which it had received the armies of Justinian, and was now regretting the days of Theodoric as a long-lost golden age. Most of its cities were soon in Baduila's hands. The imperialists retained only the districts round Rome, Naples, Otranto, and Ravenna. Of Naples they were soon deprived. Baduila invested it, and, ere long, constrained it to surrender. He treated the inhabitants with a kindness and consideration which no Roman general except Belisarius had ever displayed. A speech which he delivered to his generals soon after this success deserves a record, as showing the character of the man. A Gothic warrior had been convicted of violating the daughter of a Roman. Baduila condemned him to death. His officers came round him to plead for the soldier's life. He answered them that they must choose that day whether they preferred to save one man's life or the life of the Gothic race. At the beginning of the war, as they knew well, the Goths had brave soldiers, famous generals, countless treasure, horses, weapons, and the forts of Italy. And yet under Theodahat, a man who loved gold better than justice, they had so angered God by their unrighteous lives that all the troubles of the last 10 years had come upon them. Now God seemed to have avenged himself on them. Enough. He had begun a new course with them, and they must begin a course with him, and justice was the only path. As for the present criminal being a valiant hero, let them know that the unjust man and the ravisher was never brave in fight, but that, according to a man's life, such was his luck in battle. Such was the justice of Baduila, and it seemed as if his dream was about to come true, and that the regenerate Goths would win back all that they had lost. Ere long he was at the gates of Rome, prepared to essay with 15,000 men what Witiges had failed to do with 100,000. Lest all his Italian conquests should be lost, Justinian was obliged to send back Belisarius, for no one else could hold back the Goths. But Belisarius was ill supplied with men. He had fallen into disfavour at court, and the imperial ministers stinted him of troops and money. Unable to relieve Rome, he had to wait at Portus, by the mouth of the Tiber, watching for a chance to enter the city. That chance he never got. The famine-stricken Romans, angry with the cruel and avaricious Bessas, who commanded the garrison, began to long for the victory of their enemy, and one night some traitors opened the Assinarian gate and let in Baduila and his Goths. The king thought that his troubles were over. He assembled his chiefs and bade them observe how, in the time of Witiges, 7,000 Greeks had conquered and robbed of kingdom and liberty 100,000 well-armed Goths. But now that they were few, poor, and wretched, the Goths had conquered more than 20,000 of the enemy. And why? Because of old they looked to anything rather than justice. They had sinned against each other and the Romans. Therefore they must choose henceforth and be just men, and have God with them, or unjust, and have God against them. Baduila had determined to do that which no general since Hannibal had contemplated. He would destroy Rome, and with it all the traditions of the world empire of the ancient city. To him they seemed but snares, tending to corrupt the mind of the Goths. The people he sent away unharmed. They were but a few thousand left after the horrors of the famine during the siege, but he broke down the walls and dismantled the palaces and arsenals. For a few weeks Rome was a deserted city, given up to the wolf and the owl. For 11 unquiet years Baduila, the brave and just, ruled Italy, holding his own against Belisarius till the great general was called home by some wretched court intrigue. But presently Justinian gathered another army, more numerous than any that Belisarius had led, and sent it to Italy under the command of the eunuch Narses. It was a strange choice that made the chamberlain into a general, but it succeeded. Narses marched round the head of the Adriatic and invaded Italy from the north. Baduila went forth to meet him at Tegina in the Apennines. For a long day the Ostrogothic knights rode again and again into the imperialist ranks, but all their furious charges failed. At evening they reeled back broken, and their king received a mortal wound in the flight, AD 553. With the death of Baduila it was all up with the Goths. Their heroes' knightly courage and kingly righteousness had not sufficed to save them from the same doom which had overtaken the Vandals. The broken army made one last stand in Campania under a chief named Tea, but he was slain in battle at Nuceria, and then the Goths surrendered. They told Narses that the hand of God was against them. They would quit Italy and go back to dwell in the north, in the land of their fathers. So the poor remnant of the conquering Ostrogoths marched off, crossed the Po and the Alps, and passed away into oblivion in the northern darkness. The scheme of Justinian was complete. Italy was his, but an Italy so wasted and depopulated that the traces of the ancient Roman rule had almost vanished. The land, says a contemporary chronicler, was reduced to primeval solitude. War and famine had swept it bare. It was strange to find that the emperor was not tired out by waging this desperate war with the Goths. The moment it ended he began to essay another western conquest. There was civil war in Spain, and taking advantage of it, Liberius, governor of Africa, landed in Andalusia and rapidly took the great towns of the south of the peninsula, Cordova, Cartagena, Malaga, and Cadiz. The factious Visigoths then dropped their strife, united in arms under King Athangeld, and checked the further progress of the imperial arms. But a long slip of the lost territory was not recovered by them. Justinian and his successors, down to AD 623, reigned over the greater part of the sea-coast of southern Spain. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the Byzantine Empire by Charles William Chadwick OMAN. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 8. The End of Justinian's Reign. The slackness with which the generals of Justinian prosecuted the Gothic war in the period between the triumph of Belisarius at Ravenna in A.D. 540 and the final conquest of Italy in A.D. 553 is mainly to be explained by the fact that, just at the moment of the fall of Ravenna, the empire became involved in a new struggle with its great eastern neighbour. Chosroes of Persia was seriously alarmed at the African and Italian conquests of Justinian, and remembered that he too, as well as the Vandals and Goths, was in possession of provinces that had formerly been Roman, and might one day be reclaimed by the emperor. He determined to strike before Justinian had got free from his Italian war, and while the flower of the Roman army was still in the west. Using as his pretext for war some petty quarrels between two tribes of Arabs, subject respectively to Persia and the Empire, he declared war in the spring of A.D. 540. Justinian, as the king had hoped, was caught unprepared. The army of the Euphrates was so weak that it never dared face the Persians in the field, and the opening of the war was fraught with such a disaster to the empire as had not been known since the battle of Adrianople more than 160 years before. Avoiding the fortresses of Mesopotamia, Chosroes, who led his army in person, burst into northern Syria. His main object was to strike a blow at Antioch, the metropolis of the east, a rich city that had not seen an enemy for nearly 3 centuries, and was reckoned safe from all attacks, owing to its distance from the frontier. Antioch had a strong garrison of 6,000 men, and the Blues and Greens of its circus factions had taken arms to support the regular troops. But the commander was incompetent, and the fortifications had been somewhat neglected of late. After a sharp struggle, Chosroes took the town by assault. The garrison cut its way out, and many of the inhabitants escaped with it. But the city was sacked from cellar to garret, and thousands of captives were dragged away by the Persians. Chosroes planted them by the Euphrates, as Nebuchadnezzar had done of old with the Jews, and built for them a city which he called Khosroantiochia, blending his own name with that of their ancient abode. This horrible disaster to the second city of the Roman East roused all Justinian's energy. Neglecting the Italian war, he sent all his disposable troops to the Euphrates frontier, and named Belisarius himself as the chief commander. After this, Chosroes won no such successes as had distinguished his first campaign. Having commenced an attack on the Roman border fortresses in Colchis, far to the north, he was drawn home by the news that Belisarius had invaded Assyria and was besieging Nisibis. On the approach of the king, the imperial general retired, but his maneuver had cost the Persian the fruits of a whole summer's preparation, and the year A.D. 541 ended without serious fighting. In the next spring, very similar operations followed. Belisarius defended the line of the Euphrates with success, and the invaders retired after having reduced one single Mesopotamian fortress. The war lingered for 2 years more, till Chosroes, disgusted at the ill success of all his efforts since his first success at Antioch, and more especially humiliated by a bloody repulse from the walls of Edessa, consented to treat for peace. He gave up his conquests, which were of small importance, but regarded the honours of the war as being his own, because Justinian consented to pay him 2,000 pounds of gold, £108,000, on the ratification of the treaty. One curious clause was inserted in the document. Though hostilities ceased everywhere else, the rights of the two monarchs to the suzerainty of the kingdom of Lazica on the Colchian frontier, hard by the Black Sea, were left undefined. For no less than 7 years a sort of by-war was maintained in this small district, while peace prevailed on all other points of the Perso-Roman frontier. It was not till A.D. 556, after both parties had wasted much treasure and many men on the unprofitable contest, that Chosroes resigned the attempt to hold the small and rugged mountain kingdom of the Lazi, and resigned it to Justinian on the promise of an annual grant of £18,000 as compensation money. But although Justinian had brought his second Persian War to a not unsuccessful end, the empire had come badly out of the struggle, and was by 156 falling into a condition of incipient disorder and decay. This was partly caused by the reckless financial expedients of the emperor, who taxed the provinces with unexampled rigour, while forced to maintain at once a Persian and an Italian war. The main part of the damage, however, was wrought by other than human means. In AD 542 there broke out in the empire a plague such as had not been known for 300 years. The last similar visitation had fallen in the reign of Trebonianus Gallus far back in the 3rd century. This pestilence was one of the epoch-making events in the history of the empire, as great a landmark as the Black Death in the history of England. The details which Procopius gives us concerning its progress and results leave no doubt that it operated more powerfully than any other factor in that weakening of the empire which is noticeable in the second half of the 6th century. When it reached Constantinople, 5,000 persons a day are said to have fallen victims to it. All customary occupations ceased in the city, and the marketplace was empty save for corpse-bearers. In many houses not a single soul remained alive, and the government had to take special measures for the burial of neglected corpses. The disease, says the chronicler, did not attack any particular race or class of men, nor prevail in any particular region, nor confine itself to any period of the year, summer or winter, north or south, Greek or Arabian, washed or unwashed. Of such distinctions the plague took no account. A man might climb to the hilltop, and it was there. He might retire to the depths of a cavern, and it was there also. The only marked characteristic of its ravages that the chronicler could find was that, whether by chance or providential design, it strictly spared the most wicked. Justinian himself fell ill of the plague. He recovered, but was never his old self again. Though he persevered inflexibly to his last day in his scheme for the reconquest of the empire, yet he seems to have declined in energy, and more especially to have lost that power of organization which had been his most marked characteristic. The chroniclers complain that he had grown less hopeful and less masterful. After achieving so much in the days of his vigour, when he entered into the last stage of his life, he seemed to weary of his labours, and preferred to create discord among his foes, or to mollify them with gifts, instead of trusting to his arms and facing the dangers of war. So he allowed his troops to decline in numbers, because he did not expect to require their services, and his ministers, who collected his taxes and maintained his armies, were affected with the same indifference. One feature of the emperor's later years was that he took more and more interest in theological disputes, even to the neglect of state business. The church question of the day was the dispute on monophysitism, the heresy which denied the existence both of a human and a divine nature in our Lord. Justinian was not a monophysite himself, but wished to unify the sect with the main body of the church by edicts of comprehension, which forbade the discussion of the subject, and spent much trouble in coercing prelates, orthodox and heretical, into a reconciliation which had no chance of permanent success. His chief difficulty was with the bishops of Rome. He forced Pope Vigilius to come to Constantinople, and kept him under constraint for many months, till he signed all that was required of him, AD 554. The only result was to win Vigilius the reputation of a heretic, and to cause a growing estrangement between East and West. The gloom of Justinian's later years was even more marked after the death of his wife. Theodora died in AD 548, 6 years after the Great Plague, and it may be that her loss was no less a cause of the diminished energy of his later years than was his enfeebled health. Her bold and adventurous spirit must have buoyed him up in many of the more difficult enterprises of the first half of his reign. After her death, Justinian seems to have trusted no one. His destined successor, Justinus, son of his sister, was kept in the background, and no great minister seems to have possessed his confidence. Even Belisarius, the first and most loyal soldier of the empire, does not appear to have been trusted. In the Second Gothic War, the emperor stinted him out of troops and hampered him with colleagues. At last he was recalled, AD 549, and sent into private life, in which he was only recalled on the occurrence of a sudden military crisis in AD 558. The crisis was a striking example of the mismanagement of Justinian's later years. A nomad horde from the South Russian steppe, the Kotrigur Huns, had crossed the frozen Danube at midwinter, when hostilities were least expected, and thrown themselves on the Thracian provinces. The empire had 150,000 men under arms at the moment, but they were all dispersed abroad, many in Italy, others in Africa, others in Spain, others in Colchis, some in the Thebaid, and a few on the Mesopotamian frontier. There was such a dearth of men to defend the home provinces that the barbarians rode unhindered over the whole countryside from the Danube to the Propontis, plundering and burning. One body, only 7,000 strong, came up to within a few miles of the city gates, and inspired such fear that the Constantinopolitans began to send their money and church plate over to Asia. Justinian then summoned Belisarius from his retirement and placed him in command of what troops there were available: a single regiment of 300 veterans from Italy and the Scholarian Guards, a body of local troops, 3,500 strong, raised in the city and entrusted with the charge of its gates, which inspired little confidence, as its members were allowed to practice their trades and avocations, and only called out in rotation for occasional service. With this undisciplined force, which had never seen war, at his back, Belisarius contrived to beat off the Huns. He led them to pursue him back to a carefully prepared position, where the only point that could be attacked was covered with woods and hedges on either side. The untrustworthy Scholarians were placed on the flanks, where they could not be seriously molested, while the 300 Italian veterans covered the one vulnerable point. The Huns attacked, were shot down from the woods, and beaten off in front and fled, leaving 400 men on the field, while the Romans only lost a few wounded and not a single soldier slain. Thus the last military exploit of Belisarius preserved the suburbs of the imperial city itself from molestation. After defending old Rome in his prime, he saved New Rome in his old age. Even this last service did not prevent Justinian from viewing his great servant with suspicion. 4 years later, an obscure conspiracy against his life was discovered, one of the conspirators named Belisarius as being privy to the plot. The old emperor affected to believe the accusation, sequestrated the general's property, and kept him under surveillance for 8 months. Belisarius was then acquitted and restored to favour. He lived 2 years longer and died in March 565. The ungrateful master, whom he had served so well, followed him to the grave 9 months later. Of Justinian as conqueror and governor we have said much, but there remain 2 more aspects of his life which deserve notice: his work as a builder and his codification of the laws. From the days of Diocletian, the style of architecture which we call Byzantine, for want of a better name, had been slowly developing from the old classic forms, and many of the emperors of the 4th and 5th centuries had been given to building. But no previous monarch had combined in such degree as did Justinian the will and the power to launch out into architectural experiments. He had at his disposal the hoarded treasures of Anastasius, and his tastes were as magnificent as those of the great builders of the early empire, Augustus and Nero and Hadrian. All over the empire the monuments of his wealth and taste were seen in dozens of churches, halls of justice, monasteries, forts, hospitals, and colonnades. The historian Procopius was able to compose a considerable volume entirely on the subject of Justinian's buildings, and numbers of them survive, some perfect and more in ruins, to witness to the accuracy of the work. Even in the more secluded or outlying portions of the empire, any fine building that is found is, in 2 cases out of 3, one of the works of Justinian. Not merely great centres like Constantinople or Jerusalem, but out-of-the-way tracts in Cappadocia and Isauria are full of his buildings. Even in the newly conquered Ravenna, his great churches of San Vitale, containing the celebrated mosaic portraits of himself and his wife, and of Saint Apollinaire in the suburb of Classis, outshine the older works of the 5th century emperors and of the Goth Theodoric. Justinian's churches, indeed, are the best known of his buildings. In Oriental church architecture his reign forms a landmark. Up to his time, Christian architects had still been using two patterns copied straight from the old Roman models. The first was the round domed church, whose origin can be traced back to such Roman originals as the celebrated Temple of Vesta. Of such the Church of the Holy Sepulchre at Rome may serve as a type. The second was the rectangular church with apses, which was nothing more than an adaptation for ecclesiastical purposes of the old Roman law courts, and which had borrowed from them its name of basilica. St. Paul's, outside the walls at Rome, is a fair specimen. Justinian brought into use for the first time on a large scale the combination of a cruciform ground plan and a very large dome. The famous church of St. Sophia may serve as the type of this style. The great cathedral of Constantinople had already been burnt down twice, as we have had occasion to relate. The first time on the eve of the banishment of John Chrysostom, the second in the great Nika riot of 532. Within 40 days of its destruction, Justinian had commenced preparations for rebuilding it as a monument of his triumph in the civil strife. He chose as his architect Anthemius of Tralles, greatest of Byzantine builders, one of the few whose names have survived. The third church was different in plan from either of its predecessors, showing the new combination which we have already specified. It is a Greek cross, 241 feet long and 224 broad, having in its midst a vast dome pierced by no less than 40 windows, light and airy and soaring 180 feet above the floor. In the nave the aisles and side apses are parted from the main central spaces by magnificent colonnades of marble pillars, the majority of verde antique. These are not for the most part the work of Justinian's day, but were plundered from the chief pagan temples of Asia, which served as an inexhaustible quarry for the Christian builder. The whole of the interior, both roof and dome, was covered with gilding or mosaics, which the vandalism of the Turks has covered with a coat of whitewash to hide the representations of human forms which are offensive to the Muslim's creed. Procopius describes the church with enthusiasm, and his praises are well justified. It presents a most glorious spectacle, extraordinary to those who behold it, and altogether incredible to those who know it by report only. In height it rises to the very heavens, and overtops the neighbouring buildings like a ship anchored among them. It towers above the city which it adorns, and from it the whole of Constantinople can be beheld as from a watchtower. Its breadth and length are so judiciously chosen that it appears both broad and long without disproportion, for it excels both in size and harmony, being more magnificent than ordinary buildings, and much more elegant than the few which approach it in size. Within it is singularly full of light and sunshine. You would declare that the place is not lighted from without, but that the rays are produced within itself. Such an abundance of light is poured into it. The gilded ceiling adds glory to its interior, but the light reflected upon the gold from the marble surpasses it in beauty. Who can tell of the splendour of the columns and marbles with which the church is adorned? One would think that one had come upon a meadow full of flowers in bloom. One wonders at the purple tints of some and green of others, the glowing red and glittering white, and those too which nature, like a painter, has marked with the strongest contrasts of colour. Moreover, it is impossible accurately to describe the treasures of gold and silver plate and gems which the emperor had presented to the church. This sanctuary alone contains 40,000 pounds weight of silver. Justinian was almost as great a builder of forts as of churches, but his military works have for the most part disappeared. It may give some idea of his energy in fortifying the frontiers when we state that the Illyrian provinces alone were protected by 294 forts, of which Procopius gives a list, disposed in 4 successive lines from the Danube back to the Thessalian hills. Some were single towers, but many were elaborate fortresses with outworks, and all had to be protected by garrisons. This much of Justinian as builder. Space fails to enumerate a tithe of his works. Of his great legal achievement we must speak at even shorter length. The Roman law, as he received it from his predecessors, was an enormous mass of precedents and decisions in which the original basis was overlaid with the various, sometimes contradictory, rescripts of 5 centuries of emperors. Several of his predecessors, and most especially Theodosius II, had endeavoured to codify the chaotic mass, reduce it to order. But no one of them had produced a code which sufficed to bring the law of the day into full accord with the spirit of the times. It was no mean work to bring the ancient legislation of Rome, from the days of the 12 Tables down to the days of Justinian, into strict and logical connection with the new Christian ideas which had worked their way into predominance since the days of Constantine. Much of the old law was hopelessly obsolete, owing to the change in moral ideas which Christianity had introduced. But it is still astonishing to see how many of the old forms of the times of the early empire survived into the 6th century. Justinian employed a commission, headed by the clever but unpopular lawyer Tribonian, to draw up his new code. Work was done forever and a day, and his institutes and pandects were the last revision of the old Roman laws, and the starting point of all systematic legal study in Europe. When, 600 years later, the need for something more than customary folk right began to make itself felt, as medieval civilization evolved itself out of the chaos of the Dark Ages. If the Roman Empire had flourished in the century after Justinian, as in that which preceded him, other revisers of the laws might have produced compilations that would have made the institutes seem out of date. But as a matter of fact, decay and chaos followed after Justinian, and succeeding emperors had neither the need nor the inclination to do his work over again. Hence it came to pass that his name is forever associated with the last great revision of Roman law, and that he himself went down to posterity as the greatest of legislators, destined to be enthroned by Dante in one of the starry thrones of his paradise, and to be worshipped as the father of law by all the legists of the Renaissance. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Byzantine Empire by Charles William Chadwick OMAN. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 9. The Coming of the Slavs. The 30 years which followed the death of Justinian are covered by 3 reigns, those of Justinus II, 565 to 578, Tiberius Constantinus, 578 to 582, and Maurice, 582 to 602. These 3 emperors were men of much the same character as the predecessors of Justinian. Each of them was an experienced official of mature age, who was selected by the reigning emperor as his most worthy successor. Justinus was the favourite nephew of Justinian, and had served him for many years as Curopalates, or Master of the Palace. Tiberius Constantinus was Count of the Excubiti, a high court officer in the suite of Justinus. Maurice again served Tiberius as Count of the Foederati, or Chief of the Barbarian Auxiliaries. They were all men of capacity, and strove to do their best for the empire. Historians concur in praising the justice of Justinus, the liberality and humanity of Tiberius, the piety of Maurice. Yet under them the empire was steadily going downhill. The exhausting effects of the reign of Justinian were making themselves felt more and more, and at the end of the reign of Maurice a time of chaos and disaster was impending, which came to a head under his successor. The internal causes of the disaster of this time were the weakening of the empire by the Great Plague of 544, and still more by the grinding exactions of Justinian's financial system. Its external phenomena were invasions by new hordes from the north, combined with long and exhausting wars with Persia. The virtues of the emperors seem to have helped them little. Justin's justice made him feared rather than loved. Tiberius's liberality rendered him popular, but drained the treasury. Maurice, on the other hand, who was economical and endeavoured to fill the coffers which his predecessors had emptied, was therefore universally condemned as avaricious. The troubles on the frontier which vexed the last 30 years of the 6th century were due to 3 separate sets of enemies: the Lombards in Italy, the Slavs and Avars in the Balkan Peninsula, and the Persians in the east. The empire held undisputed possession of Italy for no more than 15 years after the expulsion of the Ostrogoths in AD 553. Then a new enemy came in from the north, following the same path that had already served for the Visigoths of Alaric and the Ostrogoths of Theodoric. The newcomers were the race of the Lombards, who had hitherto dwelt in Hungary on the middle Danube, and had more frequently been found as friends than as foes of the Romans. But their warlike and ambitious King Alboin, having subdued all his nearer neighbours, began to covet the fertile plains of Italy, where he saw the emperors keeping a very inadequate garrison now that the Ostrogoths were finally driven away. In AD 568, Alboin and his hordes crossed the Alps, bringing with them wife and child, flocks and herds, while the old land on the Danube was abandoned by the Avars. The Lombards took possession of the flat country in the north of Italy, as far as the line of the Po, with very little difficulty. The region, we are told, was almost uninhabited owing to the combined effects of the Great Plague and the Ostrogothic War. In this once fertile and populous, but now deserted lowland, the Lombards settled down in great numbers. There they have left their name as the permanent denomination of the plain of Lombardy. Only one city, the strong fortress of Pavia, held out against them for long. When it fell in 571, after a gallant defence of 3 years, Alboin made it his capital instead of choosing any of the larger and more famous towns of Milan and Verona, the older centres of life in the land he had conquered. After subduing Lombardy, the king pushed forward into Etruria and overran the valley of the Arno. But in the midst of his wars he was cut off, if the legend tells us the truth, by the vengeance of his wife, Queen Rosamund. She was the daughter of Cunimund, king of the Gepardei, whom Alboin had slain in battle. The fallen monarch's skull was, by the victor's orders, mounted in gold and fashioned into a cup. Long years after, amid the revelry of a drinking bout, Alboin held the ghastly cup filled with wine, and bade his wife bear it around to his chosen warriors. The queen obeyed, but vowed to revenge herself by her husband's death. By the sacrifice of her honour she bribed Alboin's armour-bearer to slay his master in his bed, and then fled with him to Constantinople, AD 573. But the death of Alboin did not put an end to the Lombard conquests in Italy. The kingdom indeed broke up for a time into several independent duchies, but the Lombard chiefs continued to win territory from the empire. 2 of them founded the considerable duchies of Spoleto and Benevento, the one in central and the other in southern Italy. These states survived as independent powers, but the rest of the Lombard territories were reunited by King Autharis in 584, and he and his immediate successors completed the conquest of northern Italy. Thus, during the reigns of Justin, Tiberius II, and Maurice, the greater part of Justinian's Italian conquests were lost and formed once more into Teutonic states. The emperor retained only 2 large stretches of territory, the one in central Italy, where he had held a broad belt of land extending right across the peninsula, from Ravenna and Ancona in the Adriatic to Rome in the Tyrrhenian Sea. The other comprehending the extreme south of the land, the toe and heel of the Italian boot, and comprising the territory of Bruttium and the Calabrian towns of Taranto, Brindisi, and Otranto. Sardinia and Sicily were also left untouched by the Lombards, who never succeeded in building a fleet. The Roman territory which stretched across central Italy cut the Lombards in 2, the king ruling the main body of them in Tuscany and the valley of the Po, while the dukes of Spoleto and Benevento maintained an isolated existence in the south. The partition of Italy between the Lombards and the Empire is worth remembering from the fact that never again till our own day was the whole peninsula gathered into a single state. Not until 1870, when the kingdom of United Italy was completed by the conquest of Rome, did a time come when all the lands between the Alps and the Straits of Messina were governed by one ruler. Justinian had no successor till Victor Emmanuel. After the Lombard conquest, the imperial dominions in Italy were administered by a governor called the Exarch, who dwelt at Ravenna, the northernmost and strongest of the imperial fortresses. All the Italian provinces were nominally beneath his control, but as a matter of fact he was only treated with implicit obedience by those of his subordinates who dwelt in his own neighbourhood. He found it harder to enforce his orders at Naples and Reggio, or in the distant islands of Sicily and Sardinia. But it was the bishops of Rome who profited most by his absence. Although a duke, a military officer of some importance, dwelt at Rome. He was from the first overshadowed by his spiritual neighbour. Even during the days of the Ostrogoths, the Roman bishops had acquired considerable importance, as being the chief official representatives of the Italians in dealings with their Teutonic masters. But they spoke with much more freedom and weight when they had to do not with a king of Italy dwelling quite near them, but with a mere governor fettered by orders from distant Constantinople. Gregory the Great, 590 to 604, was the first of the popes who began to assume an independent attitude and treat the Exarch of Ravenna with scant ceremony. He was an able and energetic man who could not bear to see Rome suffering for want of a ruler on the spot, and readily took upon himself civil functions, in spite of the protests of his nominal superior the Exarch. In 592, for example, he made a private truce for Rome with the Lombard Duke of Spoleto, though the latter was at war with the empire. The Emperor Maurice stormed at him as foolish and disobedient, but not ventured to depose him, being too much troubled with Persian and Avaric wars to send troops against Rome. On another occasion, Gregory nominated a governor for Naples, instead of leaving the appointment to the Exarch. In 599 he acted as mediator between the Lombard king and the government at Ravenna, as if he had been a neutral and independent sovereign. Although he showed no wish to sever his connection with the Roman Empire, Gregory behaved as if he considered the emperor his suzerain rather than his immediate ruler. He would never give in on disputed points, issued orders which contradicted imperial rescripts, and maintained a bitter quarrel with successive patriarchs of Constantinople, who possessed the favour of Maurice. When the patriarch John the Faster took the title of ecumenical bishop, Gregory wrote to Maurice to tell him that the presumption of John was a sure sign that the days of the Antichrist were at hand, and to urge him to repress such pretensions by the force of the civil arm. This is one of the first signs of the approach of that medieval view of the papacy which imagined that it was the pontiff's duty to censure and advise kings and emperors on all possible topics and occasions. Gregory's immediate successors were not men of mark, or a breach with the empire might have been precipitated. The final disavowal of the supremacy of the Constantinopolitan monarch was to be still delayed for nearly 200 years. The wars between the Exarchs of Ravenna and the Lombard kings were little influenced by interference from the east. The emperors of the last years of the 6th century were far more engrossed in their Persian and Slavonic wars. Contests with the great king of the east occupied no less than 20 years in the reigns of Justin II, Tiberius, and Maurice. War was declared in 572 and did not cease till 592. Like the struggle between Justinian and Chosroës I 30 years before, it was wholly indecisive. There were more plundering raids than battles, and the frontier provinces of each empire were reduced to a dreadful state of desolation and depopulation. If the Persians pushed their ravages as far as the gates of Antioch, Roman generals penetrated deep into Media and Corduene, where the imperial banner had not been seen for 200 years. The net result of the whole 20 years of strife was that each combatant had seriously weakened and distressed his rival without obtaining any definite superiority over him. Forced to make peace by the pressure of a civil war, Chosroës II gave back to Maurice the 2 frontier cities of Dara and Martyropolis, the sole trophies of 20 campaigns, and ceded him a slice of Armenian territory. But these trivial gains were far from compensating the empire for the fearful losses caused by dozens of Persian invasions. The Persian war was exhausting, but successful. On the northern frontier, however, the Roman army had been faring far worse, and serious losses of territory were beginning to take place. The enemies in this quarter were 2 new tribes who appeared on the Danube after the Lombards had departed from it to commence their invasion of Italy. There were now no Teutons left on the northern frontier of the empire. Of the incoming tribe, one was Tartar and the other Slavonic. The Avars were a nomadic race from Asia, wild horsemen of the steppe, much like their predecessors, the Huns. They had fled west to escape the Turks, who were at this time building up an empire in Central Asia, and betook themselves to the South Russian plains, not far from the mouth of the Danube. To cross the river and ravage Moesia was too tempting a prospect to be neglected, and ere long the Avaric cavalry was seen only too frequently along the Balkans and on the coast of the Black Sea. Their first raid into Roman territory fell into the year 562, just before the death of Justinian, and from that time forward they were always causing trouble. They were ready enough to make peace when money was paid them, but as they invariably broke the agreement when the money was spent, it was never long before they reappeared south of the Danube. But the Slavs were a far more serious danger to the empire than the Avars. The latter came only to plunder. The former, like the Germans 2 centuries before, came pressing into the provinces to win themselves a new home. The Romans knew at first of only 2 tribes of them, the Slovenes and the Antai, but behind these there were others who were gradually to push their way to the south and make their presence known: Croats, Servians, and many more. The Slavs were the easternmost of the Aryan peoples of Europe, and by far the most backward. They had always lain behind the Germans, and it was only when the German barrier was removed by the migration of the Goths and Lombards that they came into touch with the empire. They were rude races, far behind the Teutons in civilization. They had hardly learnt as yet the simplest arts, knew nothing of defensive armour, and could only use for boats tree trunks hollowed out by fire, like the Australian savages of today. They had not learnt to live under chiefs or kings, but dwelt in village communities, governed by the patriarchs of the several families. Their abodes were mud huts, and they cultivated no grain but millet. When they went to war they could send out thousands of spearmen and bowmen, but their wild bands were not very formidable in the open field. They could resist neither cavalry nor disciplined infantry, and were only formidable in woods and defiles where they formed ambuscades and endeavoured to take their enemy by surprise and overwhelm him by a sudden rush. We are assured that one of their favourite devices was to conceal themselves in ponds or rivers, by lying down in the water for hours together, breathing through reeds, whose points were the only things visible above the surface. Thus 1,000 men might be concealed, and nothing appear except a bed of rushes. This strange stratagem would seem incredible if we had not on record 1 or 2 occasions on which it was actually practised. The Slavs had begun to make themselves felt early in the 6th century, but it was not till the death of Justinian that we hear of them as a pressing danger. But when the Lombards had passed away westward, they came down to the Danube and began to cross it in great numbers, in the endeavour to make permanent settlements on the Roman bank. The raids of the Slavs and the Avars were curiously complicated, for the king, or Chagan, of the Tartar tribe had made vassals of many his Slavonic neighbours. They, on the other hand, sometimes acted in obedience to him, but more frequently tried to escape from his power by pushing forward into Roman territory. Hence it comes that we often find Slav and Avar leagued together, but at other times find them acting separately, or even in opposition to each other. A more chaotic series of campaigns it is hard to conceive. Down to this time the inland of the Balkan Peninsula had been inhabited by Thracian and Illyrian provincials, of whom the majority spoke the Latin tongue, though a few still preserved their ancient barbaric idiom. They formed the only large body of subjects to the empire outside Italy who still spoke the old ruling language, and as they were about 1/4 of its population, they did much to preserve its Roman character and to prevent it from becoming Greek or Asiatic. Their pride in their Latin tongue was very marked. Justinian, born in the heart of the district, was fond of laying special stress on the fact that Latin was his native language. On this Latinized Thraco-Illyrian population, the invasion of the Slavs and Avars fell with unexampled severity. The Goths had afflicted them before, but they at least had been Christian and semi-civilized, while the newcomers were in the lowest grade of savagery. It is not too much to say that between 570 and 600 the old population was almost exterminated over the greater part of the country north of the Balkans, the modern Servia and Bulgaria, but very sadly cut down even in the more sheltered Macedonian and Thracian provinces. The Latin-speaking provincials almost disappeared. The only remnants of them were the Dalmatian islanders and the Vlachs, or Valchians, who are found in later times scattered in small bodies among the Slavs, who had swept over the whole countryside. The effect of the invasion is well described by the contemporary chronicler John of Ephesus. The year 581 was famous for the invasion of the accursed people called Slavonians, who overran Greece and the country by Thessalonica and all Thrace, and captured the cities and took many forts, and devastated and burnt, and reduced the people to slavery, and made themselves masters of the whole country, and settled in it by main force, and dwelt in it as though it had been their own. 4 years have now elapsed, still they live at their ease in the land, and spread themselves far and wide, as far as God permits them, and ravage and burn and take captive, and still they encamp and dwell there. The open country was swept bare by the Slavs. The towns resisted better, for neither Slav nor Avar was skilled in siege operations. Relying upon the fortified towns as his base, the great general Priscus, whom Maurice placed in command, was able to keep his ground along the Danube, and to perform many gallant exploits. He even crossed the river and attacked the Slavs and Avars in their own homes beyond it, but it was to no effect that he burnt their villages and slew their warriors. He could not protect the unarmed population in the open country within the Roman border, and the girdle of fortresses along the Danube soon covered nothing but a wasted region, sparsely inhabited by Slavs. The limit of Roman population had fallen back to the line of the Balkans, and even to the south of it, and the Slavs were ever slipping across the Danube in larger and larger numbers, despite the garrisons along the river, which were still kept up from Singidunum, Belgrade, to Dorostolum, Silistria. The misfortunes of the Avaric and Slavonic War were the cause of the fall of the Emperor Maurice. He had won some popularity by his manifest inability to stem the tide of the barbarian invasion, and more by an act of callousness, of which he was guilty in 599. The Chagan of the Avars had captured 15,000 prisoners and had offered to release them for a large ransom. Maurice, whose treasury was empty, refused to comply, and the Chagan massacred the wretched captives. But the immediate cause of the emperor's fall was his way of dealing with the army. He was unpopular with the soldiery, though an old soldier himself, and did not possess their respect or confidence. Yet he was an officer of some merit, and had written a long military treatise called the Strategicon, which was the official handbook of the imperial armies for 300 years. Maurice sealed his fate when in 602 he issued orders for the discontented army of the Danube to winter north of the river in the waste marshes of the Slavs. The troops refused to obey the order and chased away their generals. Then electing as their captain an obscure centurion named Phocas, they marched on Constantinople. Maurice armed the city's factions, the Blues and Greens, and strove to defend himself. But when he saw that no one would fight for him, he fled across the Bosphorus with his wife and children to seek refuge in the Asiatic provinces, where he was less unpopular than in Europe. Soon he was pursued by orders of Phocas, whom the army had now saluted as emperor, and caught at Chalcedon. The cruel usurper had him executed along with all his 5 sons, the youngest a child of only 3 years of age. Maurice died with a courage and piety that moved even his enemies, exclaiming with his last breath, "Thou art just, O Lord, and just are thy judgments." End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Byzantine Empire by Charles William Chadwick OMAN. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10. The Darkest Hour. For the first time since Constantinople had become the seat of empire, the throne had been won by armed rebellion and the murder of the legitimate ruler. The break in the peaceful and orderly succession which had hitherto prevailed was not only an evil precedent, but an immediate disaster. The new emperor proved a far worse governor than the unfortunate Maurice, who, in spite of his faults and his ill luck, had always been hard-working, moderate, pious, and economical. Phocas was a mere brutal soldier, cruel, ignorant, suspicious, and reckless, and in his incapable hands the empire began to fall to pieces with alarming rapidity. He opened his reign with a series of cruel executions of his predecessor's friends, and from that moment his deeds of bloodshed never ceased. Probably the worst of them was the murder of Constantina, widow of Maurice and daughter of Tiberius II, whom he slew together with her 3 young daughters, lest their names might be used as the excuse for a conspiracy against him. But even greater horror seems to have been caused when he burnt alive the able general Narses, who had won many laurels in the last Persian war. Narses had come up to the capital under safe conduct to clear himself from accusations of treason. So the emperor not only devised a punishment which had never yet been heard of since the empire became Christian, but broke his own plighted oath. The moment that Phocas had mounted the throne, Chosroes of Persia declared war on him, using the hypocritical pretext that he wished to revenge Maurice, for whom he professed a warm personal friendship. This war was far different from the indecisive contests in the reigns of Justinian and Justin II. In 2 successive years the Persians burst into North Syria and ravaged it as far as the sea, but in the third they turned north and swept over the hitherto untouched provinces of Asia Minor. In 608 their main army penetrated across Cappadocia and Galatia right up to the gates of Chalcedon. The inhabitants of Constantinople could see the blazing villages across the water on the Asiatic shore, a sight as new as it was terrifying, for although Thrace had several times been harried to within sight of the city, no enemy had ever been seen in Bithynia. Plot after plot was formed in the capital against Phocas, but he succeeded in putting them all down, and slew the conspirators with fearful tortures. For 8 years his reign continued. Constantinople was full of executions. Asia was ravaged from sea to sea. The Thracian and Illyrian provinces were overrun more and more by the Slavs, now that the army of Europe had been transferred across the Bosphorus to make head against the Persians. Yet Phocas still held on to Constantinople. The creature of a military revolt himself, it was by a military revolt alone he was destined to be overthrown. Africa was the only portion of the Roman Empire which, in the reign of Phocas, suffering neither from civil strife nor foreign invasion. It was well governed by the aged exarch Heraclius, who was so well liked in the province that the emperor had not dared to depose him. Urged by desperate entreaties from all parties in Constantinople to strike a blow against the tyrant and deliver the empire from the yoke of a monster, Heraclius at last consented. He quietly got ready a fleet, which he placed under the orders of his son, who bore the same name as himself. This he dispatched against Constantinople, while at the same time his nephew Nicetas led a large body of horse along the African shore to invade Egypt. When Heraclius the Younger arrived with his fleet at the Dardanelles, all the prominent citizens of Constantinople fled secretly to take refuge with him. As he neared the capital, the troops of Phocas burst into mutiny. The tyrant's fleet was scattered after a slight engagement, and the city threw open its gates. Phocas was seized in the palace by an official whom he had cruelly wronged, and brought aboard the galley of the conqueror. "Is it thus," said Heraclius, "that you have governed the empire?" "Will you govern it any better?" sneered the desperate usurper. Heraclius spurned him away with his foot, and the sailors hewed him to pieces on the deck. Next day the Patriarch and the Senate hailed Heraclius as emperor, and he was duly crowned in St. Sophia in October the 5th, AD 610. Heraclius took over the empire in such a state of disorder and confusion that he must soon have felt that there was some truth in the dying sneer of Phocas. It seemed almost impossible to get things into better order, for resources were wanting. Save Africa and Egypt, and the district immediately around the capital, all the provinces were overrun by the Persian, the Avar, and the Slav. The treasury was empty, and the army had almost disappeared, owing to repeated and bloody defeats in Asia Minor. Heraclius seems at first to have almost despaired of the possibility of evolving order out of this chaos, though he was in the prime of life and strength. A man of middle stature, strongly built and broad-chested, with grey eyes and yellow hair and of a very fair complexion, he wore a bushy beard when he came to the throne, but afterwards cut it short. For the first 12 years of his reign he remained at Constantinople, endeavouring to reorganize the empire and to defend at any rate the frontiers of Thrace and Asia Minor. The more distant provinces he hardly seems to have hoped to save, and the chronicle of his early years is filled with a catalogue of the losses of the empire. Mesopotamia and North Syria had already been lost by Phocas, but in 613, while the imperial armies were endeavouring to defend Cappadocia, the Persian general Shahbaz turned southwards and attacked central Syria. The great town of Damascus fell into his hands, but worse was to come. In 614 the Persian army appeared before the holy city of Jerusalem, took it after a short resistance, and occupied it with a garrison. But the populace rose and slaughtered the Persian troops when Shahbaz had departed with his main army. This brought him back in wrath. He stormed the city and put 90,000 Christians to the sword, only sparing the Jewish inhabitants. Zacharias, patriarch of Jerusalem, was carried into captivity, and with him went what all Christians then regarded as the most precious thing in the world, the wood of the true cross. Helena, the mother of Constantine, had dug the relic up, according to the well-known legend, on Mount Moriah, and built for it a splendid shrine. Now Shahbaz desecrated the church and took off the true cross to Persia. This loss brought the inhabitants of the East almost to despair. They thought that the luck of the empire had departed with the holy wood, which had served as its palladium, and even imagined that the last day was at hand, and that Chosroes of Persia was Antichrist. The mad language of pride and insult which the Persian in the day of his triumph used to Heraclius might also explain their beliefs. His blasphemous phrases seemed like an echo of the letter of Sennacherib in the second book of Kings. The epistle ran, "Chosroes, greatest of gods and master of the whole earth, to Heraclius, his vile and insensate slave. Have I not destroyed the Greeks? You say you trust in your God. Why then has he not delivered out of my hand Caesarea, Jerusalem, and Alexandria? Shall I not also destroy Constantinople? But I will pardon all your sins if you will come to me with your wife and children. I will give you lands, vines, and olive groves, and will look upon you with a kindly aspect. Do not deceive yourself with the vain hope in that Christ, who was not even able to save himself from the Jews who slew him by nailing him to a cross." The horror and rage roused by the loss of the true cross and the blasphemies of King Chosroes brought about the first real outburst of national feeling that we meet in the history of the Eastern Empire. It was felt that the fate of Christendom hung in the balance, and that all from highest to lowest were bound to make one great effort to beat back the fire-worshipping Persians from Palestine and recover the holy places. The emperor vowed that he would take the field at the head of the army, a thing most unprecedented, for since the death of Theodosius I in 395, no Caesar had ever gone out in person to war. The Church came forward in the most noble way. At the instance of the Patriarch Sergius, all the churches of Constantinople sent their treasures and ornaments to the mint to be coined down and serve as a great loan to the state, which was to be repaid when the Persians should have been conquered. The free dole of corn, which the inhabitants of the capital had been receiving ever since the days of Constantine, was abolished, and the populace bore the privation without demur. It was indeed observed that this measure not only saved the treasury, but drove into the army, where they were useful, thousands of the able-bodied loiterers who were the strength of the circus factions and the pest of the city. If the dole had been continued, Heraclius could not have found a penny for the war. Egypt, the granary of the empire, had been lost in 616, and the supply of government corn entirely cut off, so that the dole would have had to be provided by the treasury buying corn, a ruinously expensive task. By the aid of the church loan, Heraclius equipped a new army and strengthened his fleet. He also provided for the garrisoning of Constantinople by an adequate force, a most necessary precaution, for in 617 the Persians had again forced their way to the Bosphorus, and this time captured Chalcedon. Heraclius would probably have taken the field next year, but for troubles of the Avars. That wild race had long been working their wicked will on the almost undefended Thracian provinces, but now they promised peace. Heraclius went out, at the Chagan's pressing invitation, to meet him near Heraclea. But the conference was a snare, for the treacherous savage had planted ambushes on the way to secure the person of the emperor, and Heraclius only escaped by the speed of his horse. He cast off his imperial mantle to ride the faster, and galloped into the capital just in time to close its gates as the vanguard of the Chagan's army came in sight. The Avars kept the emperor engaged for some time, and it was not till 622 that he was able to take the field against the Persians. This expedition of Heraclius was in spirit the first of the Crusades. It was the first war that the Roman Empire had ever undertaken in a spirit of religious enthusiasm, for it was to no mere political end that the emperor and his people looked forward. The army marched out to save Christendom, to to conquer the holy places and to recover the true cross. The men were wrought up to a high pitch of enthusiasm by warlike sermons, and the emperor carried with him, to stimulate his zeal, a holy picture, one of those icons in which the Greek Church has always delighted, which was believed to be the work of no mortal hands. Heraclius made no less than 6 campaigns, AD 622 to 627, in his gallant and successful attempt to save the half-ruined empire. He won great and well-deserved fame, and his name would be reckoned among the foremost of the world's warrior kings if it had not been for the misfortunes which afterwards fell on him in his old age. His first campaign cleared Asia Minor of the Persian hosts, not by a direct attack, but by a skilful strategy. Instead of attacking the army at Chalcedon, he took ship and landed in Cilicia, in the rear of the enemy, threatening in this position both Syria and Cappadocia. As he expected, the Persians broke up from their camp opposite Constantinople and came back to fall upon him. But after much manoeuvring, he completely beat the general Shahbaz and cleared Asia Minor of the enemy. In his next campaigns, Heraclius endeavoured to liberate the rest of the Roman Empire by a similar plan. He resolved to assail Chosroes at home and force him to recall the armies he kept in Syria and Egypt to defend his own Persian provinces. In 623–4, the emperor advanced across the Armenian mountains and threw himself into Media, where his army revenged the woes of Antioch and Jerusalem by burning the fire temples of Ganzaka, the Median capital, and Thebames, the birthplace of the Persian prophet Zoroaster. Chosroes, as might have been expected, recalled his troops from the west and fought 2 desperate battles to cover Ctesiphon. His generals were defeated in both, but the Roman army suffered severely. Winter was at hand, and Heraclius fell back on Armenia. In his next campaign he recovered Roman Mesopotamia with its fortresses of Amida, Dara, and Martyropolis, and again defeated the general Shahbaz. But 626 was the decisive year of the war. The obstinate Chosroes determined on one final effort to crush Heraclius by concerting a joint plan of operations with the Chagan of the Avars. While the main Persian army watched the emperor in Armenia, a great body under Shahbaz slipped south of him into Asia Minor and marched on the Bosphorus. At the same time, the Chagan of the Avars, with the whole force of his tribe and of his Slavonic dependents, burst over the Balkans and beset Constantinople on the European side. The 2 barbarian hosts could see each other across the water and even contrived to exchange messages, but the Roman fleet sailing incessantly up and down the strait kept them from joining forces. In the June, July, and August of 626, the capital was thus beset. The danger appeared imminent, and the emperor was far away on the Euphrates. But the garrison was strong. The patrician Bonus, its commander, was an able officer, the fleet was efficient, and the same crusading fervour which had inspired the Constantinopolitans in 622 still buoyed up their spirits. In the end of July, 80,000 Avars and Slavs, with all sorts of siege implements, delivered simultaneous assaults along the land front of the city, but they were beaten back with great slaughter. Next the Chagan built himself rafts and tried to bring the Persians across, but the Roman galleys sunk the clumsy structures and slew thousands of the Slavs who had come off in small boats to attack the fleet. Then the Chagan gave up the siege in disgust and retired across the Danube. Heraclius had shown great confidence in the strength of Constantinople and the courage of its defenders. He sent a few veteran troops to aid the garrison, but did not slacken from his attack on Persia. While Shahbaz and the Chagan were besieging his capital, he himself was wasting Media and Mesopotamia. He imitated King Chosroes in calling in Tartar allies from the north, and revenged the ravages of the Avars in Thrace by turning 40,000 Khazar horsemen loose on northern Persia. The enemy gave way before him everywhere, and the Persians began to grow desperate. Next year King Chosroes put into the field the last levy of Persia, under a general named Rhazates, whom he bid to go out and conquer or die. At the same time he wrote to command Shahbaz to evacuate Chalcedon and return home in haste. But Heraclius intercepted the dispatch of recall, and Shahbaz came not. Near Nineveh, Heraclius fell in with the Persian home army and inflicted on it a decisive defeat. He himself, charging at the head of his cavalry, rode down the general of the enemy and slew him with his lance. Chosroes could put no new army in the field, and by Christmas Heraclius had seized his palace of Dastagerd and divided among his troops such a plunder as had never been seen since Alexander the Great captured Susa. The nemesis of Chosroes' insane vanity had now arrived. 10 years after he had written his vaunting letter to Heraclius, he found himself in far worse plight than his adversary had ever been. After Dastagerd had fallen, he retired to Ctesiphon, the capital of his empire, but even from thence he had to flee on the approach of the enemy. Then the end came. His own son Siroes and his chief nobles seized him and threw him in chains, and a few days after he died, of rage and despair, according to one story, of starvation, if the darker tale is true. The new king sent the humblest messages to the victorious Roman, hailing him as his father, and apologizing for all the woes that the ambition of Chosroes had brought upon the world. Heraclius received his ambassadors with kindness and granted peace, on the condition that every inch of Roman territory should be evacuated, all Roman captives freed, a war indemnity paid, and the spoils of Jerusalem, including the true cross, faithfully restored. Siroes consented with alacrity, and in March 628 a glorious peace ended the 26 years of the Persian War. Heraclius returned to Constantinople in the summer of the same year with his spoils, his victorious army, and his great trophy, the Holy Wood. His entry was celebrated in the style of an old Roman triumph, and the Senate conferred on him the title of the new Scipio. The whole of the citizens, bearing myrtle boughs, came out to meet the army, and the ceremony concluded with the exhibition of the true cross before the high altar of St. Sophia. Heraclius afterwards took it back in great pomp to Jerusalem. This was perhaps the greatest triumph that any emperor ever won. Heraclius had surpassed the eastern achievements of Trajan and Severus, and led his troops further east than any Roman general had ever penetrated. His task, too, had been the hardest ever imposed on an emperor. None of his predecessors had ever started to war with his very capital beleaguered, and with 3/4 of his provinces in the hands of the enemy. Since Julius Caesar no one had fought so incessantly. For 6 years the emperor had not been out of the saddle, nor met with such uniform success. Heraclius returned to Constantinople to spend, as he hoped, the rest of his years in peace. He had now reached the age of 54, and was much worn by his incessant campaigning. But the quiet for which he yearned was to be denied him, and the end of his reign was to be almost as disastrous as the commencement. The great Saracen invasion was at hand. It was at the very moment of Heraclius' triumph that Mahomet sent out his famous circular letter to the kings of the earth, inviting them to embrace Islam. If the emperor could but have known that his desolated realm, spoiled for 10 long years by the Persian and the Avar, and drained of men and money, was to be invaded by a new enemy far more terrible than the old, he would have prayed that the day of his triumph might also be the day of his death. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Byzantine Empire, by Charles William Chadwick OMAN. Chapter 11, Social and Religious Life, A.D. 320 to 620. The reign of Heraclius forms the best dividing point in the history of the empire between what may roughly be called ancient history and the Middle Ages. There is no break at all between Constantine and Heraclius, though the area, character, social life, and religion of the empire had been greatly modified in the 300 years that separated them. The new order of things, which commenced when Constantine established his capital on the Bosphorus, had a peaceable and orderly development. The first prominent fact that strikes the eye in the history of the 3 centuries is that the sceptre passed from sovereign to sovereign in quiet and undisturbed devolution. From the death of Valens onward there is no instance of a military usurper breaking the line of succession till the crowning of Phocas in 602. The emperors were either designated by their predecessors or, less frequently, chosen by the high officials and the Senate. The regularity of their sequence is all the more astonishing when we realize that only in 3 cases in the whole period was father succeeded by son. Saving Constantine himself, Theodosius I, and Arcadius, not a single emperor left male issue. Yet the hereditary instinct had grown so strong in the empire that nephews, sons-in-law, and brothers-in-law of sovereigns were gladly received as their legitimate heirs. Considering this tendency, it is extraordinary to note that the whole 300 years did not produce a single unmitigated tyrant. Constantius II was gloomy and sometimes cruel, Valens was stupid and avaricious, Arcadius utterly weak and inept, Justinian hard and thankless. But the general average of the emperors were men of respectable ability, and in moral character they will compare favourably with any list of sovereigns of similar length that any country can produce. The chief modifications which must be marked in the character of the empire between 320 and 620 depend on 2 processes of gradual change which were going on throughout the 3 centuries. The first was the gradual de-Romanization, if we may coin the uncouth word, alike of the governing classes and the masses of population. In the 4th century the Roman impress was still strong in the East. The Latin language was habitually spoken by every educated man, and nearly all the machinery of the administration was worked in Latin phraseology. All law terms are habitually Latin, all titles of officers, all names of taxes and institutions. Writers born and bred in Greece or Asia still wrote in Latin as often as in the Greek which must have been more familiar to them. Ammianus Marcellinus may serve as a fair example. Born in Greece, he wrote in the tongue of the ruling race rather than in his own idiom. Moreover, there was still in the lands east of the Adriatic a very large body of Latin-speaking population, comprising all the inhabitants of the inland of the Balkan Peninsula, for, except Greece proper, Macedonia, and a scattered line of cities along the Thracian coast, the whole land had learnt to speak the tongue of its conquerors. By the 7th century this Roman element was rapidly vanishing. It is true that the emperor was still hailed as the pious Felix Perpetuus Augustus. It was not till A.D. 800 that he dropped the old style and called himself En Christo Pistos Vasilevs ton Romeon. Nor were the old Roman official titles yet disused. Men were still tribunes and patricians, counts and praetors, but little more than the names survived. Already in the 6th century a knowledge of Latin was growing unusual even among educated men. The author Johannes Leidus tells us that he owed his rise in the civil service mainly to this rare accomplishment. Procopius, the best writer of the day and a man of real merit and discernment, was absolutely ignorant of the rudiments of Latin, and blunders when he tries to translate the simplest phrase. Justinian was the last emperor who spoke Latin as his mother tongue. All his successors were better skilled in Greek. The gradual disuse of Latin had its origin in the practical, though not formal, solution of the continuity between Rome and the East, which began with the division of the empire between the sons of Constantine and became more complete after Odoacer made himself king of Italy in 476. In the course of a century and a half the Latin element in the East, cut off from the Latin-speaking West, was bound to yield before the predominant Greek. But the process would have been slower if the eastern provinces which spoke Latin had not been those which suffered most from the barbarians. The Visigoths and Ostrogoths harassed and decimated the Thracians, Illyrians, and Moesians, but the Slavs a century later almost exterminated them. In A.D. 400 probably a quarter of the provincials east of the Adriatic spoke Latin. In A.D. 620 not a tenth. The Romanized lands of the Balkan Peninsula had now become Slavonic principalities. Only the Dalmatian seaports and a few scattered survivors in the Balkans still used the old tongue. The only districts where a considerable Latin-speaking population obeyed the emperor were Africa and the Italian Exarchate, now reunited to Constantinople by the conquests of Justinian. But they seem to have been too remote from the centre of life and government to have exercised any influence or delayed the de-Romanizing of the East. The last notable author, who being a subject of the empire wrote in Latin as his native tongue, was the poet Flavius Corippus, who addressed a long panegyric to Justinus II. As might have been expected, he was African. While the empire was losing its Roman characteristics, it was at the same time growing more and more Christian at heart. Under Constantine and his immediate successors the machinery of government was only just beginning to be affected by the change of the emperor's religion. Though the sovereign personally was Christian, the system remained what it had been before. Many of the high officials were still pagans, and the form and spirit of all administrative and legal business was unaltered from what it had been in the 3rd century. It is not till 40 years after Constantine's death that we find the Christian spirit fully penetrating out of the spiritual into the material sphere of life. Attempts by the state to suppress moral sin no less than legal crime began with Theodosius I, whose crusade against sexual immorality would have been incomprehensible to even the best of the pagan emperors. The old gladiatorial shows, one of the most characteristic and repulsive features of Roman life, were abolished not long after. They survived for 60 years at Rome, though Christian Constantinople never knew them. But this was not the work of the state, but of a single individual. One day in A.D. 404 the games had begun, and the gladiators were about to engage, when the monk Telemachus leaped down into the arena and threw himself between the combatants, adjuring them not to slay their brethren. There was an angry scuffle, and the good monk was slain. But his death had the effect that his protests might have failed to bring about, and no gladiatorial show was ever given again. In other provinces of social life the work of Christianity was no less marked. It put an end to the detestable practice of infanticide which pervaded the ancient world, resting on the assumption that the father had the right to decide whether or not he would rear the child he had begotten. Constantine made the state assume the charge of feeding and rearing the children of the destitute, lest their parents should be tempted to cast them forth to perish in the old fashion, and Valentinian I in 374 assimilated infanticide to other forms of murder, and made it a capital offence. Slavery was also profoundly affected by the teaching of the Church. The ancient world, save a few philosophers, had regarded the slave with such contempt that he was hardly reckoned a moral being or conceived to have rights or virtues. Christianity taught that he was a man with an immortal soul, no less than his own master, and bade slaves and freemen meet on terms of perfect equality around the baptismal font and before the sacred table. It was from the first taught that the man who manumitted his slaves earned the approval of heaven, and on all occasions of rejoicing, public and private, were fitly commemorated by the liberation of deserving individuals. Though slavery was not extinguished for centuries, its evils were immensely modified. Justinian's legislation shows that by his time public opinion had condemned the characteristic evils of ancient slavery. He permitted the intermarriage of slaves and free persons, stipulating only for the consent of the owner of the servile partner in the wedlock. He declared the children of such mixed marriages free, and he made the prostitution of a slave by a master a criminal offence. Hereditary slavery became almost unknown, and the institution was only kept up by the introduction of barbarian captives, heathens and enemies, whose position did not appeal so keenly to the mind of their captors. The improvement of the condition of all the unhappy classes of which we have been speaking, women, infants, slaves, gladiators, can be directly traced back to a single fundamental Christian truth. It was the belief in the importance of the individual human soul in the eyes of God that led the converted Roman to realize his responsibility, and change his attitude towards the helpless beings whom he had before despised and neglected. It is only fair to add that the realization of this central truth did not always operate for good in the Roman world of the 5th and 6th centuries. Some of the developments of the new idea were harmful and even dangerous to the state. They took the form of laying such exclusive stress on the relations between the individual soul and heaven, that the duties of man to the state were half forgotten. Chief among these developments was the ascetic monasticism which, starting from Egypt, spread rapidly all over the empire, more especially over its eastern provinces. When men retire from their duties as citizens, intent on nothing but saving their own souls, take up a position outside the state, and cease to be of the slightest use to society, the result may be harmless so long as their numbers are small. But at this time the monastic impulse was working on such a large scale that its development was positively dangerous. It was by thousands and tens of thousands that the men who ought to have been bearing the burdens of the state, stepped aside into the monastery or the hermit's cave. The ascetics of the 5th century had neither of the justifications which made monasticism precious in a later age. They were neither missionaries nor men of learning. The monastery did not devote itself either to sending out preachers and teachers, or to storing up and cherishing the literary treasures of the ancient world. The first abbot to whom it occurred to turn the vast leisure of his monks to good account by setting them systematically to work at copying manuscripts was Cassiodorus, the ex-secretary to King Theodoric the Goth, A.D. 530–40. Before his time monks and books had no special connection with each other. When a state contains masses of men who devote their whole energies to a repulsively selfish attempt to save their own individual souls, while letting the world around them slide on as best it may, then the body politic is diseased. The Roman Empire in its fight with the barbarians was in no small degree hampered by this attitude of so many of its subjects. The ascetic took the barbarian invasions as judgments from heaven rightly inflicted upon a wicked world, and not as national calamities which called on every citizen to join in the attempt to repel them. Many men complacently interpreted the troubles of the 5th century as the tribulations predicted in the Apocalypse, and watched them develop with something like joy, since they must portend the close approach of the second advent of our Lord. This apathetic attitude of many Christians during the afflictions of the empire was maddening to the heathen minority which still survived among the educated classes. They roundly accused Christianity of being the ruin of the state by its antisocial teaching which led men to neglect every duty of the citizen. The Christian author Orosius felt himself compelled to write a lengthy history to confute this view, aiming his work at the pagan Symmachus, whose book had been devoted to tracing all the calamities of the world to the conversion of Constantine. It was fortunate for the empire that its governing classes continued to preserve the old traditions of Roman statecraft, and fought on doggedly against all the ills of their time, barbarian invasion, famine, and pestilence, instead of bowing to the yoke and recognizing in every calamity the righteous judgment of heaven and the indication of the approaching end of the world. Paganism had practically disappeared by the end of the 5th century as an active force. None save a few philosophers made an open profession of it, and in 529 Justinian put a formal end to their teaching, by closing the schools of Athens, the last refuge of the professors of the expiring religion. But if open heathenism was dead, a large measure of indifferentism prevailed among the educated classes. Many men who in the 5th century would have been pagans were Christians in name in the 6th, but little affected by Christianity in their lives. This type was extremely common among the literary and official classes. There are plenty of 6th century authors, Procopius may serve as an example, whose works show no trace of Christian thought, though the writer was undoubtedly a professing member of the Church. Similar examples could be quoted by the dozen from among the administrators, lawyers, and statesmen of the day, but all were now nominally Christian. As time went on, such men grew rarer, and the old stern, non-religious Roman character passed away into the emotional and superstitious medieval type of mind. The survival of pre-Christian feeling, which appeared as indifferentism among the educated classes, took a very different shape among the lower strata of society. It revealed itself in a crowd of gross superstitions connected with magic, witchcraft, fortune-telling, charms, and trivial or obscene ceremonies practiced in secret. The state highly disapproved of such practices, treated them as impious or heretical, and imposed punishment on those who employed them. But nevertheless these contemptible survivals of heathenism persisted down to the latest days of the empire. It has been usual to include all the Eastern Romans of all the centuries between Constantine I and Constantine XIV in one sweeping condemnation, as cowardly, corrupt, and effete. The ordinary view of Byzantine life may be summed up in Mr. Lecky's irritating statement that the universal verdict of history is that it constitutes the most base and despicable form that civilization ever assumed, and that there has been no other enduring civilization so absolutely destitute of all the forms and elements of greatness, none to which the epithet mean may be so emphatically applied. It is a monstrous story of the intrigues of priests, eunuchs, and women, of poisoning, conspiracies, uniform ingratitude, perpetual fratricide. How Mr. Lecky obtained his universal verdict of history, it is hard to see. Certainly that verdict cannot have been arrived at after a study of the evidence bearing on the life of the persons accused. It sounds like a cheap echo of the second-hand historians of 50 years ago, whose staple commodity was Gibbon and water. If we must sum up the characteristics of the East Romans and their civilization, the conclusion at which we arrive will be very different. It is only fair to acknowledge that they had their faults. What else could be expected when we know that the foundations of the Eastern Empire were laid upon the Oriental provinces of the old Roman world, among races that had long been stigmatized by their masters as hopelessly effete and corrupt? Syrians, Egyptians, and Hellenized Asiatics, whom even the degenerate Romans of the 3rd century had been wont to despise. The Byzantine Empire displayed from its very cradle a taint of weakness derived from this Oriental origin. It showed features particularly obnoxious to the modern mind of the 19th century, such as the practice of degrading and grovelling court etiquette, full of prostrations and genuflections, the introduction of eunuchs and slaves into high offices of state, the wholesale and deliberate use of treachery and lying in matters of diplomacy. But remembering its origins we shall, on the whole, wonder at the good points in Byzantine civilization rather than at its faults. It may fairly be said that Christianity raised the Roman East to a better moral position than it had known for 1,000 years. With all their faults, the monks and hermits of the 5th century are a good substitute for the priests of Cybele and Mithras of the 2nd. It was something that the government and public opinion of the day had concurred to sweep away the orgies of Daphne and Canopus. Church and state united in the reign of Justinian to punish with spiritual and bodily death the unnatural crimes which had been the open practice of emperors themselves in the first centuries of the empire. The vices of which the East Romans have most commonly been accused are cowardice, frivolity, and treachery. On each of these points they have been grossly wronged. Cowardice was certainly not the chief characteristic of the centuries that produced emperors like Theodosius I and Heraclius, prelates like Athanasius and Chrysostom, public servants like Belisarius and Priscus. It is not for cowardice that we note the Byzantine populace which routed Gainas and his mercenaries, and raised the Nika sedition, but for turbulence. If military virtue was wanting to the East Roman armies, how came the Ostrogoth and Vandal to be conquered, the Persian and the Hun to be driven off? How, above all, was the desperate struggle against the fanatical Saracen protracted for 400 years, till at last the Caliphate broke up? Frivolity and luxury are an accusation easy to bring in any age. Every moralist, from Jeremiah to Juvenal, and from Juvenal to Mr. Ruskin, has believed his own generation to be the most obnoxious and contemptible in the world's history. We have numerous tirades against the manners of Constantinople preserved in Byzantine literature, and may judge from them something of the faults of the time. It would seem that there was much of the sort of luxury to which ascetic preachers take exception; much splendor of raiment, much ostentatious display of plate and furniture, of horses and chariots. Luxury and evil living often go together, but when we examine all the enormities laid to the charge of the Byzantines, there is less alleged than we might expect. When Chrysostom raged against the contemporaries of Arcadius, his anathemas fell on such crimes as the use of cosmetics and dyes by fashionable dames, on the gambling propensities of their husbands, on the immoral tendencies of the theatre, on the drunken orgies at popular festivals, accusations to which any age, our own included, might plead guilty. The races of the circus played a disproportionate part in social life, and attracted the enthusiastic attention of thousands of votaries; but it is surely hard that our own age, with all its sporting and athletic interests, should cast a stone at the 6th century. We have not to look far around us to discover classes for whom horse racing still presents an inexplicable attraction. When we remember that the Constantinopolitans were excitable Orientals, and had no other form of sport to distract their attention from the circus, we can easily realize the genesis of the famous riots of the Blues and Greens. From the darker forms of vice great cities have never been free, and there is no reason to think that Constantinople in the 6th century differed from London in the 19th. It is fair to point out that Christian public opinion and the government strove their best to put down sexual immorality. Theodosius and Justinian are recorded to have entered upon the Herculean task of endeavoring to suppress all disorderly houses. The latter made exile the penalty for panderers and procuresses, and inflicted death on those guilty of the worst extremes of immorality. We must remember, too, that if Constantinople showed much vice, it also displayed shining examples of the social virtues. The Empress Flaccilla was wont to frequent the hospitals, and tend the beds of the sick. Of the monastic severity which the Empress Pulcheria displayed in the palace we have spoken already. After cowardice and light morals, it is treachery that is popularly cited as the most prominent vice of the Eastern Empire. There have been other states and epochs more given to plots and revolts, but it is still true that there was too much intrigue at Constantinople. The reason is not far to seek. The carrière ouverte à talent practically existed there, and the army and the civil service were full of poor, able, and ambitious men of all races and classes mixed together. The converted Goth or the renegade Persian, the half-civilized mountaineer from Issaria, the Copt and Syrian and Armenian were all welcomed in the army or civil service, if only they had ability. Both the bureaucracy and the army therefore had elements which lacked patriotism, conscience, and stability, and were prone to seek advancement either by intrigue or military revolt. This being granted, it is perhaps astonishing to have to record that between 350 and 600 the empire never once saw its legitimate ruler dethroned, either by palace intrigue or military revolt. The fact that all the plots, and there were many in the period, failed hopelessly, is, on the whole, a proof that if there was much treachery there was much loyalty among the East Romans. There have certainly been periods in more recent times which show a much worse record. See footnote. A single instance may suffice. Medieval Italy from the 13th to the 15th century could produce far more shocking examples of conscienceless and unjustifiable plotting than the Byzantine Empire in the whole 1,000 years of its existence. Footnote. Mr. Lecky speaks of the perpetual fratricide of the Byzantine emperors. It may be interesting to point out that from 340 to 1453 there was not a single emperor murdered by a brother, and only one dethroned by a brother. 2 were dethroned by sons, but not murdered. End footnote. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by xinamarieuhl. The Byzantine Empire by Charles William Chadwick OMAN. Chapter 12. The Coming of the Saracens. After the peace of 628, the Roman and the Persian empires, drained of men and money and ravaged from end to end by each other's marauding armies, sank down in exhaustion to heal them of their deadly wounds. Never before had either power dealt its neighbor such fearful blows as in this last struggle. In previous wars the contest had been waged around border fortresses, and the prize had been the conquest of some small slice of marchland. But Chasros and Heraclius had struck deadly blows at the heart of each other's empire, and harried the inmost provinces up to the gates of each other's capitals. The Persian had turned the wild hordes of the Avars loose on Thrace, and the Roman had guided the yet wilder Chazars up the walls of Ctesiphon. Hence it came to pass that at the end of the war the two powers were each weaker than they had ever been before. They were bleeding at every pore, utterly wearied and exhausted, and desirous of nothing but a long interval of peace to recover their lost strength. Precisely at this moment a new and terrible enemy fell upon the two war-worn combatants, and delivered an attack so vehement that it was destined to destroy the ancient kingdom of Persia and to shear away half the provinces of the Roman Empire. The politics of Arabia had up to this time been of little moment either to Roman or Persian. Each of them had allies among the Arab tribes, and had sometimes sent an expedition or an embassy southward, into the land beyond the Syrian desert. But neither of them dreamed that the scattered and disunited tribes of Arabia would ever combine or become a serious danger. But while Heraclius and Chasros were harrying each other's realms, events of worldwide importance had been taking place in the Arabian Peninsula. For the first and last time in history there had arisen among the Arabs one of those world-compelling minds that are destined to turn aside the current of events into new channels and change the face of whole continents. Mahomet, that strangest of moral enigmas, prophet and seer, fanatic and impostor, was developing his career all through the years of the Persian War. By an extraordinary mixture of genuine enthusiasm and vulgar cunning, of self-deception and deliberate imposture, of benevolence and cruelty, of austerity and license, he had worked himself and his creed to the front. The turbulent polytheists of Arabia had by him been converted into a compact band of fanatics, burning to carry all over the world by the force of their swords their new war cry, that God was God, and Mahomet his prophet. In 628, the last year of the Great War, the Arab sent his summons to Heraclius and Chasros, bidding them embrace Islam. The Persian replied with the threat that he would put the prophet in chains when he had leisure. The Roman made no direct reply, but sent Mahomet some small presents, neglecting the theological bent of his message and only thinking of enlisting a possible political ally. Both answers were regarded as equally unsatisfactory by the prophet, and he doomed the two empires to a similar destruction. Next year, 629, the first collision between the East Romans and the Arabs took place, a band of Moslems having pushed a raid up to Muta, near the Dead Sea. But it was not till 3 years later, when Mahomet himself was already dead, that the storm fell on the Roman Empire. In obedience to the injunctions of his deceased master, the Caliph Abu Bakr prepared 2 armies, and launched the one against Palestine and the other against Persia. Till the last 7 or 8 years, English writers have been inclined to underrate the force and fury of an army of Mohammedan fanatics in the first flush of their enthusiasm. Now that we have witnessed in our own day the scenes of Tamai and Abu Klea, we do so no longer. The rush that can break into a British square bristling with Martini Henry rifles is not a thing to be despised. For the future we shall not treat lightly the armies of the early caliphs, nor scoff with Gibbon at the feebleness of the troops who were routed by them. If the soldiers of Queen Victoria, armed with modern rifles and artillery, found the fanatical Arab a formidable foe, let us not blame the soldiers of Heraclius, who faced the same enemy with pike and sword alone. In the early engagements between the East Romans and the Saracens, the superior discipline and more regular arms of the one were not a sufficient counterpoise to put against the mad recklessness of the other. The Moslem wanted to get killed, that he might reap the fruits of martyrdom in the other world, and cared not how he died if he had first slain an enemy. The Roman fought well enough, but he did not, like his adversary, yearn to become a martyr, and the odds were on the man who held his life the cheapest. The moment of the Saracen invasion was chosen most unhappily for Heraclius. He had just paid off the enormous debt that he had contracted to the Church, and to do so had not only drained the treasury but imposed some new and unwise taxes on the harassed provincials, and disbanded many of his veterans for the sake of economy. Syria and Egypt, after spending 12 and 10 years respectively under the Persian yoke, had not yet got back into their old organization. Both countries were much distracted with religious troubles. The heretical sects of the Monophysites and Jacobites who swarmed within their boundaries had lifted up their heads under the Persian rule, being relieved from the governmental repression that had hitherto been their lot. They seemed to have constituted an actual majority of the population, and bitterly resented the endeavors of Heraclius to enforce orthodoxy in the reconquered provinces. Their discontent was so bitter that during the Saracen invasion they stood aside and refused to help the imperial armies, or even, on occasion, aided the alien enemy. The details of the Arab conquest of Syria have not been preserved by the East Roman historians, who seem to have hated the idea of recording the disasters of Christendom. The Moslems, on the other hand, had not yet commenced to write, and Arab historians arose among them. The tale of the invasion had been intertwined with a whole cycle of romantic legends, fitter for the Arabian Nights than the sober pages of a chronicle. But the main lines of the war can be reconstructed with accuracy. The Saracen horde under Abu Obaida emerged from the desert in the spring of 634 and captured Bostra, the frontier city of Syria to the east, by the aid of treachery from within. The Romans collected an army to drive them off, but in July it was defeated at Ginadin, Gabatha, in Iturea. Thoroughly roused by this disaster, Heraclius set all the legions of the east marching, and 60,000 men crossed the Jordan and advanced to recover Bostra. The Arabs met them at the fords of the Hieromax, an eastern tributary of the Jordan, and a fierce battle raged all day. The Romans drove the enemy back to the very gates of their camp, but a last charge, headed by the fierce warrior Khaled, broke their firm array when a victory seemed almost assured. All the mailed horsemen of Heraclius, his Armenian and Isaurian archers, his solid phalanx of infantry, were insufficient to resist the wild rush of the Arabs. Urged on by the cry of their general, "Paradise is before you, the devil and hellfire behind," the fanatical Orientals threw themselves on regiment after regiment and drove it off the field. All Syria east of Jordan was lost in this fatal battle. Damascus, its great stronghold, resisted desperately but fell early in 635. Most of its population were massacred. This disaster drew Heraclius into the field, though now he was over 60 and was beginning to fail in health. He could do nothing. Emesa and Heliopolis were sacked before his eyes, and after an inglorious campaign he hurried to Jerusalem, took the true cross from its sanctuary, where he had replaced it in triumph 5 years before, and retired to Constantinople. Hardly had he reached it when the news arrived that his discontented and demoralized troops had proclaimed a rebel emperor, though the enemy was before them. The rebel, his name was Baines, was put down, but meanwhile Antioch, Chalcis, and all northern Syria fell into the hands of the Arabs. Worse was yet to follow. In the next year, 637, Jerusalem fell after a desperate resistance, protracted for more than 12 months. The inhabitants refused to surrender except to the Caliph in person, and the aged Omar came over the desert, proud to take possession of the city, which Mohammed had reckoned the holiest site on earth save Mecca alone. The patriarch Sophronius was commanded to guide the conqueror around the city, and when he saw the rude Arabs standing by the altar of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, cried aloud, "Now is the abomination of desolation, which was spoken of by Daniel the prophet, truly in the holy place." The Caliph did not confiscate any of the great Christian sanctuaries, but he took the site of Solomon's temple, and erected on it a magnificent mosque, known ever since as the Mosque of Omar. The tale of the last years of Heraclius is most melancholy. The emperor lay at Constantinople slowly dying of dropsy, and his eldest son Constantine had to take the field in his stead. But the young prince received a crushing defeat in 638 when he attempted to recover North Syria, and next year the Arabs, under Amru, pressed eastward across the Isthmus of Suez and threw themselves upon Egypt. 2 years more of fighting sufficed to conquer the granary of the Roman Empire, and in February 641, when Heraclius died, the single port of Alexandria was the sole remaining possession of the Romans in Egypt. The 10 Years' War, which had torn Syria and Egypt from the hands of the unfortunate Heraclius, had been even more fatal to his eastern neighbor. The Arabs had attacked the Persian kingdom at the same moment they fell on Syria. 2 great battles at Qadisiyah, 636, and Yalula, 637, sufficed to place all western Persia in the hands of the Moslems. King Isdigerd, the last of the Sasanian line, raised his last army in 641 and saw it cut to pieces at the decisive field of Nehauend. He fled away to dwell as an exile among the Turks, and all his kingdom as far as the borders of India became the prey of the conquerors. Heraclius had married twice. By his first wife, Eudocia, he left a single son, Constantine, who should have been his sole heir. But he had taken a second wife, and this wife was his own niece, Martina. The incestuous choice had provoked much scandal, and was the one grave offense which could be brought against Heraclius, whose life was in other respects blameless. Martina, an ambitious and intriguing woman, prevailed on her aged husband to make her eldest son, Heracleonas, joint heir with his half-brother Constantine. This arrangement, as might have been expected, worked very badly. The court and army was at once split up between the adherents of the two young emperors, and while the defense of the empire against the Saracens should have been the sole care of the East Romans, they found themselves distracted by fierce court intrigues. Armed strife between the emperors seemed destined to break out, but after reigning only a few months, Constantine III died. It was rumored far and wide that his stepmother had poisoned him to make the way clear for her own son Heracleonas, who immediately proclaimed himself sole emperor. The Senate and the Byzantine populace were both highly indignant at this usurpation, for the deceased Constantine left a young son named Constans, who was thus excluded from the throne to which he was the natural heir. Heracleonas had reigned alone no more than a few weeks when the army of the East and the mob of Constantinople were heard demanding in angry tones that Constans should be crowned as his uncle's colleague. Heracleonas was frightened into compliance, but his submission only saved him for a year. In the summer of 642 the Senate decreed his deposition, and he was seized by the adherents of Constans and sent into exile, along with his mother Martina. The victorious faction very cruelly ordered the tongue of the mother and the nose of the son to be slit, the first instance of that hateful Oriental practice being applied to members of the royal house, but not the last. Constans II was sole emperor from 642 to 668, and his son and successor, Constantine IV, reigned from 668 to 685. They were both strong, hard-headed warrior princes, fit descendants of the gallant Heraclius. Their main credit lies in the fact that they fought unceasingly against the Saracen, and preserved as a permanent possession of the empire nearly every province that had still remained Roman at the time of the death of Heraclius. During the minority indeed of Constans II, Alexandria and Aradus, the two last ports preserved by the Romans in Egypt and Syria, were lost. But the Saracens advanced no further by land. The sands of the African desert and the passes of Taurus were destined to hold them back for many years. The times, however, were still dangerous till the murder of the Caliph Hoffman in 656, after which the outbreak of the first civil war among the Moslems, the contest of Ali and Muawiyah for the caliphate, gave the empire a respite. Muawiyah, who held the lands on the Roman frontier, his rival's power lying further to the east, secured a free hand against Ali by making peace with Constans. He even consented to pay him a small annual subsidy so long as the truce should last. This agreement was invaluable to the empire. After 27 years of incessant war, the mangled realm at last obtained an interval of repose. It was something, too, that the Saracens were induced to pause, and saw that the extension of their conquest was not destined to spread at once over the whole world. When they realized that their victories were not to go on forever, they lost the first keenness of the fanatical courage which had made them so terrible. Footnote 20. To the credit of Amru and his Saracens, it must be recorded that the great Alexandrian library was not burnt by them in sheer fanatical wantonness, as the legends tell. It had perished long before. Freed from the Saracen war, which had threatened not merely to curtail, but to extinguish the empire, Constans was at liberty to turn his attention to other matters. It seems probable that it was at this moment that the reorganization of the provinces of the empire took place, which we find in existence in the second half of the 7th century. The old Roman names and boundaries, which had endured since Diocletian's time, now disappear, and the empire is found divided into new provinces with strange denominations. They were military in their origin, and each consisted of the district covered by a large unit of soldiery, what we should call an army corps. Theme meant both the corps and the district which it defended, and the corps commander was also the provincial governor. There were 6 corps in Asia, called the Armeniac, Anatolic, Thracian, Bucellarian, Sibarhayat, and Obsequian themes. Of these the first 2 explain themselves. They were the army of Armenia and the army of the East. The Obsequian theme, quartered along the Propontis, was so called because it was a kind of personal guard for the emperor and the home districts. The Thracians were the army of Thrace, who in the stress of the war had been drafted across to Asia to reinforce the eastern troops. The Bucellari seem to have been corps composed of natives and barbarian auxiliaries mixed. They are heard of long before Constans, and he probably did no more than unite them and localize them in a single district. The Sibariot theme alone gets its name from a town, the port of Sibira, in Pamphylia, which must have been the original headquarters of the Southwestern Army Corps. Its commander had a fleet always in his charge, and his troops were often employed as marines. Footnote 21. Mr. Bury's excellent chapter on themes in Volume 2 of his later Roman Empire is most convincing as to these very puzzling provinces and their origin. The western half of the empire seems to have had 6 themes also. They bear, however, old and familiar names: Thrace, Hellas, Thessalonica, Ravenna, Sicily, and Africa, and their names explain their boundaries. In both halves of the empire there were, beside the great themes, smaller districts under the command of military governors, who had charge of outlying posts, such as the passes of Taurus, or the islands of Cyprus and Sardinia. Some of these afterwards grew into independent themes. Thus came to an end the old imperial system of dividing military authority and civil jurisdiction, which Augustus had invented and Diocletian perpetuated. Under stress of the fearful Saracenic invasion, the civil governors disappear, and for the future a commander chosen for his military capacity has also to discharge civil functions. Constans II, when once he had made peace with Moawiah, would have done well to turn to the Balkan Peninsula and evict the Slavs from the districts south of Hymus, into which they had penetrated during the reign of Heraclius. But he chose instead to do no more than compel the Slavs to pay homage to him and give tribute, and set out to turn westward and endeavor to drive the Lombards out of Italy. Falling on the Duchy of Benevento, he took many towns, and even laid siege to the capital, but he failed to take it, and passed on to Rome, which had not seen the face of an emperor for 200 years. When an emperor did appear, he brought no luck, for Constans signalized his visit by taking down the bronze tiles of the Pantheon and sending them off to Constantinople, 664. The emperor lingered no less than 5 years in the West, busied with the affairs of Italy and Africa, till the Constantinopolitans began to fear that he would make Rome or Syracuse his capital. But in 668 he was assassinated in a most strange manner. As he bathed in the baths called Daphne, Andreas, his bathing attendant, smote him on the head with his soap box and fled away. The blow was fatal. Constans died, and Constantine his son reigned in his stead. Constantine IV, known as Pogonatus the Bearded, reigned for 17 years, of which more than half were spent in one long struggle with the Saracens. Moawiah, the first of the Omeyyades, had now made himself sole caliph. The civil wars of the Arabs were now over, and once more they fell on the empire. Constantine's reign opened disastrously, with simultaneous attacks by the armies and fleets of Moawiah on Africa, Sicily, and Asia Minor. But this was only the prelude. In 673 the Caliph made ready an expedition, the like of which had never yet been undertaken by the Saracens. A great fleet and land army started from Syria to undertake the siege of Constantinople itself, an enterprise which the Moslems had not yet attempted. It was headed by the general Aber-Damin and accompanied by Yazid, the Caliph's son and heir. The fleet beat the imperial navy off the sea, forced the passage of the Dardanelles, and took Cyzicus. Using that city as its base, it proceeded to blockade the Bosphorus. The great glory of Constantine IV is that he withstood, defeated, and drove away the mighty armament of Moawiah. For 4 years the investment of Constantinople lingered on, and the stubborn resistance of the garrison seemed unable to do more than stave off the evil day. But the happy invention of fire tubes for squirting inflammable liquids, probably the famous Greek fire of which we hear at this time, gave the emperor's fleet the superiority in a decisive naval battle. At the same time a great victory was won on land and 30,000 Arabs slain. Abderrahman had fallen during the siege, and his successors had to lead back the mere wrecks of a fleet and army to the disheartened Caliph. It is 1,000 pities that the details of this, the second great siege of Constantinople, are not better known, but there is no good contemporary historian to give us the desired information. If he had but met with his sacred bard, Constantine IV might have gone down to posterity in company with Heraclius and Leo the Isaurian, as the third great hero of the East Roman Empire. The year after the raising of the great siege, Moawiah sued for peace, restored all his conquests, and offered a huge war indemnity, promising to pay 3,000 pounds of gold per annum for 30 years. The report of the triumph of Constantine went all over the world, and ambassadors came even from the distant Franks and Khazars to congratulate him on the victory which had saved Eastern Christendom from the Arab. While Constantine was defending his capital from the eastern enemy, the wild tribes of his northern border took the opportunity of swooping down on the European provinces, whose troops had been drawn off to resist the Arabs. The Slavs came down from the inland and laid siege for 2 years to Thessalonica, which was only relieved from their attacks when Constantine had finished his war with Moawiah. But a far more dangerous attack was made by another enemy in the eastern part of the Balkan Peninsula. The Bulgarians, a nomad tribe of Finnish blood, who dwelt in the region of the Pruth and Dniester, came over the Danube, subdued the Slavs of Moesia, and settled between the Danube and the eastern Balkans, where they have left their name till this day. They united the scattered Slavonic tribes of the region into a single strong state, and the new Bulgarian kingdom was long destined to be a troublesome neighbor to the empire. The date 679 counts as the first year of the reign of Isperich, the first king of Bulgaria. Constantine IV was too exhausted by his long war with Moawiah to make any serious attempt to drive the Bulgarians back over the Danube, and acquiesced in the new settlement. The last 6 years of Constantine's reign were spent in peace. The only notable event that took place in them was the meeting at Constantinople of the Sixth Ecumenical Council in 680 through 681. At this synod, the doctrine of the Monothelites, who attributed but one will to our Lord, was solemnly condemned by the united churches of the East and West. The holders of the Monothelite doctrines, dead and alive, were solemnly anathematized, among them Pope Honorius of Rome, who, in a previous generation, had consented to the heresy. Constantine IV died in 685, before he had reached his 36th year, leaving his throne to his eldest son Justinian, a lad of 16. End of chapter 12. Recording by xinamarieuhl. www.xcpublishing.net. Chapter 13 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by xinamarieuhl. The Byzantine Empire by Charles William Chadwick OMAN. Chapter 8. The First Anarchy. Justinian II, the last of the house of Heraclius, was a sovereign of a different type from any emperor that we have yet encountered in the annals of the Eastern Empire. He was a bold, reckless, callous, and selfish young man, with a firm determination to assert his own individuality and to have his own way. He was, in short, of the stuff of which tyrants are made. Justinian was but 17 when he came to the throne, but he soon showed that he intended to rule the empire after his own good pleasure, long before he had begun to learn the lessons of statecraft. Ere he had reached his 21st year, Justinian had plunged into war with the Bulgarians. He attacked them suddenly, inflicted several defeats on their king, and took no less than 30,000 prisoners, whom he sent over to Asia and forced to enlist in the army of Armenia. He next picked a quarrel with the Saracen Caliph on the most frivolous grounds. The annual tribute due by the Treaty of 679 had hitherto been paid in Roman solidi, but in 692 Abd al-Malik tendered it in new gold coins of his own mintage, bearing verses of the Koran. Justinian refused to receive them and declared war. His second venture in the field was disastrous. His unwilling recruits from Bulgaria deserted to the enemy when he met the Saracens at Sebastopol in Cilicia, and the Roman army was routed with great slaughter. The two subsequent campaigns were equally unsuccessful, and the troops of the Caliph harried Cappadocia far and wide. Justinian's wars depleted his treasury, yet he persisted in plunging into expensive schemes of building at the same time, and was driven to collect money by the most reckless extortion. He employed 2 unscrupulous ministers, Theodotus, the accountant general, an ex-abbot who had deserted his monastery, and the eunuch Stephanus, the keeper of the privy purse. These men were to Justinian what Ralph Flambard was to William Rufus, or Empson and Dudley to Henry VII. They raised him funds by flagrant extortion and illegal stretching of the law. Both were violent and cruel. Theodotus is said to have hung recalcitrant taxpayers up by ropes above smoky fires till they were nearly stifled. Stephanus thrashed and stoned every one who fell into his hands. He is reported to have actually administered a whipping to the Empress Dowager during the absence of her son, and Justinian did not punish him when he returned. While the emperor's financial expedients were making him hated by the moneyed classes, he was rendering himself no less unpopular in the army. After his ill success in the Saracen War, he began to execute or imprison his officers, and to decimate his beaten troops. To be employed by him in high command was almost as dangerous as it was to be appointed a general-in-chief during the dictatorship of Robespierre. In 695 the cup of Justinian's iniquities was full. An officer named Leonidas, being appointed, to his great dismay, general of the theme of Hellas, was about to set out to assume his command. As he parted from his friends, he exclaimed that his days were numbered, and that he should be expecting the order for his execution to arrive at any moment. Then a certain monk named Paul stood forth, and bade him save himself by a bold stroke. If he would aim a blow at Justinian, he would find the people and the army ready to follow him. Leonidas took the monk's counsel, and rushing to the state prison, at the head of a few friends, broke it open and liberated some hundreds of political prisoners. A mob joined him. He seized the cathedral of St. Sophia, and then marched on the palace. No one would fight for Justinian, who was caught and brought before the rebel leader in company with his 2 odious ministers. Leonidas bade his nose be slit, and banished him to Cherson. Theodotus and Stephanus he handed over to the mob, who dragged them round the city and burnt them alive. 20 years of anarchy followed the usurpation of Leonidas. The new emperor was not a man of capacity, and had been driven into rebellion by his fears rather than his ambition. He held the throne barely 3 years, amid constant revolts at home and defeats abroad. The Asiatic frontier was ravaged by the armies of Abd al-Malik, and at the same time a great disaster befell the western half of the empire. A Saracen army from Egypt forced its way into Africa, where the Romans had still maintained themselves by hard fighting, while the emperors of the house of Heraclius reigned. They reduced all its fortresses one after the other, and finally took Carthage in 697, 165 years after it had been restored to the empire by Belisarius. The larger part of the army of Africa escaped by sea from Carthage when the city fell. The officers in command sailed for Constantinople, and during their voyage plotted to dethrone Leonidas. They enlisted in their scheme Tiberius Apsimarus, who commanded the imperial fleet in the Aegean, and proclaimed him emperor when he joined them with his galleys. The troops of Leonidas betrayed the gates of the capital to the followers of the rebel admiral, and Apsimarus seized Constantinople. He proclaimed himself emperor by the title of Tiberius, third of that name, and condemned his captive rival to the same fate that he himself had inflicted on Justinian too. Accordingly, the nose of Leonidas was slit, and he was placed in confinement in a monastery. Tiberius III was more fortunate in his reign than his predecessor. His troops gained several victories over the Saracens, recovered the frontier districts which Justinian II and Leonidas had lost, and even invaded northern Syria. But these successes did not save Tiberius from suffering the same doom which had fallen on Justinian and Leonidas. The people and army were out of hand. The ephemeral emperor could count on no loyalty, and any shock was sufficient to upset his precarious throne. We must now turn to the banished Justinian, who had been sent into exile with his nose mutilated. He had been transported to Cherson, the Greek town in the Crimea, close to the modern Sebastopol, which formed the northernmost outpost of civilization, and enjoyed municipal liberty under the suzerainty of the empire. Justinian displayed in his day of adversity a degree of capacity which astonished his contemporaries. He fled from Cherson and took refuge with the Khan of the Khazars, the Tartar tribe who dwelt east of the Sea of Azov. With this prince the exile so ingratiated himself that he received in marriage his sister, who was baptized and christened Theodora. But Tiberius III sent great sums of money to the Khazar to induce him to surrender Justinian, and the treacherous barbarian determined to accept the bribe, and sent secret orders to 2 of his officers to seize the brother-in-law. The emperor learnt of the plot through his wife, and saved himself by the bold expedient of going at once to one of the 2 Khazar chiefs and asking for a secret interview. When they were alone he fell on him and strangled him, and then calling on the 2nd Khazar served him in the same fashion, before the Khan's orders had been divulged to anyone. This gave him time to escape, and he fled in a fishing boat out into the Euxine, with a few friends and servants who had followed him into exile. While they were out at sea a storm arose, and the boat began to fill. One of his companions cried to Justinian to make his peace with God, and pardon his enemies ere he died. But the emperor's stern soul was not bent by the tempest. "May God drown me here," he answered, "if I spare a single one of my enemies, if I ever get to land." The boat weathered the storm, and Justinian survived to carry out his cruel oath. He came ashore in the land of the Bulgarians, and soon won favor with their king Terrible, who wanted a good excuse for invading the empire, and found it in the pretense of supporting the exiled monarch. With a Bulgarian army at his back, Justinian appeared before Constantinople, and obtained an entrance at night near the gate of the Blanchernae. There was no fighting, for the adherents of Tiberius were as unready to strike a blow for their master as the followers of Leonidas had been, 705 A.D. So Justinian recovered his throne without fighting, for the people had by this time half forgotten his tyranny, and regretted the rule of the house of Heraclius. But they were soon to find out that they had erred in submitting to the exile, and should have resisted him at all hazards. Justinian came back in a relentless mood, bent on nothing but revenging his mutilated nose and his 10 years of exile. His first act was to send for the 2 usurpers who had sat on his throne. Leonidas was brought out from his monastery, and Tiberius caught as he tried to flee into Asia. Justinian had them led round the city in chains, and then bound them side by side before his throne in the Kathisma, the imperial box at the Hippodrome. There he sat in state, using their prostrate bodies as a footstool, while his adherents chanted the verse from the 91st Psalm, "Thou shalt tread on the lion and asp, the young lion and dragon shalt thou trample under thy feet." The allusion was to the names of the usurpers, the lion and asp being Leonidas and Apsimarus. After this strange exhibition, the 2 ex-emperors were beheaded. Their execution began a reign of terror, for Justinian had his oath to keep, and was set on wreaking vengeance on everyone who had been concerned in his deposition. He hanged all the chief officers and courtiers of Leonidas, and put out the eyes of the patriarch who had crowned him. Then he set to work to hunt out meaner victims. Many prominent citizens of Constantinople were sewn up in sacks and drowned in the Bosphorus. Soldiers were picked out by the dozen and beheaded. A special expedition was sent by sea to sack Cherson, the city of the emperor's exile, because he had a grudge against its citizens. The chief men were caught and sent to the capital, where Justinian had them bound to spits and roasted. These atrocities were mere samples of the general conduct of Justinian. In a few years he had made himself so much detested that it might be said that he had been comparatively popular in the days of his first reign. The end came into 711, when a general named Philippicus took arms and seized Constantinople while Justinian was absent at Sinope. The army of the tyrant laid down their arms when Philippicus approached, and he was led forth and beheaded without further delay, an end too good for such a monster. The conqueror also sought out and slew his little son Tiberius, whom the sister of the Khan of the Khazars had borne to him during his exile. So ended the house of Heraclius, after it had sat for 5 generations and 101 years on the throne of Constantinople. The 6 years which followed were purely anarchical. Justinian's wild and wicked freaks had completed the demoralization which had already set in before his restoration. Everything in the army and the state was completely disorganized and out of gear. It required a hero to restore the machinery of government and evolve order out of chaos. But the hero was not at once forthcoming, and the confusion went on increasing. To replace Justinian by Philippicus was only to substitute King Log for King Stork. The new emperor was a mere man of pleasure, and spent his time in personal enjoyment, letting affairs of state slide on as best they might. In less than 2 years he was upset by a conspiracy, which placed on the throne Artemius Anastasius, his own chief secretary. Philippicus was blinded and compelled to exchange the pleasures of the palace for the rigors of the monastery. But the court intrigue which dethroned Philippicus did not please the army, and within 2 years Anastasius was overthrown by the soldiers of the Obsequian theme, who gave the imperial crown to Theodosius of Adramyttium, a respectable but obscure commissioner of taxes. More merciful than any of his ephemeral predecessors, Theodosius III dismissed Anastasius unharmed, after compelling him to take holy orders. Meanwhile, the organization of the empire was visibly breaking up. The affairs both of the realm and the city were neglected and decaying. Civil education was disappearing, and military discipline dissolved. The Bulgarian and Saracen commenced once more to ravage the frontier provinces, and every year their ravages penetrated further inland. The Caliph Walid was so impressed with the opportunity offered to him that he commenced to equip a great armament in the ports of Syria, with the express purpose of laying siege to Constantinople. No one hindered him, for the army raised to serve against him turned aside to engage in the civil war between Anastasius and Theodosius. The landmarks of the Saracens' conquest by land are found in the falls of the great cities of Tyana, 710, Amasia, 712, and Antioch in Pisidia, 713. They had penetrated into Phrygia by 716, and were besieging the fortress of Amimorium with every expectation of success, when at last there appeared the man who was destined to save the East Roman Empire from a premature dismemberment. This was Leo the Isaurian, one of the few military officers who had made a great reputation amid the fearful disasters of the last 10 years. He was now general of the Anatolic theme, the province which included the old Cappadocia and Lycaonia. After inducing the Saracens, more by craft than force, to raise the siege of Amorium, Leo disowned his allegiance to the incapable Theodosius and marched toward the Bosphorus. The unfortunate emperor, who had not coveted the throne he occupied, nor much desired to retain it, allowed his army to risk one engagement with the troops of Leo. When it was beaten, he summoned the Patriarch, the Senate, and the chief officers of the court, pointed out to them that a great Saracen invasion was impending, that civil war had begun, and that he himself did not wish to remain responsible for the conduct of affairs. With his consent, the assembly resolved to offer the crown to Leo, who formally accepted it early in the spring of 717. Theodosius retired unharmed to Ephesus, where he lived for many years. When he died, the single word Yatia, health, was inscribed on his tomb according to his last directions. End of chapter 13. Recording by xinamarieuhl. www.xcpublishing.net.
Chapter 14 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gonzales. The Byzantine Empire by Charles William Chadwick OMAN. Chapter 14. The Saracens Stand Back. By dethroning Theodosius III on the very eve of the great Saracen invasion, Leo the Isaurian took upon himself the gravest of responsibilities. With a demoralized army, which of late had been more accustomed to revolt than to fight, a depleted treasury, and a disorganized civil service, he had to face an attack even more dangerous than that which Constantine IV had beaten up 30 years before. Constantine, too, the fourth of a race of hereditary rulers, had a secure throne and a loyal army, while Leo was a mere adventurer who had seized the crown only a few months before he was put to the test of the sword. The reigning caliph was now Suleiman, the seventh of the house of the Umayyads. He had strained all the resources of his wide empire to provide a fleet and an army adequate to the great enterprise which he had taken in hand. The chief command of the expedition was given to his brother Moslemah, who led an army of 80,000 men from the Tarsus across the center of Asia Minor and marched onto the Hellespont, taking the strong city of Pergamus in his way. Meanwhile, a fleet of 1,800 sail under the vizier Suleiman, namesake of his master the caliph, sailed from Syria from the Aegean, carrying a force no less than that which marched by land. Fleet and army met at Abydos on the Hellespont without mishap, for Leo had drawn back all his resources, naval and military, to guard his capital. In August 717, only 5 months after his coronation, the Isaurian saw the vessel of the Saracens sailing up the Propontis, while the army had crossed into Thrace and was approaching the city from the western side. Moslemah caused his troops to build a line of circumvallation from the sea to the Golden Horn, cutting Constantinople off all communication with Thrace, while Suleiman blocked the southern exit of the Bosphorus, and tried to close it on the northern side also, so as to prevent any supplies coming by water from the Euxine. Leo, however, sallied forth from the Golden Horn with his galleys and fire vessels bearing the dreaded Greek fire, and did so much harm to the detachment of Saracen ships which had gone northward up the strait, that a blockade was never properly established on that side. The Saracens relied more on starving at the city than on taking it by storm. They had come provided with everything necessary for a blockade of many months, and sat down as if intending to remain before the walls for an indefinite time. But Constantinople had been provisioned on an even more lavish scale. Each family had been bidden to lay in a stock of corn for no less than a period of 2 years, and famine appeared in the camp of the besiegers long ere it was felt in the houses of the besieged. Nor had Moslemah and Suleiman reckoned with the climate. Hard winters occasionally occurred by the Black Sea, as our own army learned to its course in the Crimean War. But the Saracens were served even worse by the winter of 717–18, when the frost never ceased for 12 weeks. They might have boasted, like John Nicholas, that December, January, and February were his best generals, for these months wrought fearful havoc on the Saracen host. The lightly clad Orientals could not stand the weather, and died of like flies of dysentery and cold. The Vizier Suleiman was among those who perished. Meanwhile, the Byzantines suffered little, being covered by roofs all the winter. When next spring came round, Moslemah would have had to raise the siege if he had not been heavily reinforced both by sea and land. A fleet of reserve arrived from Egypt, and a large army came up from Tarsus and occupied the Asiatic shores of Bosphorus. But Leo did not despair, and took the offensive in the summer. His fire ships stole out and burned the Egyptian squadrons as it lay at anchor. A body of troops landing on the Bithynian coast surprised and cut to pieces the Saracen army, which watched the other side of the strait. Soon, too, famine began to assail the enemy. Their stores of provisions were now giving out, and they had harried the neighbourhood so fiercely that no more food could be got from near at hand. While if they sent foraging parties too far from their lines, they were cut off by the peasantry. At last, Moslemah suffered disaster, which compelled him to abandon his task. The Bulgarians came down over the Balkans and routed the covering army, which observed Adrianople and protected the siege on the western side. No less than 20,000 Saracens fell, by the testimony of the Arab historians themselves, and the survivors were so cowed that Moslemah gave the order to retire. The fleet ferried the land army back into Asia, and both forces started homeward. Moslemah got back to Tarsus with only 30,000 men at his back, out of more than 100,000 who had started with him or come to him as reinforcements. The fleet fared even worse. It was caught by a tempest in the Aegean, and so fearfully shattered that it is said that only 5 vessels of the whole armada got back to Syria unharmed. Thus ended the last great endeavour of the Saracens to destroy Constantinople. The task was never essayed again, though for 350 years more wars were constantly breaking out between the emperor and the caliph. In the future there were always to be border struggles, not desperate attempts to strike at the heart of the empire and conquer Europe for Islam. To Leo, far more than to his contemporary, the Frank Charles Martel, is the delivery of the Christendom from the Moslem danger to be attributed. Charles then begged to a plundering horde sent out from an outlying province of the Caliphate. Leo repulsed the grand army of the Saracens, raised from the whole of the eastern realms, and commanded by the brother of their monarch. Such a defeat was well calculated to impress in the fatalistic minds the idea that Constantinople was not destined by Providence to fall into their hands. They were by this time far removed from the frantic fanaticism which had inspired their grandfathers, and the crushing disaster they had now sustained deterred them from a repetition of the attempt. Life and power had grown so pleasant to them that martyrdom was no longer an end in itself. They preferred, if checked, to live and fight another day. Leo was, however, by no means entirely freed from the Saracens with his victory of 718. At several epochs in the latter part of the reign, he was troubled by invasions of his border provinces. None of them, however, were really dangerous, and after victory won over the main army of the raiders in 739 at Acroinon, in Phrygia, Asia Minor was finally freed from their presence. End of chapter 14. Recording by Gonzales and Cavite, Philippines.
Chapter 15 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by xinamarieuhl. The Byzantine Empire by Charles William Chadwick OMAN. Chapter 15. The Iconoclasts, A.D. 720 through 802. If Leo the Isaurian had died on the day on which the army of the Caliph raised the siege of Constantinople, it would have been well for his reputation in history. Unhappily for himself, though happily enough for the East Roman realm, he survived yet 20 years to carry through a series of measures which were in his eyes not less important than the repulse of the Moslems from his capital. Historians have given to the scheme of reform which he took in hand the name of the Iconoclastic movement, because of the opposition to the worship of images which formed one of the most prominent features of his action. For the last 100 years the empire had been declining in culture and civilization. Literature and art seemed likely to perish in the never-ending clash of arms. The old Roman jurisprudence was being forgotten. The race of educated civil servants was showing signs of extinction. The governors of provinces were now without exception rough soldiers, not members of that old bureaucracy whose Roman traditions had so long kept the empire together. Not least among the signs of a decaying civilization were the gross superstitions, which had grown up of late in the religious world. Christianity had begun to be permeated by those strange medieval fancies, which would have been as inexplicable to the old Roman mind of 4 centuries before as they are to the mind of the 19th century. A rich crop of puerile legends, rites, and observances had grown up of late around the central truths of religion, unnoticed and unguarded against by theologians, who devoted all their energies to the barren monothelite and monophysite controversies. Image worship and relic worship, in particular, had developed with strange rapidity and assumed the shape of mere fetishism. Every ancient picture or statue was now announced as both miraculously produced and endued with miraculous powers. These wonder-working pictures and statues were now adored as things in themselves divine. The possession of one of them made the fortune of a church or monastery, and the tangible object of worship seems to have been regarded with quite as much respect as the saint whose memory it recalled. The freaks to which image worship led were in some cases purely grotesque. It was, for example, not unusual to select a picture as the godfather of a child in baptism, and to scrape off a little of its paint and produce it at the ceremony to represent the saint. Even patriarchs and bishops ventured to assert that the hand of a celebrated representation of the Virgin distilled fragrant balsam. The success of the Emperor Heraclius in his Persian campaign was ascribed by the vulgar not so much to his military talent as to the fact that he carried with him a small picture of the Virgin, which had fallen from heaven. All these vain beliefs, inculcated by the clergy and eagerly believed by the mob, were repulsive to the educated laymen of the higher classes. Their dislike for vain superstitions was emphasized by the influence of Mahometanism on their minds. For 100 years the inhabitants of the Asiatic provinces of the empire had been in touch with a religion of which the noblest feature was its emphatic denunciation of idolatry under every shape and form. An East Roman, when taunted by his Moslem neighbor for clinging to a faith which had grown corrupt and idolatrous, could not but confess that there was too much ground for the accusation when he looked round on the daily practice of his countrymen. Hence there had grown up among the stronger minds of the day a vigorous reaction against the prevailing superstitions. It was more visible among the laity than among the clergy, and far more widespread in Asia than in Europe. In Leo the Isaurian, this tendency stood incarnate in its most militant form, and he left the legacy of his enthusiasm to his descendants. 7 years after the relief of Constantinople, he commenced his crusade against superstition. The chief practices which he attacked were the worship of images and the ascription of divine honors to saints, more especially in the form of Mariolatry. His son Constantine, more bold and drastic than his father, endeavored to suppress monasticism also, because he found the monks the most ardent defenders of images. But Leo's own measures went no further than a determined attempt to put down image worship. The struggle which he inaugurated began in A.D. 725, when he ordered the removal of all the images in the capital. Rioting broke out at once, and the officials who were taking down the great figure of Christ crucified over the palace gate were torn to pieces by a mob. The emperor replied by a series of executions, and carried out his policy all over the empire by the aid of armed force. The populace, headed by the monks, opposed a bitter resistance to the emperor's doings, more especially in the European provinces. They set the wildest rumors afloat concerning his intentions. It was currently reported that the Jews had bought his consent to image-breaking, and that the Caliph Yazid had secretly converted him to Mahometanism. Though Leo's orthodoxy in matters doctrinal was unquestioned, and though he had no objection to the representation of the cross, as distinguished from the crucifix, he was accused of a design to undermine the foundations of Christianity. Arianism was the least offensive fault laid to his account. The emperor's enemies did not confine themselves to passive resistance to his crusade against images. Dangerous revolts broke out in Greece and Italy, and were not put down without much fighting. In Italy, indeed, the imperial authority was shaken to its foundations, and never thoroughly re-established. The popes consistently opposed the iconoclastic movement, and by their denunciation of it placed themselves at the head of the anti-imperial party. Nor did they shrink from allying themselves with the Lombards, who were now, as always, endeavoring to drive the East Roman garrisons from Ravenna and Naples. The hatred which Leo provoked might have been fatal to him had he not possessed the full confidence of the army. But his great victory over the Saracens had won him such popularity in the camp that he was able to despise the wrath of the populace and carry out his schemes to their end. Beside instituting ecclesiastical reforms, he was a busy worker in all the various departments of the administration. He published a new code of laws, the first since Justinian, written in Greek instead of Latin, as the latter language was now quite extinct in the Balkan Peninsula. He reorganized the finances of the empire, which had fallen into hopeless confusion in the anarchy between 695 and 717. The army had much of his care, but it was more especially in the civil administration of the empire that he seems to have left his mark. From Leo's day, the gradual process of decay which had been observable since the time of Justinian seems to come to an end, and for 300 years the reorganized East Roman state developed a power and energy which appear most surprising after the disasters of the unhappy 7th century. Having once lived down the Saracen danger, the empire reasserted its ancient mastery in the East, until the coming of the Turks in the 11th century. We should be glad to have the details of Leo's reforms, but most unhappily the monkish chroniclers who described his reign have slurred all over his good deeds, in order to enlarge to more effect on the iniquities of his crusade against image worship. The effects of his work are to be traced mainly by noting the improved and well-ordered state of the empire after his death, and comparing it with the anarchy that had preceded his accession. Leo died in 740, leaving the throne to his son, Constantine V, whom he had brought up to follow in his own footsteps. The new emperor was a good soldier and a capable man of business, but his main interest in life centered in the struggle against image worship. Where Leo had chastised the adherents of superstition with whips, Constantine chastised them with scorpions. He was a true persecutor and executed not only rioters and traitors, as his father had done, but all prominent opponents of his policy who provoked his wrath. Hence he incurred an amount of hatred even greater than that which encompassed Leo III, and his very name has been handed down to history with the insulting byword copronymus tacked on to it. Though strong and clever, Constantine was far below his father in ability, and his reign was marked by one or two disasters, though its general tenor was successful enough. 2 defeats in Bulgaria were comparatively unimportant, but a noteworthy, though not a dangerous loss was suffered when Ravenna and all the other East Roman possessions in central Italy were captured by the Lombards in AD 750. At this time Pope Stephen, when attacked by the same enemy, sent for aid to Pippin the Frank, instead of calling on the emperor, and for the future the papacy was for all practical purposes dependent on the Franks and not on the empire. The loss of the distant exarchate of Ravenna seemed a small thing, however, when placed by the side of Constantine's successes against the Saracens, Slavs, and Bulgarians, all of whom he beat back with great slaughter on the numerous occasions when they invaded the empire. But in the minds both of Constantine himself and of his contemporaries, his dealings with things religious were the main feature of his reign. He collected a council of 338 bishops at Constantinople in 761, at which image worship was declared contrary to all Christian doctrine, and after obtaining this condemnation attacked it everywhere as a heresy and not merely a superstition. In the following year, finding the monks the strongest supporters of the images, he commenced a crusade against monasticism. He first forbade the reception of any novices, and shortly afterwards began to close monasteries wholesale. We are told that he compelled many of their inmates to marry by force of threats. Others were exiled to Cyprus by the hundred. Not a few were flogged and imprisoned, and a certain number of prominent men were put to death. These unwise measures had the natural effect. The monks were everywhere regarded as martyrs, and the image worship which they supported grew more than ever popular with the masses. While still in the full vigor of his persecuting enthusiasm, Constantine Copronymus died in 775, leaving the throne to his son, Leo IV, an iconoclast like all his race, but one who imitated the milder measures of his grandfather, rather than the more violent methods of his father. Leo was consumptive and died young, after a reign of little more than 4 years, in which nothing occurred of importance save a great victory over the Saracens in 776. His crown fell to his son, Constantine VI, a child of 10, while the Empress Dowager Irene became sole regent, and her name was associated with that of her son in all acts of state. The Isaurian dynasty was destined to end in a fearful and unnatural tragedy. The Empress Irene was clever, dominating, and popular. The irresistible power of her office of regent filled her with overweening ambition. She courted the favor of the populace and clergy by stopping the persecution of the image worshippers, and filled all offices, civil and military, with creatures of her own. For 10 years she ruled undisturbed, and grew so full of pride and self-confidence that she looked forward with dismay to the prospect of her son's attaining his majority and claiming his inheritance. Even when he had reached the age of manhood, she kept him still excluded from state affairs, and compelled him to marry, against his will, a favorite of her own. Constantine was neither precocious nor unfilial, but in his 22nd year he rebelled against his mother's dictation, and took his place at the helm of the state. Irene had actually striven to oppose him by armed force, but he pardoned her, and after secluding her for a short time, restored her to her former dignity. The unnatural mother was far from acquiescing in her son's elevation, and still dreamed of reasserting herself. She took advantage of the evil repute which Constantine won by a disastrous war with Bulgaria, and an unhappy quarrel with the Church, on the question of his divorce from the wife who had been forced upon him. More especially, however, she relied on her popularity with the multitude, which had been won by stopping the persecution of the image worshippers during her regency. For Constantine had resumed the policy of his ancestors, and developed strong iconoclastic tendencies when he came to his own. In 797, Irene imagined that things were ripe for attacking her son, and conspirators, acting by her orders, seized the young emperor, blinded him, and immured him in a monastery before any of his adherents were able to come to his aid. Thus ended the rule of the Isaurian dynasty. Constantine himself, however, survived many years as a blind monk, and lived to see the ends of no less than 5 of his successors. The wicked Irene sat on her ill-gained throne for some 5 troublous years, much vexed by rebellion abroad and palace intrigues at home. It is astonishing that her reign lasted so long, but it would seem that her religious orthodoxy atoned in the eyes of many of her subjects for the monstrous crime of her usurpation. The end did not come till 802, when Nicephorus, her grand treasurer, having gained over some of the eunuchs and other courtiers about her person, quietly seized her and immured her in a monastery in the island of Chalke. No blow was struck by any in the cause of the wicked empress, and Nicephorus quietly ascended the throne. Though containing little that is memorable in itself, the reign of Irene must be noted as the severing point of that connection between Rome and Constantinople, which had endured since the first days of empire. In the year 800, Pope Leo III crowned Karl, king of the Franks, as Roman emperor, and transferred to him the nominal allegiance which he had hitherto paid to Constantinople. Since the Italian rebellion in the time of Constantine Copronymus, that allegiance had been a mere shadow, and the papacy had been in reality under Frankish influence. But it was not till 800 that the final breach took place. The iconoclastic controversy had prepared the way for it, while the fact that a woman sat on the imperial throne served as a good excuse for the pope's action. Leo declared that a female reign was an anomaly and an abomination, and took upon himself the onus of ending it, so far as Italy was concerned, by creating a new emperor of the West. There was, of course, no legality in the act, and Karl the Great was in no real sense the successor of Honorius and Romulus Augustulus, but he ruled a group of kingdoms which embraced the larger half of the old Western Empire, and formed a fair equipoise to the realm now ruled by Irene. From 800 then onward we have once more a West Roman Empire in existence, as well as the East Roman, and it will be convenient for many purposes to use the adjective Byzantine instead of the adjective Roman when we are dealing with the remaining history of the realm that centered at Constantinople. End of chapter 15. Recording by xinamarieuhl. www.xcpublishing.net.
Chapter 16 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Byzantine Empire, by Charles William Chadwick OMAN. Chapter 16, The End of the Iconoclasts. A.D. 802 to 886. The iconoclastic controversy was far from being extinguished with the fall of the house of Leo the Isaurian. It was destined to continue in a milder form for more than half a century after the dethronement of Constantine VI. The lines on which it was fought out were still the same. The official hierarchy and the Asiatic provinces favored iconoclasm, the clergy and the European provinces were iconodules. See footnote. Hence it is interesting to note that through the greater part of the 9th century, while emperors of Eastern birth sat on the throne, the views of Leo the Isaurian were still in vogue, and that the eventual triumph of the image worshippers only came about when a royal house sprung from one of the European themes, the family of Basil the Macedonian, gained possession of the crown. Footnote. Slaves to images, a term of contempt not unfairly applied to the image worshippers. End footnote. The treasurer, Nicephorus, who overthrew Irene, and so easily obtained possession of the empire, was of Oriental extraction. His ancestor had been a Christian Arab prince, expelled from his country at the time of the rise of Mohammed, and his family had always dwelt in Asia Minor. Hence we are not surprised to find that Nicephorus was an iconoclast, and refused to follow in the steps of Irene in the direction of restoring image worship. He did not persecute the iconodules, as the Isaurians had done, but he gave them no personal encouragement. This being so, it is natural that we should find his character described in the blackest terms by the monkish chroniclers of the succeeding century. He was, we are told, a hypocrite, an oppressor, and a miser. But we cannot find any very distinct traces of the operation of such vices in his conduct during the 9 years of his reign. He was not, however, a very fortunate ruler, though he put down with ease several insurrections of discontented generals. He was unlucky with his foreign wars. The Caliph Harun al-Rashid did much harm to the Asiatic provinces, ravaging the whole country as far as Ancyra, nor could Nicephorus get rid of him without signing a rather ignominious peace, and paying a large war indemnity. A yet greater disaster concluded another war. Nicephorus invaded Bulgaria in 811, to punish King Crum for ravaging Thrace. The Byzantine army won a battle and sacked the palace and capital of the Bulgarian king, but a few days later Nicephorus allowed himself to be surprised by a night attack on his camp. In the panic and confusion the emperor fell, and his son and heir, Starasius, was desperately wounded. The routed army did not stay its flight till Adrianople, and left the body of the emperor in the hands of the Bulgarians, who cut off his head, and made the skull into a drinking cup, just as the Lombards had dealt with the skull of King Cunimund 300 years before. Starasius, the only son of Nicephorus, was proclaimed emperor, but it soon became evident that his wound was mortal, and Michael Rangaby, his brother-in-law, who had married the eldest daughter of Nicephorus, took his place on the throne before the breath was out of the dying emperor's body. Michael I was a weak, good-natured man, who owed his elevation to the mere chance of his marriage. He was a devoted servant and admirer of the monks, and began to undo the work of his father-in-law, and remove all iconoclasts from office. This provoked the wrath of that powerful party, and led to conspiracies against Michael, but he might have held his own if it had not been for the disgracefully incompetent way in which he conducted the Bulgarian war. He allowed an enemy whom the East Romans had hitherto despised, not only to ravage the open country in Thrace, but to storm the fortresses of Mesembria and Anchialus, and to push their invasions up to the gates of Constantinople. The discontent of the army found vent in a mutiny, and Leo the Armenian, an officer of merit and capacity, was proclaimed emperor in the camp. Michael I made no resistance, and retired into a monastery after only 2 years of reign. 811–13. Leo the Armenian proved himself worthy of the confidence of the army. When the Bulgarians appeared in front of the walls of Constantinople they were repulsed, but Leo tarnished the glory of his success by a treacherous attempt to assassinate King Crum at a conference, a crime as unnecessary as it was unsuccessful, for the emperor might, as the event proved, have trusted to the sword instead of the dagger. In the next spring he took the offensive himself, marched out to Mesembria, and inflicted on the enemy such a sanguinary defeat that hardly a man escaped his sword, and Bulgaria was so weakened that it gave no further trouble for more than 50 years. Almost the moment that he was freed from the Bulgarian war, Leo became involved in the fatal iconoclastic controversy. Being a native of an Oriental theme, he was naturally imbued with the views of his great namesake, the Isaurian, and inclined to reverse the policy of the monk-loving Michael I. But being moderate and wary he tried to introduce, without the use of force, a middle policy between image-breaking and image-worship; a fruitless attempt, which only brought him the nickname of the Chameleon. Leo's idea was the quaint device of permitting the use of images, but of hanging them so high from the ground that the public should not be able to touch or kiss them. This pleased nobody. On the one side, the patriarch and his monks inveighed against the moving of the images, while, on the other, tumultuous companies of Asiatic soldiery broke into churches and mutilated all the pictures and figures they could find. The 7 years of Leo's reign were full of ecclesiastical bickerings, but it should be remembered to his credit that no single person suffered death for his conscience' sake in the whole period. The most violent of the opponents of the emperor were merely interned in remote monasteries, when they ventured to set their will against his. Long ere the end of his reign, Leo had been compelled to leave his half-measures and prohibit all use of images. Like Constantine Copronymus, he called a council to endorse his action, and a majority of the Eastern bishops resolved that iconolatry was a dangerous heresy, and anathematized the patriarch Nicephorus and all other defenders of the images. Leo's reign was prosperous in all save the matter of his religious troubles. But he was not destined to die in peace in his bed. Michael the Amorian, the best general in the empire, was detected in a conspiracy against his master. Leo cast him into prison, but delayed his punishment, and left his accomplices at large. Michael had many friends in the palace who determined to strike a blow ere the emperor should have discovered their guilt. They resolved to slay Leo in his private chapel, as he attended matins on Christmas Day, for he was accustomed to come unarmed and unguarded to the early communion. Accordingly, the conspirators attended the service, and attacked the emperor in the midst of the Eucharistic hymn. Leo snatched the heavy metal cross off the altar and struck down some of his assailants, but numbers were too many for him, and he was cut down and slain at the very foot of the holy table. Christmas Day, 820. Michael the Amorian was dragged out of his dungeon, saluted as emperor, and crowned, even before the fetters were off his feet. It was not till the ceremony had been performed that time was found to send for a smith to strike away the rings. Michael was by birth a mere peasant, but had raised himself to high rank in the army by his courage and ability. He is sometimes styled the Amorian, from his birthplace, Amorium in Phrygia, but more often mentioned by his nickname of the Stammerer. He had been the friend and adviser of Leo the Armenian at the time of the latter's elevation to the throne, and his conspiracy must be reckoned a gross piece of ingratitude, even though we acknowledge that he was not personally responsible for his master's murder. Though rough and uncultured, Michael was a man of very considerable ability. He strengthened his title to the crown by a marriage with the last scion of the Isaurian house, the Princess Euphrosyne, daughter of the blind Constantine VI. The religious difficulties of the day he endeavoured to treat in an absolutely impartial way, so as to offend neither iconoclasts nor iconodules. He recalled from exile the image-worshipping monks whom Leo the Armenian had sent to distant monasteries, and proclaimed that for the future every subject of the empire should enjoy complete liberty of conscience on the disputed question. This was far from satisfying the image-worshippers, who wished Michael to restore their idols to their ancient places, but the Amorian would not consent to this, and obtained but a very qualified measure of approval from the monastic party. It was not to be expected that the reign of a military usurper, with no title to the throne whatever, would be untroubled by revolts. Michael had his share of such afflictions, and though he finally slew Thomas and Euphemius, the two pretenders who laid claim to his crown, yet by their means he lost two not inconsiderable provinces of his empire. While the rebellion of Thomas was in progress, an army of Saracens from Alexandria threw themselves on the island of Crete, and conquered it from end to end. When Michael's hands were free he sent two great armaments to expel the intruders, but both failed, and Crete was destined to remain for a whole century in Moslem hands. Its 100 harbours became the haunts of innumerable corsairs, who grew to be the bane of commerce in the Levant, and were a serious danger to the empire whenever its fleet fell into bad hands and failed to keep the police of the seas. A similar rising in Sicily under a rebel named Euphemius led to the invasion of that island by an army of Moors from Africa, who landed in 827, and maintained a foothold in spite of all efforts to expel them. At first their gains were not rapid, but in the time of Michael's successors they gradually won for themselves the whole of the island. After 9 years of reign the Amorian died a natural death, still wearing the crown he had won. It was just 50 years since any ruler of the empire had met such a peaceful end. He was succeeded by his son Theophilus, a vehement iconoclast, whose persecuting tendencies had been with difficulty restrained in his father's lifetime. His accession was the signal for a new campaign against image worship. He induced the patriarch John the Grammarian, a strong iconoclast like himself, to excommunicate as idolaters all who differed from him, and began to flog, banish, and imprison their leading men. His persecution would have been almost as vehement as that of Constantine Copronymus, but for the fact that he did not ever inflict the punishment of death. Branding and mutilation however he did not disdain. The Iconodoules saw the vengeance of heaven for the misdeeds of Theophilus in the disasters which he suffered in war from the Saracens. He fell out with the Caliph Motassem, and in the first campaign took and burnt the town of Zepetra, for which the commander of the faithful had great regard. See footnote. This roused Motassem to furious wrath. He swore that he would destroy in revenge the town which Theophilus held most dear. He collected the largest Saracen army that had been seen since Moslema beleaguered Constantinople in 717. And marched out of Tarsus with 130,000 men, each of whom, if legend speaks true, had the word Amorium painted on his shield. For it was Amorium, the birthplace of the emperor, and the home of his ancestors that Motassem had sworn to sack. While one division of the Caliph's army defeated Theophilus, who had taken the field in person, another headed by Motassem himself marched straight on Amorium, and took it after a brave defence of 55 days. 30,000 of its inhabitants were massacred, and the town was burnt, but the Caliph then turned home satisfied with his revenge, and the empire suffered nothing more from this most dangerous invasion. The Saracen war dragged on in an indecisive way, but no further disaster was encountered. Footnote. It is said to have been either his birthplace or that of his mother. End footnote. There are other things to be recorded of Theophilus beside his persecution of image worshippers and his war with the Caliph. He was long remembered for his taste for gorgeous display. Of all the East Roman emperors he seems to have delighted the most in gold and silver work, gems and embroidery. His golden plane tree was the talk of the East, and the golden lions at the foot of his throne, which rose and roared by the means of ingenious machinery within, were remembered for generations. Nor should the curious tale of his second marriage be left untold. When left a widower he bade the Empress Dowager Euphrosyne assemble at her levee all the most beautiful of the daughters of the East Roman aristocracy, and came among them to choose a wife, carrying like Paris a golden apple in his hand. His glance was first fixed on the fair Icasia, but approaching her he found no better topic to commence a conversation than the awkward statement that most of the evil had come into the world by means of women. The lady retorted that surely most of the good had also come into the world by their means, a reply which apparently discomposed Theophilus, for he walked on and without a further word gave the golden apple to Theodora, a rival beauty. The choice was hasty and unhappy, for Theodora was a devoted Iconodule, and used all her influence against her husband's religious opinions. Theophilus died in 842, while still a young man, leaving the throne to his only son Michael, a child of 3 years, and the regency to the young empress. The moment that her husband's grave was closed Theodora set to work to undo his policy. Amid the applause of the monks and the populace of Constantinople she proclaimed the end of the persecution, sent for the banished image worshippers from their places of exile, and deposed John the Grammarian, the iconoclastic patriarch who had served Theophilus. Within 30 days of the commencement of the new reign the images had appeared once more on the walls of all the churches of Constantinople. The iconoclasts seem to have been taken by surprise, and made no resistance to the revolution. However, the empress did not take any measures to persecute them. It was only power and not security for life and limb that they lost. The sole permanent result of the long struggle which they had kept up was a curious compromise in the Eastern Church on the subject of representation of the human figure. Statues were never again erected in places of worship, but only paintings and mosaics. It was apparently believed that the actual image savoured too much of the heathen idol, but that no offence could possibly be given by the picture, which served as a pious remembrance of the holy personage it represented, but could be nothing more. Nevertheless, the veneration of the Byzantines for their holy icons became almost as grotesque as idol worship, and led to many quaint and curious forms of superstition. Theodora, engrossed in things religious, handed over the education of her young son to her brother Bardas, who became her co-regent and was afterwards made Caesar. He brought up the young Michael in the most reckless and unconscientious manner, teaching him his own vices of drunkenness and debauchery. Michael was an apt pupil, and ere he reached the age of 21 had become a confirmed dipsomaniac. History knows him by the dishonourable nickname of Michael the Drunkard. Some years after his majority he grew discontented with his uncle, and slew him, in order that he might reign alone. His profligacy and intemperance became still more unbearable after Bardas was dead, and had it not been for the splendid organization of the Byzantine civil service the administration of the empire must have gone to pieces. Presently Michael grew tired of spending on state affairs any time that he could spare from his orgies, and appointed as Caesar and colleague his boon companion Basil the Macedonian. Basil had reached the position of Grand Chamberlain purely by the emperor's favour. He rose from the lowest ranks and is said to have first entered Michael's service in the humble position of a groom. His practical ability, combined with a head hard enough to withstand the effects of even the longest debauch, won Michael's admiration, and so he came to be first Chamberlain and then Caesar. Under the mask of a roisterer Basil concealed the most devouring ambition, and when he knew that his drunken benefactor had won the contempt of all the East Roman world, had the impudence and ingratitude to plan his murder. Michael was stabbed while sleeping off the effects of one of his orgies, and his low-born colleague seized the palace and proclaimed himself emperor. It might have been expected that the East Roman world would have refused to receive as its lord a man who owed his elevation to the freak of a drunkard, and had then become the assassin of his benefactor. But strangely enough Basil was destined to found the longest dynasty that ever sat upon the Constantinopolitan throne. He turned out a far better ruler than might have been expected from his disgraceful antecedents, being one of those fortunate men who are able to utilize the work of others when their own powers and knowledge fall short. Basil is mainly remembered for his codification of the laws of the empire, which superseded the Ecloga of Leo the Isaurian, even as Leo's compilation had superseded the more solid and thorough work of Justinian. The Basilica of Basil, with the additions made by his son Leo VI, formed the code of the Byzantine Empire down to its last days, no further rearrangement being ever made. Basil, being of European birth and not an Asiatic like the preceding emperors, was naturally an orthodox image worshipper. He showed his bigotry by a fierce persecution of the Paulicians, an Asiatic sect of heretics accused of Manichaeanism, whom the iconoclast emperors had been wont to tolerate. Basil's oppression drove many of them over the Saracen frontier, where they took refuge with the Moslems and maintained themselves by plundering the borders of the empire. Among the other transactions of his 19 years of reign, 867 to 886, The only one deserving notice is the final loss of Sicily. The Saracens of Africa, who had held a footing in the island ever since the time of Michael II, now finished their work by storming Syracuse in 878. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Carpenter. The Byzantine Empire by Charles William Chadwick OMAN. Chapter 17. The Literary Emperors and Their Time. A.D. 886 to 963. The 80 years which followed the death of Basil the Macedonian were the most uneventful and monotonous in the whole history of the empire. They are entirely taken up by the 2 long reigns of Leo the Wise and Constantine Porphyrogenitus, the son and grandson of the founder of the dynasty. Basil had been a mere adventurer, an ignorant and uneducated but capable upstart. His successors, strange issue from such a stock, were a pair of mild, easy-going, and inoffensive men of literature. They wrote no annals with their sword, though the times were not unpropitious for military enterprise, but devoted themselves to the pen, and have left behind some of the most useful and interesting works in the Byzantine literature. If the times had been harder, it is doubtful whether Leo VI and Constantine VII would have been strong enough to protect their throne. But the period 880 to 960 was less troubled by foreign wars than any other corresponding period in the history of the East Roman state. The empire of the caliphs was breaking up in the east. The empire of Charles the Great had already broken up in the west. The Bulgarians and other neighbors of the realm on the north were being converted to Christianity and settling down into quiet. The only troubles to which the East Roman realm was exposed were piratical raids of the Russians on the north and of the Saracens of Africa on the south. These were vexatious but not dangerous. An active and warlike emperor would probably have found the time propitious for conquest from his neighbors, but Leo and Constantine were quiet, unenterprising men who dwelt contentedly in the palace and seldom or never took the field. Leo's reign of 26 years was only diversified by an unfortunate invasion of Bulgaria, which failed through the mismanagement of the generals, and for a great raid of Saracen pirates on Thessalonica in 904. The capture of the second city of the empire by a fleet of African adventurers was an incident disgraceful to the administration of Leo, and caused much outcry and sensation. But it is fair to say that it was taken almost by surprise, and stormed from the side of the sea where no attack had been expected. The armies and fleet of the empire would have availed to rescue the town, if only its fall had been delayed a few weeks. When they had taken it, the Saracens fled with their booty, and made no attempt to hold its walls. Constantine Porphyrogenitus, the offspring of the 4th wife of Leo the Wise, and the child of his old age, was only 7 when his heritage fell to him. For many years he was under the tutelage of guardians. First, his father's brother Alexander ruled as his colleague, and became emperor regent. Some years after Alexander had died, an ambitious admiral named Romanus Lecapenus usurped the same position, declared himself emperor, and administered the realm. The life of Romanus was protracted into extreme old age, long after Constantine had reached his majority, but the ambitious veteran held tight to the scepter and kept the rightful heir in the background. Constantine consoled himself by writing books and painting pictures. It was not till he was nearly 40 that he came to his own. Even then his success was not owing to his own energy. The sons of the aged Romanus had resolved to succeed their parent on the throne, in despite of the rights of Constantine. But when they declared themselves emperors, and made their old father abdicate, an outburst of popular wrath was provoked. The mob and the guards joined to sweep away the presumptuous Stephen Lecapenus and his brother. They were immured in monasteries, and Constantine emerged from his seclusion to administer the empire for 20 years. He was somewhat weak and ineffective, but neither obstinate nor tyrannical. Many abler men made worse rulers. The achievements of both Leo and Constantine were their books. Those of Leo consist of a manual on the art of war, some theological treatises, and a book of prophecies, a collection of political enigmas, which were long the puzzle and admiration of the East. The first named work is most valuable and interesting, bringing down the history of military organization, tactics, and strategy to Leo's own time, and giving us a perfect picture of the Byzantine army and its tactics, as well as incidental sketches of all the enemies with which it had to contend. The backbone of the force was still the themes or turmae of heavy cavalry, of which every province had one. The number of the provinces had been much increased since the days of the emperors of the house of Heraclius, and this implied a corresponding increase in the troops. They were raised from subjects of the empire and officered by Byzantine nobility, for, as Leo observed, there was no difficulty in obtaining officers of good birth and private means, whose origin made them respected by the soldiery, while their money enabled them to win the good graces of their men by many gifts of small creature comforts, over and above their pay. The names of some of the great noble houses are found for generation after generation in the imperial muster rolls, such as those of Ducas, Phocas, Comnenus, Bryennius, Circusus, Diogenes, and many more. The pages of Leo's work breathe an entire confidence in the power of the army to deal with any foe. Against Saracen, Turk, Hungarian, and Slav, instant and decisive action is advised. When caught, they should be fought and beaten. It is only when dealing with the men of the West, the Franks and the Lombards, that Leo recommends caution and deprecates any rash engagement in a general action, preferring to wear the enemy down by cutting off his supplies and harassing his marches. We gather a very favorable impression of the Byzantine army from Leo's book. It was organized, armed, and supplied in a manner that has no parallel to modern times. Each regiment possessed its special uniform and was equipped with regularity. There was none of that variety in arms and organizations which was the bane of medieval armies. The regiments had each attached to them an elaborate military train, a small body of engineers, and a provision of surgeons and ambulances. To encourage the saving of wounded men, Leo tells us that the bearer company was given a gold piece for every disabled soldier whom it brought off the field after a lost battle. It would be hard to find any similar care shown for the wounded till the days of our own century. The Byzantine fleet, as Leo describes it, had for its chief object the maintenance of the police of the seas in the Aegean, Levant, and South Italian waters. Its enemies were the Saracens of the Syrian and African coasts, and more especially the troublesome corsairs of Crete, who were often beaten but never subdued till Nicephorus Phocas exterminated them in 961. The empire maintained 3 fleets, small ones in the Black Sea and in the western waters, but the largest in the Aegean. This was composed of 60 dromons or war vessels of the largest rating. Their great depot was in the arsenal at Constantinople, but they could also be refitted at Samos, Thessalonica, and several other ports. Owing to their superior size and still more to their employment of the celebrated Greek fire, the imperial fleets generally had the better of the Saracen, but though they checked his larger squadrons, they could never suppress the petty piracy by isolated sea robbers which rendered all medieval commerce so dangerous. The works of Constantine Porphyrogenitus are even more interesting than those of his father. His treatise, called On the Themes, is invaluable to the historian, and it gives a complete list of all the themes, their boundaries, inhabitants, characteristics, and resources, with some other incidental notices of value. Still more important in this book, on the administration of the empire, which contains directions for the foreign policy of the realm, and sketches the condition and resources of the various nations with whom the Constantinopolitan government had dealings. Constantine also wrote a biography of his grandfather, Basil the Macedonian, couched in terms of respect which that hardy usurper was far from deserving. But his longest and most ambitious work was on court ceremonies, a manual of etiquette and precedence describing the official hierarchy of the empire, its duties and privileges, and containing elaborate directions for the conduct of state ceremonials and the interior economy of the royal household. On this comparatively trifling topic, Constantine spent far more pains than on the works of larger interest which he composed. His books show him to have been a man of no great originative faculty, but gifted with the powers of a careful and methodical compiler, who loved details and never shirked trouble. His care for court pageants was very characteristic of the peaceful emperor, who had long been kept at home by his guardian and forced to compensate himself by ceremonial for want of real power. The fact that two successive emperors devoted themselves to literary work is a sufficient sign that by the end of the 9th century, the times of intellectual dearth and destitution which had so long prevailed were now at an end. From the death of Justinian to the end of the Heraclean dynasty, matters grew gradually worse. From the rise of Leo the Isaurian onward they began slowly to improve. The darkest age in Byzantine literary history was from about 600 to 750, a period in which we have hardly any contemporary annalists, no poetry save the lost Heracleid of George of Pisidia, and very little even of theology. Literature seemed absolutely dead at the accession of the Isaurians, but the quickening influence of the reforms of the great Leo seems to have been felt in that province as in every other. By the end of the 8th century, writers were far more numerous, though many of them were only anti-iconoclastic controversialists like Theodore Studita. By the 9th century, we can trace the existence of a much larger literary class, and find a few really first-rate authors, such as the Patriarch Photius, 857 to 869, whose learning and width of culture was astonishing, and whose library catalogue is the envy of modern scholars. Perhaps the most interesting development of Byzantine literature were the epics or romances of chivalry, as we feel more inclined to call them, which were written towards the end of the times of the Macedonian Dynasty. The epic of Diogenes Acritas, a work of the end of the 10th century, celebrating the praises of a hero who lived in the reign of Nicephorus Phocas and John Zimisces, 963 to 980, may serve as a type of the class. It tells of the adventures in love and war of Basil Diogenes Acritas, warden of the Sicilian marshes, or Clissurach of Taurus, as his official title would have run. He was a mighty hunter, both of bears and of Saracens, put down the Appellates or moss troopers, to use a modern analogy, who infested the border, and led many a foray into Syria. He is even credited with the slaying of an occasional dragon by his admiring bard. But perhaps the most interesting episode is the story of his elopement with the fair Eudocia Ducas, daughter of the general of the Cappadocian theme, whom he carried off in despite of her father and 7 brethren. Pursued by the irate family, he rode them down one by one at vantage points in the passes, but spared their lives, and was reconciled to them at the intercession of his bride. Diogenes Acritas is the best as well as the earliest of the class which it represents. Art followed much of the same course as literature in the period 600 to 900. It was in a state of decay for the first century and a half, and the surviving works of the time are often grotesquely rude. For sheer bad drawings and bad execution, nothing can be worse than a coin of Constans II or Constantine V. A Frankish or Visigothic piece could not be much more unsightly. The few manuscripts which survive from that period display a corresponding, though not an equally great, decline in art. Mosaic work, perhaps, showed less decline than other branches of the decoration, but even here 7th and 8th century work is very rare. In the 9th century everything improves wonderfully. It is almost astonishing to see how the old classical tradition of painting revive in the best manuscript illumination of the period. Many of them might have been executed in the 5th or even the 4th century, so closely do they reproduce the old Roman style. It seems that the iconoclastic controversy stimulated painting. Persecuted by the emperors, the art of the sacred portraiture became respected above all others by the multitude. Several of the most prominent iconoclasts martyrs were painters, of whom it is recorded that their works were no less beautiful than edifying. Those of Lazarus, whom the Emperor Theophilus tortured, are especially cited as triumphs of art as well as sanctity. Though a persecutor of painters, Theophilus deserves a word of mention as the first great builder since Justinian, and as a patron of the minor arts of jewelry, silverwork, and mosaic. There is good evidence that these were all in a very flourishing condition in his time, 829 to 842. There is one more point in the history of the empire in the 9th century to which attention must be called. This is the unique commercial importance of Constantinople during this and the 2 succeeding centuries. All other commerce than that of the empire had been swept off the seas by the Saracen pirates in the preceding 100 years, and the only touch between Eastern and Western Christendom was kept up under the protection of the imperial navy. The Eastern products which found their way to Italy or France were all passed through warehouses of the Bosporus. It was East Roman ships that carried all the trade, save a few Italian ports, such as Amalfi and the new city of Venice. No place seems even to have possessed merchant ships. This monopoly of the commerce of Europe was one of the greatest elements in the strength of the empire. So much money and goods passed through it that a rather harsh and unwise system of taxation did no permanent harm. End of chapter 17. Recording by Richard Carpenter in Seattle, Washington. Chapter 18 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Carpenter. The Byzantine Empire by Charles William Chadwick OMAN. Chapter 18. Military Glory. While Constantine Porphyrogenitus had been dragging out the monotonous years of his long reign, events which completely changed the aspect of affairs in the Moslem East had been following each other in quick succession on the Asiatic frontier of his realm. Ever since it first came into existence, the Byzantine Empire had been faced in Asia by a single powerful enemy. First by the Sasanian kingdom of Persia, then by the Caliphate under the 2 dynasties of the Umayyads and of the Abbasides. Now, however, the Caliphate had at last broken up, and the descendants of Abdullah es Safa and Harun al-Rashid had become the vassals of a rebellious subject and preserved a mere nominal sovereignty which did not extend beyond the walls of their palace in Baghdad. The crisis had come in 951 A.D., when the armies of the Buhawid prince Imaduddin, who had seized on the sovereignty of Persia, broke into Baghdad and made the caliph a prisoner in his own royal residence. For the future, the caliphs were no more than puppets, and the Buhawid rulers used their names as a mere form and pretense. But the conquerors did not gain possession of the whole of the caliphate. Only Persia and the lower Euphrates Valley obeyed them. Other dynasties rose and fought for the more western provinces of the old Moslem realm. The emirs of Aleppo and Mosul, who ruled respectively in North Syria and in Mesopotamia, became the immediate neighbors of the East Roman Empire, while the lands beyond them, Egypt and South Syria, formed the dominions of the house of the Ikshides. Thus the Byzantines found on their eastern frontier no longer one great centralized power, but the comparatively weak emirates of Aleppo and Mosul, with the Buhawid and Ikshidiite kingdoms in their rear. The four Moslem states were all new and precarious creations of the sword, and were generally at war with each other. An unparalleled opportunity had arrived for the empire to take its revenge on its ancient enemies and to move back the Mohammedan boundaries from along the line of the Taurus, where they had so long been fixed. Fortunately, it was not only the hour that had arrived, but also the man. The empire had at its disposal at this moment the best soldier that it had possessed since the death of Leo the Isaurian. Nicephorus Phocas was the head of one of those great landholding families of Asia Minor who formed the flower of the Byzantine aristocracy. He owned broad lands in Cappadocia along the Mohammedan frontier. His father and grandfather before him had been distinguished officers, for the whole race lived by the sword, but Nicephorus far surpassed them. He was not only a practical soldier, but a military author. His book, The Oversight of War, dealing with the organizations of armies, still survives to testify to his capacity. It was on Nicephorus, then, that Romanus II, the son and heir of Constantine VII, fixed his choice when he resolved to commence an attack on the Mohammedan powers. The point selected for assault was the island of Crete, the dangerous haunt of corsairs, which lay across the mouth of the Aegean, and sheltered the pestilent galleys that preyed on the trade of the empire with the West. Several expeditions against it had failed during the last half-century, but this one was fitted out on the largest scale. The vessels are said to have been numbered by the thousand, and the land force was chosen from the flower of the Asiatic themes. Complete success followed the arms of Nicephorus. He drove the Saracen into their chief town, Chandrix, Candia, stormed that city, and took an enormous booty, the hoarded wealth of a century of piracy. The whole island then submitted, and Nicephorus sailed back to Constantinople to present to his sovereign, in bonds, Kurup, the captive Emir of Crete, and the best of the booty of the island, 961 A.D. Nicephorus was duly honored for his feats of arms, and given command of an army destined to open a campaign in the next year against the great frontier strongholds of the Saracen in Asia Minor. Descending by the passes of central Taurus into Cilicia, Phocas stormed Antibaris and then forced Mount Amanus and marched into northern Syria. There he took the great town of Hierapolis and laid siege to Aleppo, the capital of the Emir Seyf-ud-Dawla, who ruled from Mount Lebanon to the Euphrates. The Emir was routed, the walls of his capital were stormed, and Aleppo, with all its wealth, fell into the hands of the Byzantine general. But the citadel still held out, and its protracted resistance gave time for the Moslems of South Syria and Mesopotamia to combine for the relief of their northern compatriots. So great an army appeared before the walls of Aleppo that Phocas determined not to risk a battle, and retreated with his booty and his numerous prisoners into the defiles of Taurus, 962 A.D. 60 captured forts and castles in Cilicia and northern Syria were the permanent fruits of his campaign. The next year Emperor Romanus II died, very unexpectedly, ere he had reached his 26th year. He left a young wife and 2 little boys, Basil aged 7 and Constantine, who was only 2. There followed the form of regency that custom had made usual. Nicephorus, the most powerful and popular subject of the empire, claimed the guardianship of the 2 young Caesars, and had himself crowned as their colleague. To secure his place, he married their mother, the young and beautiful Empress Dowager Theophano. The joint reign of Nicephorus Phocas and his wards, Basil II and Constantine VII, lasted 6 years, 963 to 969. The regent behaved with scrupulous loyalty to the young princes, and made no attempt to encroach on their rights or to supplant them by any of his numerous nephews, who had looked forward to his accession as likely to lead to their own promotion to imperial power. Nicephorus was an indefatigable soldier, and spent more of his reign in the field than in the palace. His end in life was to complete, as emperor, the conquest of Cilicia and North Syria, which he had commenced as general. The years 964 and 965 were spent in achieving the former object. 3 long sieges made him master of the great Sicilian frontier fortresses, Adana, Mopsuesta, and Tarsus. The rich bronze gates were sent as trophies to Constantinople, and set up again in the archways of the imperial palace. A few months later, the tale of victories was completed by the news that Cyprus also had fallen back into Byzantine hands after having passed 77 years in the power of the Saracens. For 2 years after this, Phocas was employed at home, where his administration was less popular than in the camp. The stern old soldier was not a friend of either priests or courtiers. He had several quarrels with the patriarch Polyeuctus, which made him detested by the clergy, and in his public life he displayed a dislike for pomp and ceremony, which led the Byzantine populace to style him a niggard and an extortioner. He suppressed shows and sports, and turned all the public revenues into the war budget, which lay nearest his heart. When he left the city in 968 for a new campaign against the Saracens, he was a much less popular ruler than when he had entered it in triumph in 966 after the conquest of Cilicia. In the camp, however, Nicephorus was as well loved and as successful as ever. His last Syrian expedition was no less glorious than his earlier campaign in the same quarter 6 years before. All the North Syrian cities fell into his hands, Emesa, Hierapolis, Laodicea, and with them Aleppo, the residence of the emir. Damascus bought off the invader by a great tribute. Only Antioch, the ancient capital of the land, held out, and Antioch also was taken in the winter by escalade, through the daring of an officer named Bertzes. The story of its fall is curious. The emperor had left a blockading army before it under a general named Peter, with orders not to risk an assault. Bertzes, the second in command, disobeyed orders and stormed a corner tower on a snowy night at the head of a small band of 300 men. Peter, in fear of the emperor's orders, refused to send him aid, and for more than 2 days Bertzes maintained himself unaided in the tower he had won. At last, however, the main body entered, and the Saracens fled from the town. Nicephorus dismissed both his generals from the service, Bertzes for having acted against orders, and Peter for having obeyed them too slavishly and allowing an important advantage to be imperiled. Nicephorus returned to Constantinople in the following year to meet his death at the hands of those who should have been his nearest and dearest. His wife, Theophano, had learnt to hate her grim and stern husband, who, though he possessed all the virtues, displayed none of the graces. She had cast her eyes in love on the emperor's favorite nephew, John Zimisces, a young cavalry officer, who had greatly distinguished himself in the Syrian war. Zimisces listened to her tempting, but he was not swayed by lust, but by ambition. He had hoped that his uncle would make him heir to the throne, to the detriment of the young Emperor Basil. The loyal old soldier had no idea of wronging his wards, and his nephew resolved to gain by murder what he could not gain by favor. So John and Theophano conspired against their best friend, and basely murdered him in the palace one December night in 969. The emperor was awakened from sleep to find a dozen of the assassins forcing his door. John threw him to the ground, and the others stabbed him, while he cried in his death agony, "O God, grant me thy mercy." Thus ended the brave and virtuous Nicephorus Phocas. His murderers succeeded in their end, for John Zimisces was able to seduce the guards, overawe the ministers, and force the patriarch to crown him emperor. He showed some contrition for the base slaughter of his uncle, giving away half his private fortune to found hospitals for lepers, and the other half to be distributed among the poor of the city. He did not wed the partner of his guilt, the Empress Theophano, but refused to see her face, and ultimately sent her to a monastery. If the manner of his accession could but be forgiven, John might pass for a favorable specimen of an emperor. He respected the rights of the young emperors Basil and Constantine as scrupulously as his uncle had done, and proved that as an administrator and a soldier he was not unworthy to sit in the seat of Phocas. But the nemesis of the murder of his uncle rested upon him in the shape of a long civil war. His cousin Bardas Phocas took arms to revenge the death of the old Nicephorus, and stirred up troubles among his Cappadocian countrymen for several years, till at last he was captured and immured in a monastery. The chief feat for which John Zimisces is remembered is his splendid victory over the Russians, whose great invasion of the Balkan Peninsula falls within the limits of his reign. We have not yet had much occasion to mention the Russian tribes, who for many centuries had been dwelling in obscurity and barbarism by the waters of the Dnieper and the Dona, in a land of forest and marsh far remote from the boundaries of the empire. Nor should we hear of them now, but for the fact that their scattered tribes had been of late unified into a single horde by a power from without, and urged forward into a career of conquest by a race of ambitious princes. Into the land of the Russians there had come some 100 years before the reign of John Zimisces, 862 A.D., a Viking band from Sweden, headed by Rurik, the ancestor of all the princes and czars of Russia. The descendant of these adventurers from the north had gradually conquered and subdued all the Slavonic tribes of the great forest land, and formed them into a single powerful kingdom. Its capital lay at Kiev on the Dnieper, and it had proved a formidable neighbor to all the barbarous tribes around. The Viking blood of the new Russian princes drove them seaward, and ere many generations had passed they had forced their way down the Dnieper into the Euxine, and begun to vex the northern boundaries of the Byzantine empires with raids and ravages like those which the Danes inflicted on Western Europe. Twice already within the 10th century had large fleets of light Russian rowboats, they were copies on a smaller scale of the Viking ships of the north, stolen down the Dnieper mouth to the shores of Thrace, and landed their plundering crews within a few miles of the Bosphorus, for a hurried raid on the rich suburban provinces. On the first occasion in 907, the Russians had returned home laden with plunder, but on the second, which fell in 941, the Byzantine fleet had caught them at sea, and revenged the harrying of Thrace by sinking scores of their light boats, which could not resist for a moment the impact of the heavy war galley urged by its 100 oars. But the attack which John Zimisces had to meet in 970 was far more formidable than either of those which had preceded it. Swiatoslav, king of the Russians, had come down the Dnieper with no less than 60,000 men, and had thrown himself onto the kingdom of Bulgaria, which was at the moment distracted by civil war. He conquered the whole country, and soon his marauders were crossing the Balkans and showing themselves in the plain of Thrace. They even sacked the considerable town of Philippopolis before the imperial troops came to its aid. This roused Zimisces, who had been absent in Asia Minor, and in the early spring of 971, an imperial army of 30,000 men set out to cross the Balkans and drive the Russians into the Danube. The struggle which ensued was one of the most desperate which East Roman history records. The Russians all fought on foot in great square columns, armed with spear and axe. They wore mail shirts and peaked helmets, just like the Normans of Western Europe, to whom their princes were akin. The shock of their columns was terrible, and their constancy in standing firm almost incredible. Against these warriors of the north, Zimisces led the mailed horsemen of the Asiatic themes, and the bowmen and slingers who were the flower of the Byzantine infantry. The tale of John's two great battles with the Russians at Prestolva and Silistria reads much like the tale of the Battle of Hastings. In Bulgaria, as in Sussex, the sturdy axemen long beat off the desperate cavalry charges of their opponents, but they could not resist the hail of arrows to which they had no missile weapons to oppose, and when once the archers had thinned their ranks, the Byzantine cavalry burst in and made a fearful slaughter in the broken phalanx. More fortunate than Harold Godwinson at the field of Senlac, King Swiatoslav escaped with his life and the relics of his army. But he was beleaguered within the walls of Silistria and forced to yield himself, on the terms that he and his men might take their way homeward, on swearing never to molest the empire again. The Russians swore the oath and took a solemn farewell to Zimisces. The contrast between the two monarchs struck Leo the Deacon, a chronicler who seems to have been present at the scene, and caused him to describe the meeting with some vigor. We learn how the emperor, a small, alert, fair-haired man, sat on his great war horse by the river bank, in his golden armor, with his guards about him, while the burly Viking rode to meet him in a boat, clad in nothing but a white shirt, with a long moustache floating in the wind. They bade each other adieu, and the Russian departed, only to fall in battle ere the year was out, at the hands of the Patzinegs Tartars of the southern steppes. Soon after Swiatoslav's death, the majority of the Russians became Christians, and ere long ceased to trouble the empire by their raids. They became faithful adherents of the Eastern Church, and drew their learning, their civilization, even their names and titles from Constantinople. The Tsars are but Caesars misspelt, and the list of their names, Michael, Alexander, Nicholas, John, Peter, Alexis, sufficiently witness to their Byzantine godparents. Russian mercenaries were ere long enlisted in the imperial army, and formed the nucleus of the Varangian Guard, in which at a later date Danes, English, and Norsemen of all sorts were incorporated. John Zimisces survived his great victory at Silistria for 5 years, and won, ere he died, more territory in northern Syria from the Saracens. The border which his uncle Nicephorus had pushed forward to Antioch and Aleppo was advanced by him as far as Amedia and Edessa in Mesopotamia. But in the midst of his conquests, Zimisces was cut off by death, while still in the flower of his age. Report whispered that he had been poisoned by one of his ministers, whom he had threatened to displace, but the tale cannot be verified, and all that is certain is that John died after a short illness, leaving the throne to his young ward, Basil II, who had now attained the age of 20 years, 976 A.D. End of chapter 18. Recording by Richard Carpenter in Seattle, Washington.
Chapter 19 of the Byzantine Empire by Charles William Chadwick OMAN. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 19 of the End of the Macedonian Dynasty. Basil II, who now sat in his own right on the throne, which his warlike guardians Nicephorus and John had so long protected, was by no means unworthy to succeed them. Unlike his ancestors of the Macedonian house, he showed from the first a love for war and adventure. Probably the deeds of John and Nicephorus excited him to emulation. At any rate, his long reign from 976 till 1025 is one continuous record of wars, and almost entirely of wars brought to a successful termination. Basil seemed to have modelled himself on the elder of his two guardians, the stern Nicephorus Phocas. His earliest years on the throne, indeed, were spent in the pursuit of pleasure, but ere he reached the age of 30, a sudden transformation was visible in him. He gave himself up entirely to war and religion. He took a vow of chastity, and always wore the garb of a monk under his armour and his imperial robes. His piety was exaggerated into bigotry and fanaticism, but it was undoubtedly real, though it did not keep him from the commission of many deeds of shocking cruelty in the course of his wars. His justice was equally renowned, and it often degenerated into mere harshness and indifference to suffering. No one could have been more unlike his gay, pleasure-loving father, or his mild literary grandfather, than the grim emperor who won from posterity the title of Bulgaroktonos, the slayer of the Bulgarians. Basil's life-work was the moving back of the East Roman border in the Balkan Peninsula as far as the Danube, a line which it had not touched since the Slavonic immigration in the days of Heraclius, 350 years before. In the first years of his reign, indeed, he accomplished little, being much harassed by two rebellions of great Asiatic nobles, Bardas Phocas, the nephew of Nicephorus II, and Bardas Skleros, the general of the Armeniac theme. But after Phocas had died and Skleros had surrendered, Basil reserved all his energies for war in Europe, paying comparatively little attention to the eastern conquests, which had engrossed Nicephorus Phocas and John Zimisces. The whole interior of the Balkan Peninsula formed at this period part of the dominions of the Samuel king of the Bulgarians, who reigned over Bulgaria, Servia, inland Macedonia, and other districts around them. It was a strong and compact kingdom, administered by an able man, who had won his way to the throne by sheer strength and ability, for the old royal house had ceased out of the land during Sviatoslav's invasion of Bulgaria 10 years before. The main power of Samuel lay not in the land between Balkan and Danube, which gave his kingdom its name, but in the Slavonic districts further west and south. The centre of his realm was the fortress of Ochrida, which he had chosen as his capital, a strong town situated on a lake among the Macedonian hills. There Samuel mustered his armies, and from thence he started forth to attack either Thessalonica or Adrianople, as the opportunity might come to him. The duel between Basil and Samuel lasted no less than 34 years, till the Bulgarian king died a beaten man in 1014. This long and unremitting struggle taxed all the energies of the empire, for Samuel was not a foe to be despised. He was no mere barbarian, but had learned the art of war from his Byzantine neighbours, and had especially studied fortification. It was the desperate defences of his numerous hill castles that made Basil's task such a long one. The details of the struggle are too long to follow out. Suffice it to say that after some defeats in his earlier years, Basil accomplished the conquest of Bulgaria proper, as far as the Danube in 1002, the year in which Widan, the last of Samuel's strongholds in the north, surrendered to him. For 12 years more the enemy held out in the central Balkans, in his Macedonian strongholds, about Ochrida and Uskup. But at last Basil's constant victories in the field, and his relentless slaughter of captives after the day was won, broke the force of the Bulgarian king. In 1014 the emperor gained a crowning victory, after which he took 15,000 prisoners. He put out the eyes of all save one man in each 100, and sent the poor wretches with their guides to seek King Samuel in his capital. The old Bulgarian was so overcome at the horrible sight that he was seized with a fit and died on the spot of rage and grief. His successors, Gabriel and Ladislas, could make no head against the stern and relentless emperor, and in 1018 the last fortress of the kingdom of Ochrida surrendered at discretion. Contrary to his habit, Basil treated the vanquished foe with mildness, indulged in no massacres, and contented himself with repairing the old Roman roads and fortresses of the central Balkans, without attempting to exterminate the Slavonic tribes that had so often defied him. His conquests rounded off the empire on its northern frontier, and made it touch the Magyar kingdom of Hungary, for Servia no less than Bulgaria and Macedonia formed part of his conquests. Byzantine border now ran from Belgrade to the Danube mouth, a line which it was destined to preserve for nearly 200 years, till the great rebellion of Bulgaria against Isaac Angelus in the year 1086. Having justly earned his grim title of the Slayer of the Bulgarians by his long series of victories in Europe, Basil turned in his old age to continue the work of John Zimisces on the eastern frontier. There the Muslim states were still weak and divided, though a new power, the Fatimite dynasty in Egypt, had come to the front and acquired an ascendancy over its neighbours. Basil's last campaigns in 1021-2 were directed against the princes of Armenia and the Iberians and Abasgians, who dwelt beyond them, to the north. His armies were entirely successful, and he added many Armenian districts to his eastern provinces, but it may be questioned whether these conquests were beneficial to the empire. A strong Armenian kingdom was a useful neighbour to the Byzantine realm, being a Christian state that was usually friendly to the empire, and acted as a barrier against Muslim attacks from Persia. Basil broke up the Armenian power, but did not annex the whole country or establish in it any adequate provision against the ultimate danger of attacks from the east by the Mahometan powers. Basil died in 1025 at the age of 68, just as he was preparing to send forth an expedition to rescue Sicily from the hands of the Saracens. He had won more provinces for the empire than any general since the days of the great Belisarius, and at his death the Byzantine borders had reached the furthest extension which they ever knew. His successors were to be unworthy of his throne, and were destined to lose provinces with as constant regularity as he himself had shown in gaining them. There was to be no one after him who could boast that he had fought 30 campaigns in the open field with harness on his back, and had never turned aside from any enterprise that he had ever taken in hand. Basil's brother Constantine had been his colleague in name all through the half-century of his reign. No one could have been more unlike the ascetic and indefatigable slayer of the Bulgarians. Constantine was a mere worldling, a man of pleasure, a votary of the table and the wine-cup, whose only redeeming tastes were a devotion to music and literature. He had dwelt in his corner of the palace, surrounded by a little court of eunuchs and flatterers, and excluded by the stern Basil from all share and lot in the administration of the empire. Now Constantine found himself the heir of his childless brother, and was forced at the age of 60 to take up the responsibilities of empire. He proved an idle and incompetent, but not an actively mischievous sovereign. His worst act was to hand over the administration of the chief offices of state to 6 of his old courtiers, all eunuchs, whose elevation was a cause of wild anger to the great noble families, and whose inexperience led to much weak and futile government during his short reign. Constantine died in 1028 after a very brief taste of empire. He was the last male of the Macedonian house, and left no heirs, save his elderly unmarried daughters, whose education and moral training he had grossly neglected. Zoe, the eldest, was more than 40 years of age, but her father had never found her a husband. On his deathbed, however, he sent for a middle-aged noble named Romanus Argyrus, and forced him at an hour's notice to wed the princess. Only 2 days later Romanus found himself left, by his father-in-law's death, titular head of the empire. But Zoe, a clever, obstinate and unscrupulous woman, kept the reins of authority in her own hands, and gave her unwilling spouse many an evil hour. She was inordinately vain, and pretended, like Queen Elizabeth of England, to be the mistress of all hearts long after she was well advanced in middle age. Her husband let her go her own way, and devoted himself to such affairs of state as he was allowed to manage. His interference with warlike matters was most unhappy. Venturing a campaign in Syria, he led his army to defeat, and saw several towns on the border fall into the hands of the Emir of Aleppo. After a reign of 6 years, Romanus died of a lingering disease, and Zoe was left a widow. Almost before the breath was out of her husband's body, the volatile empress, she was now over 50, had chosen and wedded another partner. The new emperor was Michael the Paphlagonian, a young courtier who had been gentleman of the bedchamber to Romanus, who was 28 years of age, and noted as the most handsome man in Constantinople. His good looks had won Zoe's fancy, and to his own surprise he found himself seated on a throne by his elderly admirer. The object of Zoe's anile affection was a capable man, and justified his rather humiliating elevation by good service to the empire. He beat back the Saracens from Syria and put down a Bulgarian rebellion with success. But in his last years he saw Servia, one of the conquests of Basil II, burst out into revolt and could not quell it. He also failed in a project to reconquer Sicily from the Moors, though he sent against the island George Maniakes, the best general of the day, who won many towns and defeated the Muslims in 2 pitched battles. The attempt to subdue the whole island failed, and the conquests of Maniakes were lost one after the other. Michael IV, though still a young man, was fearfully afflicted with epileptic fits, which sapped his health, and so enfeebled him that he died a hopeless invalid ere he reached the age of 36. The irrepressible Zoe, now again a widow, took a few days to decide whether she would adopt a son or marry a third husband. She first tried the former alternative, and crowned as a colleague her late spouse's nephew and namesake, Michael V. But the young man proved ungrateful, and strove to deprive the aged empress of the control of affairs. When he announced his intention of removing her from the capital, the city mob, who loved the Macedonian house and laughed at rather than reprobated the foibles of Zoe, took arms to defend their mistress. In a fierce fight between the rioters and the guards of Michael V, 3,000 lives were lost, but the insurgents had the upper hand, routed the soldiery, and caught and blinded Michael. Zoe, once more at the head of the state, now made her third marriage at the age of 62. She chose as her partner Constantine Monomachus, an old debauchee who had been her lover 30 years ago. Their joint reign was unhappy, both at home and abroad. Frequent rebellions broke out both in Asia Minor and in the Balkan Peninsula. The Patzinaks sent forays against the Danube, while a new enemy, the Normans of South Italy, conquered the theme of Langobardia, the last Byzantine possession to the west of the Adriatic, and established in its stead the Duchy of Apulia, 1055. A still more dangerous foe began also to be heard of along the eastern frontier. The Seljuk Turks were now commencing a career of conquest in Persia and the lands on the Oxus. In 1048 the advance guard of their hordes began to ravage the Armenian frontier of the empire. But this danger was not yet a pressing one. When Zoe and Constantine IX were dead, the sole remaining scion of the Macedonian house was saluted as ruler of the empire. This was Theodora, the younger sister of Zoe, an old woman of 70, who had spent the best part of her days in a nunnery. She was as sour and ascetic as her sister had been vain and amorous, but she does not seem to have been the worst of the rulers of Byzantium, and her 2 years of power were not troubled by rebellions or vexed by foreign war. Her austere virtues won her some respect from the people, and the fact that she was the last of her house, and that with its extinction the troubles of a disputed succession were doomed to come upon the empire, seems to have sobered her subjects, and led them to let the last days of the Basilian dynasty pass away in peace. Theodora died on the 30th of August 1057, having on her deathbed declared that she adopted Michael Stratioticus as her successor. Then commenced the reign of trouble, the third anarchy in the history of the Byzantine Empire. End of recording.
Chapter 20 of The Byzantine Empire by Charles OMAN. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I'm Drew Nelson. The Byzantine Empire by Charles OMAN. Chapter 20. Manizikert, 1057 through 1081. The moment that the last of the Macedonian dynasty was gone, the elements of discord seemed unchained, and the double scourge of civil war and foreign invasion began to afflict the empire. In the 24 years between 1057 and 1081 were pressed more disasters than had been seen in any other period of East Roman history, save perhaps for the reign of Heraclius. For now came the second cutting short of the empire, the blow that was destined to shear away half its strength, and leave it maintained beyond any possibility of ultimate recovery. Domestic troubles were the first inevitable consequence of the extinction of the Macedonian dynasty. The aged Theodora had named as her successor on the throne Michael Stratioticus, a contemporary of her own who had been an able soldier 25 years back. But Michael VI was grown aged and incompetent, and the empire was full of ambitious generals who would not tolerate a dotard on the throne. Before a year had passed, a band of great Asiatic nobles entered into a conspiracy to overturn Michael and replace him by Isaac Comnenus, the chief of one of the ancient Cappadocian houses, and the most popular general of the East. Isaac Comnenus and his friends took arms and dispossessed the aged Michael of his throne with little difficulty, but a curse seemed to rest upon the usurpation. Isaac was stricken down by a disease when he had been little more than a year on the throne, and retired to a monastery to die. His crown was transferred to Constantine Ducas, another Cappadocian noble, who was supposed to be second only to Isaac in competence and popularity. Constantine reigned for 7 troubled years, and disappointed all his supporters, for he proved but a sorry administrator. His mind was set on nothing but finance, and in the endeavor to build up again the imperial treasure, which had been sorely wasted since the death of Basil II, he neglected all of the other departments of state. To save money, he disbanded no inconsiderable portion of the army, and cut down the pay of the rest. This was sheer madness, when there was impending over the empire the most terrible military danger that had been seen for 4 centuries. The safety of the realm was entirely in the hands of its well-paid and well-disciplined national army, and anything that impaired the efficiency of the army was fraught with the deadliest peril. The Seljuk Turks were now drawing near. Pressing from the Oxus lands, their hordes had overrun Persia and extinguished the dynasty of the Bulhawides. In 1050, they had penetrated to Baghdad, and their great chief Togrul Beg had declared himself defender of the faith and protector of the Caliph. Armenia had next been overrun, and those portions of it which had not been annexed to the empire and still obeyed independent princes had been conquered by 1064. In that year fell Ani, the ancient Armenian capital, and the bulwark which protected the Byzantine Empire from eastern invasions. The reign of Constantine Ducas was troubled by countless Seljuk invasions of the Armeniac, Anatolic, and Cappadocian themes. Sometimes the invaders were driven back, sometimes they eluded the imperial troops and escaped with their booty. But whether successful or unsuccessful, they displayed a reckless cruelty, far surpassing anything that the Saracens had ever shown. Wherever they passed, they not merely plundered to right and left, but slew off the whole population. Meanwhile, Constantine X, with his reduced army, proved incompetent to hold them back, all the more so that his operations were distracted by an invasion of the Uzis, a Tartar tribe from the Euxine shore, who had burst into Bulgaria. Ducas died in 1067, leaving the throne to his son Michael, a boy of 14 years. The usual result followed. To secure her son's life and throne, the Empress Dowager Eudocia took a new husband and made him guardian of the young Michael. The new emperor-regent was Romanus Diogenes, an Asiatic noble whose brilliant courage displayed in the Seljuk Wars had dazzled the world and caused it to forget that caution and ability are far more regal virtues than headlong valor. Romanus took in hand with the greatest of vigor the task of repelling the Turks, which his predecessors had so grievously neglected. He led into the field every man that could be collected from the European or Asiatic themes, and for 3 successive years was incessantly marching and counter-marching in Armenia, Cappadocia, and Syria in the endeavor to hunt down the marauding bands of the Seljuks. The operations of Romanus were not entirely unsuccessful. Alp Arslan, the Sultan of the Seljuks, contented himself at first with dispersing his hordes in scattered bands and attacking many points of the frontier at once. Hence, the emperor was not unfrequently able to catch and slay off one of the minor divisions of the Turkish army. But some of them always contrived to elude him. His heavy cavalry could not come up with the light Seljuk horse bowmen, who generally escaped and rode back home by a long detour, burning and murdering as they went. Cappadocia was already desolated from end to end, and the Turkish raids had reached as far as Amorium in Phrygia. In 1071 came the final disaster. In pursuing the Seljuk plunderers, Romanus was drawn far eastward to Manizikert on the Armenian frontier. There he found himself confronted, not by a flying foe, but by the whole force of the Seljuk Sultanate, with the Alp Arslan himself at its head. Though his army was harassed by long marches, and though 2 large divisions were absent, the emperor was eager to fight. The Turks had never before offered him a fair field, and he relied implicitly on the power of his cuirassiers to ride down any number, however great, of the light Turkish horse. The decisive battle of Manizikert, which is not too much to call the turning point of the whole course of Byzantine history, was fought in the early summer of 1071. For a long day, the Byzantine horsemen continued to roll back and break through the lines of Turkish horse bowmen. But fresh hordes kept coming on, and in the evening the fight was still undecided. As the night was approaching, Romanus prepared to draw his troops back to the camp, but an unhappy misconception of orders broke up the line, and the Seljuks edged in between the 2 halves of the army. Either from treachery or cowardice, Andronicus Ducas, the officer who commanded the reserve, led his men off without fighting. The emperor's division was beset on all sides by the enemy, and broke up in the dusk. Romanus himself was wounded, thrown from his horse, and made prisoner. The greater part of his men were cut to pieces. Alp Arslan showed himself more forbearing to his prisoner than might have been expected. It is true that Romanus was led after his capture to the tent of the Sultan and laid prostrate before him, that after the Turkish custom, the conqueror might place his foot on the neck of his vanquished foe. But after this humiliating ceremony, the emperor was treated with kindness and allowed, after some months, to ransom himself and return home. He would have fared better, however, if he had remained the prisoner of the Turk. During his captivity, the conduct of affairs had fallen into the hands of John Ducas, uncle of the young Emperor Michael. The unscrupulous regent was determined that Romanus should not supersede him and mount the throne again. When the released captive reappeared, John had him seized and blinded. The cruel work was so roughly done that the unfortunate Romanus died a few days later. After this fearful disaster, Asia Minor was lost. There was no chief to take the place of Romanus, and the Seljuk hordes spread westward, almost unopposed. The next 10 years were a time of chaos and disaster. While the Seljuks were carving their way deeper and deeper into the vitals of the empire, the wrecks of the Byzantine army were employed not in resisting them, but in carrying on a desperate series of civil wars. After the death of Romanus, every general in the empire seemed to think that the time had come for him to assume the purple buskins and proclaim himself emperor. History records the names of no less than 6 pretenders to the throne during the next 9 years, besides several rebels who took up arms without assuming the imperial title. The young emperor, Michael Ducas, proved, when he came of age, to be a vicious non-entity. He is remembered in Byzantine history only by his nickname of Peripinakis, the peck-filcher, given him because in a year of famine he sold the measure of wheat to his subjects, a fourth short of its proper contents. His name and that of Nicephorus Botaniates, the rebel who overthrew him, cover in the list of emperors a space of 10 years that would better be represented by a blank, for the authority of the nominal ruler scarcely extended beyond the walls of the capital, And the themes that were not overrun by the Turks were in the hands of governors who each did what was right in his own eyes. At last a man of ability worked himself up to the surface. This was Alexius Comnenus, nephew of the Emperor Isaac Comnenus, whose short reign we related in the opening paragraph of this chapter. Alexius was a man of courage and ability, but he displayed one of the worst types of Byzantine character. Indeed, he was the first emperor to whom the epithet Byzantine, in its common use and opprobrious sense, could be applied. He was the most accomplished liar of his age, and, while winning and defending the imperial throne, committed enough acts of mean treachery and swore enough false oaths to startle even the courtiers of Constantinople. He could fight when necessary, but he preferred to win by treason and perjury. Yet, as a ruler, he had many virtues, and it will always be remembered to his credit that he dragged the empire out of the deepest slough of degradation and ruin that it had ever sunk into. Though false, he was not cruel, and 7 ex-emperors and usurpers living unharmed in Constantinople under his scepter bore witness to the mildness of his rule. The tale of his reign sufficiently bears witness to the strange mixture of moral obliquity and practical ability in his character. End of chapter 20. I'm Drew Nelson in Atlanta, Georgia. Recording in November 2012.
Chapter 21 of The Byzantine Empire by Charles William Chadwick OMAN. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 21. Comneni and the Crusades. Alexius Comnenus found himself, in 1081, placed in a position almost as difficult and perilous as that which Leo the Isaurian faced in 716. Like Leo, he was a usurper without prestige or hereditary claims, seated on an unsteady throne, and forced to face imminent danger from the Muslim enemy without, and from rival adventurers within. It may be added that the Isaurian, grievously threatened as he was by the enemy from the east, had no peril impending from the west. Alexius had to face at one and the same time the assault of the Seljuks on Asia Minor, and the attack of a new and formidable foe in his western provinces. We have already mentioned the manner in which the Byzantine dominion in Italy had come to an end. Now the same Norman adventurers who had stripped the empire of Calabria and Apulia were preparing to cross the Straits of Otranto and seek out the emperor in the central provinces of his realm. The forces of the Italian Sicilian Normans were united under their great chief Robert Guiscard, the hardy and unscrupulous Duke of Apulia. Just 10 years before, he had captured Bari, the last Byzantine fortress on his own side of the straits. Now he was resolved to take advantage of the anarchy which had prevailed in the empire ever since the day of Manizikert, and to build up new Norman principalities to the east of the Adriatic. There seemed to be nothing presumptuous in the scheme to those who remembered how a few hundred Norman adventurers had conquered all southern Italy and Sicily, and swelled into a victorious army 50,000 strong. Nor could the invaders fail to remember how, but 15 years before, another Norman duke had crossed another strait in the far west, and won by his strong right hand the great kingdom of England. Alexius Comnenus sat like Harold Godwinson on a lately acquired and unsteady throne, and Duke Robert thought to deal with him much as Duke William had dealt with the Englishmen. In June 1081 the Normans landed, 30,000 strong, and laid siege to Durazzo, the maritime fortress that guarded the Epirot coast. The emperor at once flew to its succour. Always active, hopeful, and versatile, he trusted that he might be able to beat off the new invaders, whose military worth he was far from appreciating at its true value. He patched up a hasty pacification with Suleiman, Sultan of the Seljuks, by surrendering to him all the territory of which the Turk was in actual possession, a tract which now extended as far as the waters of the Propontis, and actually included the city of Nicaea, close to the Bithynian shore and only 70 miles from Constantinople. The army with which Alexius had to face the Normans was the mere wreck and shadow of that which Romanus IV had led against the Turks 10 years before. The military organization of the empire had gone to pieces, and we no longer hear of the old themes of heavy cavalry which had formed its backbone. The new army contained quite a small proportion of national troops. Its core was the Imperial Guard of Varangians, the Russian, Danish and English mercenaries whose courage had won the confidence of so many emperors. With them marched many Turkish, Frankish, Servian and South Slavonic auxiliaries. The native element comprised the regulars of the 3 provinces of Thrace, Macedonia and Thessaly, all that now remained in Alexius's hands of the ancient East Roman realm. Alexius brought Robert Guiscard to battle in front of Durazzo and suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. The emperor's bad tactics were the main cause of his failure. His army came upon the ground in successive detachments, and the van was cut to pieces before the main body had reached the field. The brunt of the battle was borne by the Varangians. Carried away by their fiery courage, they charged the Normans before the rest of Alexius's troops had formed their line of battle. Rushing on the wing of Robert's army, commanded by the Count of Bari, they drove it horse and foot into the sea. Their success, however, disordered their ranks, and the Norman Duke was able to turn his whole force against them ere the Emperor was near enough to give them aid. A fierce cavalry charge cut off the greater part of the Varangians. The rest collected on a mound by the sea shore, and for some time beat off the Normans with their axes, as King Harold's men had done at Senlac on the last occasion when English and Norman had met. But Robert shot them down with his archers, and then sent more cavalry against them. They fell, save a small remnant who defended themselves in a ruined chapel, which Guiscard had finally to burn before he could make any end of its obstinate defenders. The rest of Alexius's army only came into action when the Varangians had been destroyed. It was cowed by the loss of its best corps, fought badly, and fled in haste. Alexius himself, who lingered last upon the field, was surrounded and only escaped by the speed of his horse and the strength of his sword arm. Durazzo fell, and in the next year the Normans overran all Epirus and descended into Thessaly. Alexius risked 2 more engagements with them, but his inexperienced troops were defeated in both. Disaster taught him to avoid pitched battles, and at last in 1083, after a more cautious campaign, his patience was rewarded by the dispersion of the Norman army. Catching it while divided, the Emperor inflicted on it a severe defeat at Larissa, and forced it back into Epirus. After this the war slackened, and when Robert Guiscard died in 1085, the Norman danger passed away. Thus one foe was removed, but Alexius was not destined to win peace. Constant rebellions at home and wars with the Patzinaks, the Slavs, and the Seljuks filled the next 10 years. Alexius, however, was never discouraged. Eking out the lion's skin with the fox's hide, he fought and intrigued, lied and negotiated, and at the end of the time had held his own and lost no more territory, while his throne was growing more secure. But in the 15th year of his reign a new cloud began to arise in the west, which was destined to exercise unsuspected influence, both for good and evil, on the empire. The Crusades were on the eve of their commencement. Ever since the Seljuks had taken Jerusalem in 1075, 4 years after Manizikert, the western pilgrims to the Holy Land had been suffering grievous things at the hands of the barbarians. But all the wrath that their ill treatment provoked would have been fruitless if the way to Syria had not been opened of late to the nations of Western Christendom. 2 series of events had made free communication between East and West possible in the end of the 11th century, in a measure which had never before been seen. The first of these was the conversion of Hungary, begun by St. Stephen in 1000 and completed about 1050. For the future there lay between the Byzantine Empire and Germany not a barbarous pagan state, but a semi-civilized Christian kingdom, which had taken its place among the other nations of the Roman Catholic faith. Communication down the Danube between Vienna and the Byzantine outposts in Bulgaria became for the first time possible, and ere long the route grew popular. The second phenomenon which made the Crusades possible was the destruction of the Saracen naval power in the central Mediterranean. This was carried out first by the Pisans and Genoese, whose fleets conquered Corsica and Sardinia from the Moslems, and then by the Normans, whose occupation of Sicily made the voyage from Marseilles and Genoa to the east safe and sure. Four new maritime powers, the Genoese, Pisans, and Normans in the open sea, and the Venetians in the Adriatic, had developed themselves into importance, and now their fleets swept the waters where no Christian war galleys save those of Byzantium had ever been seen before. It was the fact that free access to the east was now to be gained, both by land and sea, as it had never been before, that made the Crusades feasible. Of the preaching of Peter the Hermit and the efforts of Pope Urban we need not speak. Suffice it to say that in 1095 news came to the Emperor Alexius that the nations of the West were mustering by myriads and directing their march towards his frontiers with the expressed intention of driving the Moslems from Palestine. The Emperor had little confidence in the purity of the zeal of the Crusaders. His wily mind could not comprehend their enthusiasm, and he dreaded that some unforeseen circumstance might turn their arms against him. When the hordes of armed Frankish pilgrims began to arrive, his fears were justified. The newcomers pillaged his country right and left upon their way, and were drawn into many bloody fights with the peasantry and the imperial garrisons, which might have ended in open war. But Alexius set himself to work to smooth matters down. All his tact and patience were needed, and there was ample scope for his talent for intrigue and insincere diplomacy. He had resolved to induce the Crusadan chiefs to do him homage, and to swear to restore to him all the old dominions of the empire which they might reconquer from the Turks. After long and tedious negotiations he had his way. The leaders of the Crusade, from Godfrey of Bouillon and Hugh of Vermandois, down to the smallest barons, were induced to swear him allegiance. Some he flattered, others he bribed, others he strove to frighten into compliance. The pages of the history written by his daughter, Anna Comneni, who regarded his powers of cajolery with greater respect than any other part of his character, are full of tales of the ingenious shifts by which he brought the stupid and arrogant Franks to reason. At length they went on their way, with Alexius's gold in their pockets, and encouraged by his promise that he would aid them with his troops, continued to supply them with provisions, and never abandon them till the Holy City was reconquered. By the spring of 1097 the Crusaders began to cross the Bosphorus, and in 2 marches found themselves within Turkish territory. They at once laid siege to Nicaea, the frontier fortress of the Seljuk Sultan. Encompassed by so great a host, the Turkish garrison soon lost heart and surrendered, not to the Franks, but to Alexius, whose troops they secretly admitted within the walls. This nearly led to strife between the Emperor and the Crusaders, who had been reckoning on the plunder of the town. But Alexius appeased them with further stores of money, and the pilgrim host rolled forward once more into the interior of Asia Minor. In 1097 the Crusaders forced their way through Phrygia and Cappadocia, beating back the Seljuks at every encounter, till they reached North Syria, where they laid siege to Antioch. Alexius had undertaken to help them in their campaign, but he was set on playing an easier game. When they were crushing the Turks, he followed in the rear at a safe distance, like the jackal behind the lion, picking up the spoil which they left. While the Sultan was engaged with them, Alexius despoiled him of Smyrna, Ephesus, and Sardis, reconquering western Asia Minor almost without a blow, since the Seljuk hordes were drawn away eastward. It was the same in the next year, when the Crusaders were fighting hard round Antioch against the princes of Mesopotamia, and sent to ask for instant help. Alexius dispatched no troops to Syria, but gathered in a number of Lydian and Phrygian fortresses which lay nearer to his hand. Hence there resulted a bitter quarrel between the Emperor and the Franks, for since he gave them no help, they refused to hand over to him Antioch and the other Syrian conquests. Each party, in fact, broke the compact signed at Constantinople and accused the other of treachery. Hence it resulted that the crusade ended not in the re-establishment of the Byzantine power in Syria, but in the foundation of the new Frankish states, the principalities of Edessa, Antioch, and Tripoli, and the more important kingdom of Jerusalem. That he did not recover Syria was no real loss to Alexius. He would not have been strong enough to hold it, had it been handed over to him. The actual profit which he made by the crusade was enough to content him. The Franks had rolled back the Turkish frontier in Asia not less than 200 miles. Instead of the Seljuk lying at Nicaea, he was now chased back behind the Bithynian hills, and the empire had recovered all Lydia and Caria, with much of the Phrygian inland. The Seljuks were hard hit, and for well nigh a century were reduced to fight on the defensive. Owing, then, to the fearful blow inflicted by the Crusades on the Moslem powers of Asia Minor and Syria, the later years of Alexius were free from the danger which had overshadowed the beginning of his reign. He was able, between 1100 and 1118, to strengthen his position at home and abroad. Constant rebellions which had vexed his early years ceased, and when the Normans under Bohemond of Tarentum tried to repeat in 1107 the feats which Robert Guiscard had accomplished in 1082, they were beaten off with ease and forced to conclude a disadvantageous peace. The reign of Alexius might have been counted a period of success and prosperity, if it had not been for two considerations. The first was the rapid decline of Constantinople as a commercial centre, which was brought about by the Crusades. When the Genoese and Venetians succeeded in establishing themselves in the seaports of Syria, they began to visit Constantinople far less than before. It paid them much better to conduct their business at Acre or Tyre than on the Bosphorus. The King of Jerusalem, the weakest of feudal sovereigns, could be more easily bullied and defrauded than the powerful ruler of Constantinople. In his own seaports he possessed hardly a shadow of authority. The Italians traded there on such conditions as they chose. Hence the commerce of the West with Persia, Egypt, Syria, and India ceased to pass through the Bosphorus. Genoa and Venice became the marts at which France, Italy, and Germany sought their eastern goods. It is probable that the trade of Constantinople fell off by a third or even a half in the 50 years that followed the First Crusade. The effect of this decline on the coffers of the state was deplorable, for it was ultimately on its commercial wealth that the Byzantine state based its prosperity. All through the reigns of Alexius and his two successors, the complaints about the rapid fall in the imperial revenue grew more and more noticeable. This dangerous decay in the finances of the empire was rendered still more fatal by the political devices of Alexius, who began to bestow excessive commercial privileges to the Italian republics in return for their aid in war. This system commenced in 1081, when the emperor, then in the full stress of his first Norman war, granted the Venetians the free access to most of the ports of his empire, without the payment of any customs dues. To give to foreigners a boon denied to his own subjects was the height of economic lunacy. The native merchants complained that the Venetians were enabled to undersell them in every market, owing to this exemption from import and export duties. Matters were made yet worse in 1111, when Alexius bestowed a similar, though less extensive, grant of immunities on the Pisans. When John II, the son of Alexius, succeeded in 1118 to the empire which his father had saved, the fabric was less strong than it appeared to the outward eye. Territorial extension seemed to imply increased strength, and the rapid falling off in the financial resources of the realm attracted little attention. John, however, was one of those prudent and economical princes who stave off for years the inevitable day of distress. Of all the rulers who ever sat upon the Byzantine throne, he is the only one of whom no detractor has ever said an evil word. When we remember that he was his father's son, it is astonishing to find that his honesty and good faith were no less notable than his courage and generosity. His subjects named him John the Good, and their appreciation of his virtues was sufficiently marked by the fact that no single rebellion marred the internal peace of his long reign, 1118 to 1143. John was a good soldier, and during his rule the frontier of the empire in Asia continued to advance at the expense of the Turks. But his strategy would seem to have been at fault, since he preferred to reconquer the coast districts of northern and southern Asia Minor rather than to strike at the heart of the Seljuk power on the central tableland. When he had reduced all Cilicia, Pisidia, and Pontus, his dominions became a narrow fringe of coast, surrounding on three sides the realm of the Sultan, who still retained all the Cappadocian and Lycaonian plateau. It should then have been John's task to finish the reconquest of Asia Minor, but he preferred to plunge into Syria, where he forced the Frank Prince of Antioch and the Turkish Emir of Aleppo to pay him tribute, but left no permanent monument of his conquests. He was preparing a formidable expedition against the Franks of the Kingdom of Jerusalem when he perished by accident while on a hunting expedition. John the Good was succeeded by his son Manuel, whose strength and weakness combined to give a death blow to the empire. Manuel was a mere knight-errant who loved fighting for fighting's sake, and allowed his passion for excitement and adventure to be his only guide. His whole reign was one long series of wars, entered into and abandoned with equal levity. Yet for the most part they were successful wars, for Manuel was a good cavalry officer if he was but a reckless statesman, and his fiery courage and untiring energy made him the idol of his troops. At the head of the veteran squadrons of mercenary horsemen that formed the backbone of his army, he swept off the field every enemy that ever dared to face him. He overran Servia, invaded Hungary, to whose king he dictated terms of peace, and beat off with success an invasion of Greece by the Normans of Sicily. His most desperate struggle, however, was a naval war with Venice, in which his fleet was successful enough and drove the Doge and his galleys out of the Aegean. But the damage done to the trade of Constantinople by the Venetian privateers, who swarmed in the Levant after their main fleet had been chased away, was so appalling that the emperor concluded peace in 1174, restoring to the enemy all the disastrous commercial privileges which his grandfather Alexius had granted them 8 years before. The main fault of Manuel's wars was that they were conducted in the most reckless disregard of all financial considerations. With a realm which was slowly growing poorer, and with a constantly dwindling revenue, he persisted in piling war on war, and on devoting every bezant that could be screwed out of his subjects to the support of the army alone. The civil service fell into grave disorder, the administration of justice was impaired, roads and bridges went to decay, docks and harbours were neglected, while the money which should have supported them was wasted on unprofitable expeditions to Egypt, Syria, or Italy. So long as the ranks of his mercenaries were full and their pay forthcoming, the emperor cared not how his realm might fare. Of all Manuel's wars, only one went ill, but that was the most important of them all, the one necessary struggle to which he should have devoted all his energies. This was the contest with the Seljuks, which ended in 1176 by a disastrous defeat at Myriokephalon in Phrygia, brought about by the inexcusable carelessness of Manuel himself, who allowed his army to be caught in a defile from which there was no exit, and routed piecemeal by an enemy who could have made no stand on the open plains. Manuel then made peace and left the Seljuks alone for the rest of his reign. In 1180 Manuel died, and with him died the good fortune of the house of Comnenus. His son and heir, Alexius, was a boy of 13, and the inevitable contest for the regency, which always accompanied a minority, ensued. After 2 troubled years, Andronicus Comnenus, a first cousin of the Emperor Manuel, was proclaimed Caesar, and took over the guardianship of the young Alexius. Andronicus was an unscrupulous ruffian, whose past life should have been sufficient warning against putting any trust in his professions. He had once attempted to assassinate Manuel, and twice deserted to the Turks. But he was a consummate hypocrite, and won his way to the throne by professions of piety and austere virtue. No sooner was he seated by the side of Alexius II, and felt himself secure, than he seized and strangled his young relative. But, like our own Richard III, Andronicus found that the moment of his accession to sole power was the moment of the commencement of his troubles. Rebels rose in arms all over the empire to avenge the murdered Alexius, and the Normans of Sicily seized the opportunity of invading Macedonia. Conspiracies were rife in the capital, and the executions which followed their detection were so numerous and bloody that a perfect reign of terror set in. The emperor plunged into the most reckless cruelty till men almost began to believe that his mind was affected. Ere long the end came. An inoffensive nobleman named Isaac Angelus, being accused of treason, was arrested at his own door by the emissaries of the tyrant. Instead of surrendering himself, Isaac drew his sword and cut down the official who laid hand on him. A mob came to his aid and met no immediate opposition, for Andronicus was absent from the capital. The mob swelled into a multitude, the guards would not fight, and when the emperor returned in haste, he was seized and torn to pieces, without a sword being drawn in his cause. Isaac Angelus reigned in his stead. End of chapter 21.